Je vais quitter peut-être.
Bon, pour le moment, c'est bon, on va aller aux Nations Unies. En fait, on va dire en direct aux Nations Unies. Oui.
Non,
en fait,
être visible peut-être.
Pour le moment, on peut rester comme ça. Et regardez, ça va venir. Et à 12 heures, c'est là où la conférence commence, dans 3 heures.
Oui.
Mais pour le moment, il faut regarder parce qu'il y a voir les autres, l'ambassadeur. Your Excellency?
Oui, monsieur.
Are you met?
Excuse me for interrupting.
Okay. Yeah.
Can someone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not part of your team, but I'm a friend of Mahdiar who is a part of this team and has been invited today, and he invited me. I was wondering if it was okay with any of you that I'm here, or is this a kind of a personal group and I should just leave?
No, you can join. We are celebrating peace here, so you could join. In a moment, we are joining the United Nations. You are welcome to participate, to join, okay?
Thank you very much. And can I turn on my camera?
Yes, you can. Yeah, we are going online right now, and then yes, we are just joining the United Nations in a moment, and we'll be back. Yes, and then at 9:30, we're going to start with some performances. Hi. Perfect. Okay, good. Good. Thank you. Okay, Rodrigo, are we good to join the United Nations?
Yeah, I love being the world united. Actually.
Okay.
Too bad there's too many wars, unfortunately.
Good. Okay.
Oh.
Good.
I just mute myself.
Yeah.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning, and welcome to the United Nations. My name is Melissa Fleming. I'm the Undersecretary General for Global Communications, and it is my great honor to welcome you here today to our observance of the International Day for Peace. The day is especially symbolic for us as it represents the core aspirations of our organization, the pursuit of peace in a world free of violence and strife. This year, we are focusing in particular on the threat that climate change poses to peace and security around the world. The plants in this special garden where we are standing today were recently tended by a master gardener sent here specially from Kyoto, Japan, to refresh its core representation of the simplicity and beauty of nature, a calming reminder of the imperative we all face in taking action to face climate change. Today, I'm pleased to welcome the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, as well as His Excellency, Mr. Tijani Muhammad Bande, the President of the 74th session of the General Assembly. I'm also pleased to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Koro Besho, the Permanent Representative of Japan to the United Nations, and his wife, Mrs. Besho. We are also honored to be joined today by UN Messengers of Peace, Midori and Yo-Yo Ma. Please join me in welcoming them warmly. And thank you for being with us here today. And your unwavering commitment to peace. It is now my pleasure to invite the UN Recreation Council singers to perform. Thank you for that beautiful performance. It is now my pleasure and honor to introduce the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Following his remarks, he will ring the peace bell.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Koro Besso of Japan and Mrs. Besso, distinguished guests, particularly our own United Nations Messenger of Peace, Midori and Yo-Yo Ma, dear students and friends, good morning. It's not by chance that this event started with music. Music is a universal language, and music is the best tool we have to promote peace. I'm deeply grateful to the fantastic work that our two messengers for peace do, because what they represent is extremely important for us. Of course, we are used to see them receiving standing ovations in fantastic performance in great music rooms around the world. But I want to remember just a few months ago, I was with Yo-Yo Ma, not in the Carnegie Hall or the Lincoln Center or the Covent Garden, not with an enormous audience of people, but in a small room in a poor neighborhood with young people of diverse natures, exactly making music be a factor of unity, valuing diversity, and creating the bases that are necessary for communities to live in peace. So thank you very much for your wonderful contribution to our peace message. And indeed, peace is the goal that unites the United Nations. Each year on this day, we come together to renew our commitment to peace and a world free of violence and strife. But we know that peace is beyond the reach of so many people and communities. Around the world, we see conflicts everywhere, tensions growing, power relations unclear, and insecurities on the rise. And that is why today we call on combatants around the world to lay down their arms and observe a day of global ceasefire and non-violence. We know that peace is more than just the absence of war. It's about respect, tolerance, and thriving societies in which people live in harmony with each other and with the environment. And our theme this year is exactly climate action for peace, because we know how much climate change threatens world peace. We see it in worsening air pollution and more frequent heat waves, rising sea levels and disappearing lakes, unpredictable weather patterns and forced migration. Natural disasters and extreme weather events, many a direct consequence of climate change, are displacing 3 times as many people as conflicts. And the competition for resources is creating tensions between peoples and countries. It's no coincidence that the countries most vulnerable to climate change are often the most vulnerable to conflict and fragility. Look at the Sahel, where we see conflict spreading, terrorism spreading, and one of the key factors of that fact is climate change accelerating drought and accelerating the competition between farmers and herders for scarce resources and facilitating the work of terrorists all around. Indeed, the adverse effects of climate change on stability have been recognized from Central Asia to the Lake Chad Basin, from the Middle East to the Sahel, to the Horn of Africa and beyond. Action on climate change, including our efforts on disaster risk reduction, in which Japan has had a leading role and Sendai represents a landmark in our common work, is an integral part of building a culture of prevention, addressing the drivers of disorder, and ensuring peace. We are indeed in a race against time. Urgent climate action is needed if we are to win that race, and we must. And millions of people around the world are asking for that today. And it is also why I'm convening the Climate Action Summit on Monday. I've told world leaders to come with concrete and bold plans that will help us keep the rise of temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius to the end of the century, achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and cut carbon emissions by 45% by 2030. The objectives the scientific community tells us are necessary. Raising ambition and taking climate action is crucial if you are to live in peace and build a world of resilience and prosperity for all. And before I ring this bell and sound a call for peace and a day of non-violence, I'd like to ask you, please, to join me in a minute of silence for all those victims of war and conflict around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for that moving speech and decisive ringing of the peace bell. It is my pleasure to welcome the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Tijani Mohamed Bandi, who will also, following his statement, ring the peace bell.
Mr. Secretary General, Ambassador and Mrs. Bishop, messengers of peace, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be part of this very important ceremony relating to peace. As has been stated by previous speakers, the ultimate purpose of this organization is peace, creating peace, sustaining it, and deepening it. Peace is the ultimate value, and when you reflect, the very best you wish for all and for yourself, both in life and in death, is peace. That is why you say to people after death, you wish that they have peace. Peace is therefore ultimately important, whether in life or in death. It is therefore very, very apt that this year's theme deals with climate action for peace. The reasons are very clear. The connections between climate change and hunger and migration and conflict are painfully clear. And the necessity, therefore, to deal with them must therefore also be very clear to us. And in this task of dealing frontally with peace and its connections with climate action, we must realize the leadership of youth. We must realize the effort of youth all over the world trying to say the course of action that need to be taken is clear and should be taken quickly and collectively, involving all, young, the not so young, men and women. This is critical if we are to achieve what we must achieve today and into the future. I thank you all for your participation in this very important activity.
I thank the President of the General Assembly, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence this morning at this annual tradition that honors the fundamental aspiration of people, the pursuit of peace. Thank you also to those who joined us via webcast. I wish you all a pleasant day and especially a very happy International Day of Peace. Thank you.
We go to happy. Hold the body. Okay. Jason, body up. Body up. Can we take a picture?
Ambassador.
Okay. So thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We started the 2020 celebration of the International Day for Peace and Nonviolence with the ringing of the bell, which is a very symbolic thing. And I would like to inform all of you that we are delighted, as we just came from New York, to have among us His Excellency Ambassador Antoine, who was the vice president of the United Nations General Assembly. Ambassador Antoine, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So please just take, I know you will come back later down the road, down the company. I just want, I'm sure this is moving to you because so many years at the United Nations where we work very closely together. I don't know if you wanted to say a few words on the occasion, as you as an ambassador of peace as well. So this is just fitting to allow you to say a few words, please.
Well, thank you, Ambassador, and thank you for your work in keeping us mindful of the need for peace. I think it has always been a very moving occasion when the Secretary General of the United Nations steps out before the world and asks the fighting forces across the world to put down their arms for 24 hours. Imagine that. Stop fighting for 24 hours. Generally, what that is all about, and maybe later when I speak, I will get into details, is the fact that we can stop fighting. And sometimes it works. But could you imagine, you stop killing for a few minutes, and then as soon as the voice stops, you pick up your gun again and you go killing. It's about, it's talking about human nature. It's talking about what our world is about. And in spite of all that, there is still needs that we have to fight to redress. And so the United Nations, the usefulness of this occasion cannot go unnoticed. And I'm glad to see that there were so many young people involved in listening and realizing that we are not talking about peace for those who are adults and those who are old, but peace for all. And so it is a very important day. Later, when I speak, I would have some words that I would bring. My months and my years at the United Nations up front, working and drafting and fighting for peace, it rings out this morning in the sound of the bell. So I thank you for bringing us together here and keeping our minds focused on the significance that each one, if there is going to be peace, it begins with each of us. Peace in our hearts, peace in our homes, our families, and peace in our world. So I'm pleased to be here with the peace lovers, peacemakers, peace envoys. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you so much. This for me, it's very, very important. For many of you online, Ambassador Antoine is one diplomat, is a unique, very unique diplomat. Like I stated, he's been to all at the United Nations to be vice president of the General Assembly of the United Nations. He represented Grenada, his native country, to the US, to the UN, to China, to the Organization of American States. So he's what we call a diplomat, someone that is there, is seen it, and he's been in all the battle to make the world a better place. So thank you so much, His Excellency, for this. And then, yes, as we gather here today to talk about peace, where we talk about the environment, but the other issue that's really dear to my heart is the plight for women around the world that are suffering. And for that, we have our ambassador, UNESCO Center for Peace ambassador, cross-cultural ambassador, Aminata Sona, who will be performing shortly. Rodrigo, are you there? Please. So I think it's meant to be silent. I think the video is silent for it's on purpose. Don't think that your microphone has a problem. So yes.
kundi sa'yo ang kagandahan ng ating mundo. Dalhin mo paglisan mo, landas na pag-isa. Tatahakin ko aking sinta upang di mamasdan ang bagay na magpapasakit sa alaala. Ngunit saan ako tutungo pa na di kita makikita kung ako'y iiwan mo, kung ako'y iiwan mo, matitiis ko ba muli pang mag-isa kapag wala ka na, aking sinta? Iiwan mo kung ako'y iiwan mo, sana'y dalhin mo rin ang puso ko. Nagtitipog kundi sa'yo ang kagandahan ng ating mundo. Dalhin mo rin paglisan mo, landas na pag-ibig.
Okay, thank you very much. The title was "My Body, My Temple." I think that's again that was our UNESCO Center for Peace Cross Culture Ambassador. So I'm got Angelique Monet. Are you there, Princess? Princess?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Again, I know you'll be coming on tomorrow with our brother, but just want to say a few words on the occasion. As I know you are, for me, you represent the best from all world with your blood coming all the way from Africa, Native America, and all around the world. So I would like you to say a few words, and then we're going to have a live performance from some of our brothers after that. Please go ahead and say a few words.
Yes, well, first of all, I want to congratulate everyone for being here today, and certainly congratulate your efforts to continue to promote world peace on a day-to-day basis. We are a global family and we are one, and that's our goal and our vision in this world. When I see myself as a melting pot that loves culture and all individuals in this world. And so, on behalf of my ancestors, I'd like to greet you with songs that are relevant today. I'll sing a snippet of a few songs that are African American medleys. And I'll start with my Native American traditions of a simple song that you all can even learn after this. Hey ya, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. 400 years ago, as we actually learn about the Mayflower, my ancestors were already in the Americas. And then 401 years ago, my ancestors from Africa were taken from Africa to the New World. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna bless us in the water. So these songs are relevant today. I've been buked and I've been scorned. and I've been scorned. Children, I've been buked, and I've been scorned. I've been talked about, shows you born. Ain't gonna lay my religion down. Ain't gonna lay my religion down. Children, ain't gonna lay my religion down. Ain't gonna lay my religion down. And one more medley that represents all of us from around the world. We are for equality. We are for social justice. Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. And everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. You gotta fight on just a little while longer. Fight on just a little while longer. Fight on just a little while longer, and everything will be all right. And that's what you all are representing today in world peace and tolerance and coming together. We're going to fight on, we're going to pray on, and we're going to keep on. And through building this, we can create world peace. So thank you, His Excellency, for having me today and tomorrow. And thank you for all the work that all of you are doing here at UNESCO Center for Peace.
Thank you. We are one, like you stated. So I couldn't help but to think the last message you sent, the Secretary General of the United Nations just asked for people around the world, just like his Ambassador Antoine was just stating, to lay down all those guns for a day. And I could hear them. I could hear your voice. We should hold on after that. Hold on. Just stay there and then keep that peace going on. So thank you so much, Princess, for blessing us with those songs. And I tell people you'll be back tomorrow with our brother, right? Tomorrow morning.
Yes, looking forward to it. And thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. We are going to have a live performance. I've been the last few days, I've been again, the International Day for Peace is actually going around the world. We are not the only one here celebrating. You see us at the UN and across the globe. Please mute everybody, Rodrigo, and then, okay. I have my new friend, Brother Shashikiran. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay,
hello.
Good. Yes, so it's a blessing to see you, and I just want people to realize that you reached out to me recently, and then we are talking about peace. Even at the United Nations, I saw this morning, we start almost everything with peace, and the Secretary General stated that's the universal language, right? Any other thing we need to translate this and that, but music, we don't need someone to translate for us. So thank you so much for working so hard to have this performance that's going to, for everybody else, we're going to have some few other performances tomorrow morning or during the award ceremony. But today, my friend and brother, you're going to say a few words. I introduce the team that's going to be playing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. On behalf of International Music Premier League, we would like to first of all thank the UNESCO Center for Peace, particularly yourself, you're the executive director for Peace, for such a beautiful invitation for us to join in this International Day for Peace. We are very pleased to present today a team, Maitri, which stands for friendship. And this is led by an internationally acclaimed Veena artist, Nirmala Rajshekhar, who's also the co-chair for American Composers Forum. This team is from Minnesota, and she's joined by wonderful musicians, Tim Keefe and Pat Keefe, along with Shruti Rajshekar, an young, talented singer. Maitri has been doing wonderful work for the community across the globe by their message of music as a language for peace and harmony across the globe. So over to Team Maitri, let's enjoy this beautiful music from this team. Thank you again, sir, for inviting us and giving us this wonderful opportunity. Tomorrow we have celebrities from all over the globe joining us in the celebration. Thank you once again for making us a part of such a wonderful event.
Thank you very much. Okay, good.
I invite Nirmala Rajshekar and her team.
Beautiful words. Good morning to all of you from Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, the capital of our state here. I am Nirmala Rajshekar, a Veena player playing the national instrument of India, the Saraswati Veena that you see in front of you. With me are my amazing musician colleagues today from the band that we call Maitri, which is the word for friendship in the Sanskrit language of India. We are very honored to be presenting Maitri to you on this special occasion, and we thank you for this invitation. I'd like to introduce my colleague on the clarinet and saxophone, Pat O'Keefe, a professor at the University of River Falls, Wisconsin, and his amazing elder brother, Tim O'Keefe, who's going to be playing a multitude of drums for us today from all parts of the world. And a young soprano who is also going to be playing keyboards for us, my daughter, Shruti Rajshekar. Maitri is a group that is made up of many wonderful musicians who play in this band on a rotating basis. And isn't that what peace and understanding is all about? This whole world is united by music. By the great creation of the universe, we share the 12 notes in different forms and shapes, but we are mighty grateful for those 12 notes that bring us together. Maitri was formed with the exact same intention of bringing us together with music. All the compositions you're going to hear from Maitri today come to you either originally from us or taking on different composers, like you're going to hear the Turkish composer Haydar Tatliye and his composition Nihavent Oyun Hoysi that we are going to be playing in this program. We thank you for having us, and we are going to begin with the first piece, which is called Pentatonic. Pentatonic is a composition that involves a melody of 5 notes and a rhythm cycle of 5 notes. We created this specially for this group to play Maitri's Pentatonic. That was the melody Pentatonic. We hope you came along with us. I need to speak up a lot louder. Sorry, I will do my best. That we are not loud.
About our levels, that's why I'm looking at that. Sorry, but
sorry about, we are trying to up it up here, up our live stream game here. And with the changing world, we hope you all are doing well. You're taking good care of yourselves, coming together as a community and staying strong together in these very troubling times. We all have a duty towards our community, and we understand that, and we are trying our best, I know. And I know, as the beautiful song said right before our segment, hold on, just a little longer. That was just beautiful, that sentiment. And we are moving now to a Turkish composition, as I said, by Haidar Tatliye. And this is a beautiful composition that Tim and Pat brought to the table for us. And here we go with this version of Nehavand. That was Nihavend Oyun Havasi, and that was Nihavend Oyun Havasi. And on this beautiful day, I would like to again thank my colleagues, Pat O'Keefe, who's playing the clarinet and the saxophone, Tim O'Keefe, I can't even begin to list the number of drums he's playing, and the beautiful flute that he played for us right at the beginning. And then, of course, Shruti gave us a beautiful soprano, and she's playing the keyboard for us today. We are going to wrap up our set with a piece that means a lot to me. It is called Sublime Journey. Our journeys are all that our lives are made of, and we wish for a journey of peace, tranquility, and togetherness and belonging. And we present to you this 3 melodic scale of Sublime Journey, involving 3 ragas of Indian classical music. We will end with this. We again thank the UNESCO Center for Peace for having us live stream to you all, to the world from Minnesota. And thank you for having us be part of this. Off we go with Sublime Journey.
Thank you.
was wonderful.
We thank you for your time. We thank you for this incredible honor to join you in our seeking of peace. Shanti, namaste.
Thank you, Nirmala Rajshekar, for that wonderful music with your team, Maitri. They were all fantastic, and it was very blissful hearing all of you. And I would again like to thank my friend and brother, Mr. Guy Jukin. It was great that you invited us to be a part of this. You've been such a wonderful human being and a great ambassador for peace for several years now. And you've been carrying this mission of peace around the world. And thank you for inviting us through music. We've been trying to do our part. And on behalf of Karnataka and Global Temple for Arts and IMPL, we are extremely delighted to be a part of this event. I would also like to say that we have created an anthem for peace in 50 languages, which are going to be performed by artists from around the world. Thank you once again.
It was my pleasure. And as you yeah, definitely. As you could see through the chat, and actually we have people streaming on all the different social media, on Facebook, on YouTube channel, and I'm having a lot of interaction. This is beautiful. Like Ambassador Antoine just stated, why can't we just do this? No, we know what to do to make the world a better place. So thank you so much. And this is just the beginning, okay? We're going to do a lot together. Please, again, our sincere thanks to the whole team. Okay, thank you very, very much. Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
See you tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Okay. So now we are going to the next state. I hope, is Liena online? Liena? Liena Izaola? Is she there? Okay. While waiting for her, Kevin, are you here? Kevin? Please unmute.
Gay, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. We are waiting for Liena. We'll be going to have a panel discussion to get ready, but we are really delighted to have some outstanding ambassador will be recognized tomorrow, and I know some of them are here with us. So we can take just a minute while we have the youth panel getting ready to tell us some of the amazing people that you nominated and who have done an incredible job to bring peace, to make peace, to use their culture, just like we witnessed a minute ago. So can you tell us some of the people that are with us today and they'll be receiving the award tomorrow?
Yes, I noticed Kathy Sledge is here, and I must note that she has a new show online called Family Room, and maybe we can talk a lot about that tomorrow. A must see. Annie Haslam from the band Renaissance is here, and so is Cindy Paulos is here.
Okay, thank you. So they are all here, and I know we'll be hearing from them tomorrow. Any one of them want to say a few words? I know this is the second time Katie is performing with us. You remember when we had the first Nelson Mandela Day, she came and sang "We Are Family." A lot of people are still talking about that today. I don't know if any one of them is available to say a few words, but enough, we're going to be reaching out to them tomorrow, okay? I just want to thank...
Can you hear me?
Oh my God, look at her.
Good morning. Well, it's morning here. Good morning, everyone. I just want to say hello. I'm very much enjoying the music and all the amazing announcements and messages this morning for peace. And I want to thank everyone, and I'm quite sure we'll be doing all that tomorrow, but it's exciting just to be able to come in the room and see from all over the world how we are all contributing, especially in this time of need. So I'm just going to keep it brief, but hello and thank you and good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank you.
It's so great to see you after. Remember 2015 when we first met, when we were here in Frederick. It was real that time we could hug and dance, but it's going hopefully very soon be able to do that again.
Oh, I know. No pun intended. We are family.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Any one of them? Any else? Okay. Anyway, we're going to hear from them tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the hard work. Oh, yes, please. Cindy is here. Cindy, you want to say a few words, please?
I just want to say this is such a blessing. I feel so honored to be among all you beautiful blossoms of the One Flower of Peace. You're just wonderful. And thank you, Kevin and Guy. And this is truly a gift. I'm here on Maui and it's still 4:10 in the morning.
Oh my God. You woke you early.
But what a wonderful way to start the day and to bring peace to the world. I just see this as a circle of peace surrounding the world. And so thank you for your work.
Thank you so much for waking up this early to be part of this. Okay. We're looking forward to seeing you and hearing from you tomorrow. Okay.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you, Cindy. Bye-bye. Okay, thanks. Okay, any other laureate? Kevin?
Annie, would you like to say a few words?
Annie? Okay.
Annie, can you
unmute?
Can you hear us? But Annie has done much for the environment and for several years, and not only is she a musician with a really beautiful voice, she's also a painter, and so you'll be very happy to see her tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so thank you so much, Kevin. We're going to finalize some few things to have the detailed agenda for tomorrow with you so that you can share with them. Okay, thank you so much to all of you. Okay, good. Okay. So now, is Lina available with the youth team? Final discussion number 1. Okay. Rodrigo, yeah, go ahead and play the second music while we figure out what's going on with you have Jagreet's music. You can go ahead and play that while we find out if Lina is. I know all the young ambassadors, the speakers are ready. So yeah, let's enjoy some of the beautiful music for the occasion. I'll be right back very soon.
I, the cross-cultural ambassador for UNESCO Center for Peace 2020, is using this platform to raise voice for the global peace and human rights. This is a day to come together. And I, the cross-cultural ambassador for UNESCO Center for Peace 2020, is using this platform to raise voice for the global peace and human rights. This is a day to come together to talk about peace and the global efforts that activists are making every single day. I'm gonna sing a song. It is written in Punjabi, and it talks about the human rights issues that a Sikh guy goes through. And the person I'm tributing this song to his name is Bapu Surat Singh Khalsa. He's been on a hunger strike since 2015 and is still ongoing. He's initially started to support the prisoners who have been in jails in India, especially the Sikh political prisoners. Those prisoners, they have been sentenced, say, for example, for 5 years, but they were made to stay into the jails for another 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. And it's ongoing. People have spent 30, 40 years of their lives into the prisons only. he had some fruitful results. A lot of Sikh activists and political prisoners were released. But he's taking this fight on to across other communities in India as well, where prisoners are treated inhumanely. So he's wanting to get the release of political prisoners across India. And he's using the peaceful method, the method of a hunger strike, to raise his voice globally. I would like you all to support his efforts. And here goes my song, music.
समझना वे पंजाब जपे तेरा ना तू खैर मोरा नहीं तो पावे रब्बा समझना वे पंजाबी रोवे जावे गावे तेरी जग पे भाई तो करदा है जावे रूठी तू की जावे दूसरे में चढ़िया सिंह केड़े पासे जावे बस मरने वाला दा ए जग दे चला दा मेरी सोच ते कसम दी गाला दा गला जोरिया पे छोड़िया मेरी बोरिया पे गोरिया चलती ते वजह से ताली से कान क्यों नहीं बोलिया तू अखा ना रब मिल जाता जे अखा ले छोड़िया जिना मामा दे
Thank you, everyone. I would like you to support this song. Thank you, UNESCO Center for Peace, for giving me this platform to raise my voice. Please follow me on social media at Jaguar Bajwa. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Hello. Yes, you have another. Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Ti ouviu una canzonetta per far uggire di pianeta, una canzone con due parolette ci parlano di libertà, libertà per ovvio e escuchar, libertà per la voce di volare. E per fiumi, cielo di corre, libertà. Ti ouviva una canzonetta per far uggire di pianeta, una canzone con due parole fuggi a pianeta, una canzone con due parolette ci parlano di libertà, libertà per amore su, libertà per muovere qua là e per tutta Corsica, libertà. La 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 la.
Wow, isn't that beautiful? So, Excellency, I can see you shaking. I like you. You may state a few words.
Well, we are listening and looking at peace in all languages. I think the earlier presentation said music is universal language, laughter, and also a feeling of safety is universal. Also, fear is known universally. So I believe this morning what you're doing is presenting to us the mediums and the ways in which we can always find a better way than fighting and quarreling. And I'm just musing, I'm taking it in, and I am very pleased to see all the peace envoys that you've brought on. Your work continues to reach the world, and so keep it going. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much, Excellency. We also have Blanc. Marieta, are you there? Marieta? Yeah. Sometimes we have to deal with this, the internet. Marieta? Okay. So we are going to be moving to the next to the first panel discussion. But while waiting for the panel discussion, I just want to again thank everybody that has taken the time out of your busy schedule to be with here today to celebrate the International Day for Peace. UNESCO Center for Peace is a flagship member of the U.S. Federation of UNESCO Club Center and Association. And basically, our job is to help raise a new generation of peacemakers that will strive to make the culture of peace something of everyday life. And we do that through different medium and through a channel. We reach out to people from around the world, and we're going to have an award ceremony tomorrow, starting at 9 also. And all this, we identify people from around the world, young people, less young ones, like Ambassador and I, and then to just, make sure that we hold our hands together and we do whatever it takes. Our youth, we have UNESCO Center also have youth ambassadors. You're going to be hearing from some of them in the panel starting in about 6 minutes. But right now, one of them who is actually also helping us with the technology is Rodrigo. Rodrigo is reaching us all the way from Peru. And Rodrigo, I just want you to seize this opportunity to just reach out to talk to people, not only about this initiative, just a little bit about your work, how you came in contact with UNESCO Center for Peace, and what, just share some of the things that have made you be a dedicated servant to UNESCO Center. We also have Santiago, who is another youth ambassador, who is online. So I don't know if Irely is there yet, but even before the conference, I would like to hear some of our youth ambassador. Again, our main goal is peace around the world. So Rodrigo, you go first, and then just a few words, and then Santiago will take on. I hope Irely will come back later. Again, it's just about talking about your experience, how you came across UNESCO Center for Peace, how long it's been, and what you've been doing with the organization. I just want people to have a sense of what we do besides organizing big events. Rodrigo, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me, Guy?
Yes.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I will fit this to the stream. Okay, perfect. Good morning to everyone. Well, good afternoon in some part of the world. My name is Rodrigo Guevara Iglesias. I'm 22 years old. I'm from Peru. And as Guy say, I'm a youth ambassador for UNESCO Center for Peace here in Peru. Here in UNESCO Center for Peace, I've been working for now more than 4 years. I remember it was in 2016. I was 18 years old, guy, student from the university. I just study economics. And well, I hear about this summer camp, this international opportunity in UNESCO Center for Peace. I joined the summer camp, I joined this experience, and I get like in love with this kind of experience. A great space to work with people from all over the world, and the best space here for the youth to talk about peace and for work to have a better world for peace. So, well, welcome to everybody, and I hope that you can enjoy this special international event of the Day of Peace. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much. Okay. I see that Santiago is here. Santiago, please say a few words. Again, I know they're all going to hear from you, but again, at this moment, just your connection to UNESCO Center for Peace, how we started working together. Okay.
Okay,
So,
thank
Santiago,
you, Colombia. I'm actually really happy to be here in this under the topic of International Peace Day. It's really amazing seeing all the projects that UNESCO Center for Peace have achieved during its whole trajectory. I reached out UNESCO Center for Peace in the first time, actually the same as Rodrigo, through the summer program in Washington D.C. in 2016, and since then, and in 2017, becoming youth ambassador due to Mr. Dijoken advice. I started working with them, and today, in all its projects, reaching out excellent and outstanding students, not just in academics, but as people, as human beings. It's been really, really amazing and a life-changing experience. Every kind of work, video conferences, and call with Mr. Dijoken and with UNESCO Center for Peace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And then Irely is here, right? I can see you. Can unmute and say a few words. Irely? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah, well, first, hello everyone, an honor to meet you. I am Irely Luna Garcia, and I am the Youth Ambassador for UCP in Mexico. I first met the organization in 2018, and since then just fell in love with it. For me, it was my gift as a quinceañera, which is a tradition in Latin America, in which when you're 15 years old, it is supposed that you become a woman. So you either receive a party or a trip, and I decided to go for a trip, and this was my gift. And from there, I was just really happy to be there, and actually really anxious and nervous. But all came down to the last day of the summer program, where I was named Best Delegate and was given a scholarship to come back in 2019. And since then, I just started really reaching out to Guy, to Santiago, to Rodrigo, to Guido, Jorge, and Fer, and just did my best to stay in touch with the organization. And this year, I was named Youth Ambassador, and we organized the digital summer program. So, as you may see, even though the circumstances changed, the effort did not. And that is one of the most important things about UCP.
Okay, thank you so much. The reason I wanted the people watching to hear from you is the fact that, again, we are talking about peace, we are talking about this important day, ceasefire and all those, and the ambassador will tell you one of the major things that the world is, one of the most pressing topic across the globe through the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals that are due by 2030. And each of these ambassadors, there are many other ambassadors that are not able to join us, but our job is to work through these young people that actually do an amazing job. When they become youth ambassador for the country, they actually help coordinate our work in their countries and in their respective countries. And that's how we are able, during the last summer program, we were able to have 500 young people from 60 different countries to join us. And for those who are not aware about what the Model UN is all about, the Model UN is we have this summer program that we've been doing for 15 years, where we gather all young people from around the world, usually as early as 12, and all the way to 2030, 2025. They come, they spend 2 weeks with us, and the idea is to help connect each other. They learn, and basically they're actually here to plan the future. And I would like to say that when we have all these young people connected across the globe, and when we pass the baton to them, we will be in a safer and better place. Okay. So thank you, Youth Ambassador. I think there's some few other, but you are the only one online for now, right? I think if any other Youth Ambassador comes in, we're going to bring them on. Okay. So now the next step is we have Lina is coming on board. She's right now. Lina, please let me know when you are in. And we're going to have a panel discussion. And actually, it's very timely because we decided to start with the music. Again, the universal language. And then after that, we all know the importance of having young people in post-war leadership. That's why the first panel discussion will be about the young people. Okay. Lina is joining on right now. She's clocking. While she does that, we also have a cross-cultural ambassador who actually just performed a moment ago. Jagrid, are you there? From Canada.
Hey, Guy, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Yeah,
Thank
while
you.
waiting for the panel discussion to be in place, you'd like to say a few words, please, and share. I know you were very active in the comment during when we were listening to the beautiful music. It was so yeah. You can go ahead and say a few words. Our your experience with the UNESCO Center for Peace, and just about the importance of this international day. You go ahead, please.
First of all, thank you for having me, and it's great to be featured at UNESCO Center for Peace's event. It's great to have a lot of different participants and His Excellency joining us today. And it's wonderful. The experience has been great. It's a great learning experience for someone like me, who comes from a business background now, and so it's like how we can make youth to work towards sustainable development goals. And what I learned through this whole process through MUN, and even today, and even during the Nelson Mandela Day, how we as youth can contribute towards peace. And I do it through my music, and I'm gonna come up with an album this year. And so yeah, so I'm excited, but I'll drop singles every other month starting November or December. So I'm very excited about it. So I'll look forward to your support again. And it's wonderful to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I know you are joining us. You are joining from Canada, right?
Yes, I'm in Canada.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect. Thank you. So yeah, I think it's very remarkable that we have people joining us from across the globe as we celebrate this International Day. So without further delay, I think Lina is here. Lina, Lina, are you there?
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Lina. Oh my God.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, hello. I know we had some technical issue with technology, but you are here, and that's the most important, right?
Yes, exactly right. Always the technology, playing games at the last minute.
Okay, good. So basically, I'm going to turn over to you, and then your panel. You see all these amazing young people. They are already waiting for you. So the first thing, just let people know who you are, and then after that, your delegates, your panelists are going to one by one, going to introduce them one by one to the public, and then we go from there. Okay. So again, thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, first of all, thank you, Guy, for this incredible invitation. Really, it's a real honor to be part of this amazing celebration, but also be part of this theme for today related with the UNESCO Center for Peace. And well, my name is Liena Isaula. I am an anthropologist, and I am from Honduras. And well, I have been working in gender issues the majority of my time and during my career, but also working with children and young people in my country, and also as a promoter of cultural and social activities. So this is more or less my experience, and also I have had the big opportunity to be part of some of the agencies of United Nations in my country, specifically in UNICEF and UN Women. So now I feel like in my home, working with you today with UNESCO Center for Peace, and very, very excited for the opportunity to hear all these young people and hear their stories and their challenge and hopes for the future. So ready for hear all these talented young people.
Okay, thank you. We are excited.
Yeah, very. So, well, yes, we will start, and I want to introduce Ms. Aireli Luna. Aireli, by the way, I have seen several of your interviews, so I hope have the level of professionalism that you have when you interview different personalities for the center. Aireli is an ambassador for UNESCO Center for Peace from Mexico. So, Aireli, the microphone is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Liena. I'm very happy to be here. And yeah, on those matters of starting off from the summer program, I've been hosting the interviews for the UNESCO Center for Peace, Peaceland YouTube channel. And the experience as a whole was amazing during the summer program. I think I did like 35 interviews in matters of 2 weeks. And been doing them ever since, at least one a week. So it has been really special to get to know people from directly the United Nations, from the World Tourism Organization, royalty from Africa, and just these personalities that have extraordinary stories behind them, and get to know a little bit about them, and also doing my best for us to have diversity also as a Latin woman doing questions in Spanish. I will also want to polish my French. So just doing our best for everyone to feel included and be represented in this space. Yeah, and overall just really, really happy connecting with students, working in a model UN here in Mexico, also digital. Yep.
Thank you, Aireli. And only a quick question. What is your major challenge when you are developing this kind of activities? Because is a part of your training, as I understand, as a young ambassador. But in certain point, do you feel that there is something very challenging for you under these kind of activities, especially for Peaceland, because you are like the voice in some way, the voice of Peaceland?
Yes. Well, overall, I would say there is always a problem to solve. So most of it is just having a strong team and being able to be supported by people that you know that got your back. For example, with the interviews, Rodrigo has been helping me a lot. So on those matters, having a person for that person to be there, really important. Talking about the interviews, well, we have had like basic problems as connection problems that the person cannot be able to connect in time lapse of 1 hour. But also the matter of reaching out and organizing the interview and being able for you to be as efficient as possible and for the person to be comfortable, answer all their questions, and and just more than that, I would say all falls down to the same idea of having a strong team, which we have. Like this year, the summer program just shined on the team. We did amazing, really. They did amazing. So that is one very important point. And also keeping in touch. We're doing our best to keep in touch with our delegates. That's why we're doing the interviews. We have WhatsApp groups, and just from time in and time out, asking them, how are you celebrating in the Independence Days? And just being able to keep in touch with them and keep growing, and all of the matters that arise, doing our best to solve them as fast as possible.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Aireli. It's a pleasure to meet you through the screen. Congratulations. Well, and as a second panelist, I want to introduce Mr. Rodrigo Guevara. Rodrigo, did I spell your last name correctly?
Yes, you spelled it perfectly, Guevara, yes.
Excellent. Rodrigo, you are from Peru. Wow, beautiful land. So please tell us your experiences as a young ambassador for the UNESCO Center for Peace representing your country, Peru.
Okay, well, first of all, welcome everybody again. Well, I was named Youth Ambassador this year also with Aireli. Well, Aireli was named on March, I think, but you make it official in the last virtual summer program on this July. So, well, the work of Youth Ambassador, well, I think that I have been doing it with another friend here in Peru, it's called Cecilia Varela, from many years ago, because when I joined this summer camp in 2016, like I said, after that I joined to the team here in Peru, going to all the schools, to universities, and also, yes, we know that the program is like a Model UN, a United Nations debate, and also we have an STEAM program, Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math program, but that's not like the final main goal of this summer program of UNESCO Center for Peace. That's just like the way, it's like the vehicle of how we can reach the main goal. I really believe that the main goal is the international, the interculturality, the cultural exchange that we have here, that we can win here, joining to this international and amazing family. How Aireli says, how Santiago says, I met them some years ago, also in this amazing life-changing experience, life-changing programs. And not just them, also all the friends that you can see here, Amaury, Mati, Yarsimar, Jasmine, and also other friends that they are not here right now in this interview. Well, you really believe when you join here that you have an international family, right? I can say that I have brothers in Mexico. I can say that I have brothers in Colombia, in Brazil, in United States, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia. And it's really amazing what you can join here, what you can do here. And as a youth ambassador, is that how this is that things that I go to explain here in my country, right? I'm not from Lima. I'm from Ica, Peru. Ica is like a small city, like in the south of Lima. You need to travel like 4 hours from Ica to get to Lima. But well, that's not like an obstacle for go to Lima. You know, there you find a bigger city, more college, more schools, and talk about this life experience. And from the past years, and I think to the next years, we will be keep growing to have a better, larger Peruvian delegations, for they also can join and know this life-changing experience.
Excellent, excellent. And I think you answer a little bit my next question, because I would like to know your expectations for the future, Rodrigo, as a young ambassador. What is your ideal, your goal that you would like to achieve as a young ambassador?
Well, first of all, I study economics. Well, so I know, and everybody, of course, in the world know that right now the world is having like kind of really negative impact due to this COVID-19 pandemic, right? It's not just an economic impact. We have also a social and health crisis. And well, here in my country, we have also a political instability, right? And well, this pandemic and also all these problems say that we are having like really weird times. So in these weird times, we need a society with more unity around the world. So I think that this like idea of International Day of Peace, it becomes, from 1981, I think, from the United Nations, well, shows an important date to show us that like now the unity is the more important for the society, for the humanity, so we can pass these difficult and really weird, strange times that we're living here. So my job as youth ambassador here for UNESCO, and also the job from all the family to UNESCO, is try to explain this peace, this behavior, how you can join and work for your global community, and also expand peace for all over the world. It's the main goal for all the UNESCO youth people, and also for all the world. And how we make it? Well, Guy said a really important phrase. Culture is like a human language. And I know that we have there a big weapon to keep working on this peace for all over the world.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite Mr. Santiago Guzman from Colombia. Welcome, Santiago. Please tell us about you and your work as a young ambassador for UNESCO Center for Peace.
Well, hello everyone. As I present myself again, I'm from Cali, Colombia. Something funny about me, that being also youth ambassador, being all my life in MUN activities, in MUN conferences, participating in the camp over the last 4 years. I decided when I started my university, I said that I was going to be a medical student. I'm actually studying medicine. Being a youth ambassador, it changed my life. It's something I never expected. It's something I never worked for. I never looked to being youth ambassador. It was something that it was given to me by Mr. Jokin under some criteria I still don't know yet. But being a youth ambassador, as I say, it changed my life. It changed my life in the manner that when I came back from UNESCO Center for Peace Summer Camp in 2016, I decided that every single student in Colombia has to know this camp. Not just because of the academics, not just because of the conferences, because of traveling to Washington, traveling to New York, being the United Nations headquarters, but about the people. And every kind of work I have been doing in UNESCO Center for Peace is about people. And any kind of people, I mean, exactly anyone. And a small example of this is that one time with Mr. Joaquin in Bogota, the capital of Colombia, we were walking through the street. Guy saw a group of students, and he go straight to them and say hi, just to say hi, like nothing else.
Okay.
And they were a group of students of the with the of a university in Bogota, an important university in Bogota, of Afro-Colombian leadership group.
Yeah.
And just because Guy wanted to say hi, we met some people, and we have later that day a meeting with them, with the Afro-Colombian leadership group. Another time, and another time, and another time, same story. We wanted to say hi. We wanted to be nice with people, and we met amazing contacts just because of saying hi, just because of being nice, just because being a human being that wants to get connected with others. And that exactly is the work I have been doing and learning from Mr. Joaquin, that is everything is about the people, no matter what, no matter cost, no matter anything, because anything of that it becomes for the people, it's priceless. And it doesn't matter how hard you have to work, the reward is going to be better and better and better, just in the way you feel. Because you feel like you have done something for the community. And everyone here, and I know we woke up each day with the initiative that I want to change the world. But even though that's a really hard activity to do by yourself, having an excellent team like the team I have now in my youth ambassadors team, with like Rodrigo, Aireli, Mr. Joaquin, some other students that they help us, that task, it seems more possible each day.
Wow, fantastic, Santiago. And as we can see, you have chose a profession that is very directed to serve others as a doctor. And especially under this pandemic, I imagine you have a lot of ideas about it.
Yes, exactly.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Santiago. It's very encouraging hear your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce Mr. Guido Miller Torres from Colombia too. Hello, Guido. Is Guido here in the room? Let me see. No? Well, I don't know if Guido had some problem for the connection. If you want, we will pass to the next panelist and see if he can connect later. Our next guest is Mr. Amaury Morales Perez. Amaury, you are the spokesperson for Peaceland Village, the first Peaceland Village, right? If I am correctly. Amaury, the microphone is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, Ms. Lena.
Hello.
Well, yes, the first Peaceland Village. Thanks
Wow,
God.
please tell us about it.
Yeah, sure. Everything starts with a problematic. This problematic was that in my country, we have many social problems. Many social problems.
You are from Mexico, right?
Yeah, I'm from Mexico.
Okay.
So here in Mexico, we have the problem with these type of people that just want to make differences between others. No. So when I was in the last summer program this year, and well, Mr. Joaquin started speaking about what is Peaceland, and try to do this change, to have an opportunity to get this Peaceland Village and start making peace here in Mexico. So I just start with the project. I take further in what is being human, with mistakes, with power, with faith, being in peace. No. So this project, I start managing everything, and just the people came here to this Islam village. Right now we are more than 111 people in the Islam village that really want to change. So the first thing that we made was getting further in what is education. Okay? If you want to be different, you need to be educated as a human, as a people. The second one thing that we made was a model United Nations in India, then in Bolivia, and we start with a new project with many people of this international sector of UNESCO Center for Peace, named iConference. So people from Iran, Tajikistan, Russia, India, Bangladesh, just make lectures about different topics, since medicine, leadership, what is the model of United Nations. So we can make a change here in Mexico, in Latin America, in all the world. So that's the first thing that we made here.
Wow, fantastic, Amaury. And what are you studying right now?
I'm studying high school.
Okay.
I'm too young. I have 16 years old. I really want to change here in the humanity. So that is the main thing.
Fantastic. Amaury, you are an incredible example for young people around the world, but especially from Latin America, and see your focus and your seriousness about your responsibilities and your dreams is amazing. So thank you so much for all the work that you are doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amaury. And now I would like to introduce, let me see if I am correctly in my pronunciation, Madiyar Amit Sardari. I don't know if it's here in the
Yeah, hello everyone. It's
hello.
correct.
nice to see you.
Nice
If
to see
I'm
you.
correctly, you are the winner of the club's Your Multimedia.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, please tell
May I
us.
say a few words before? Please, I would like to indulge me for a second, Lina. Can you?
Yes, please.
Yes. Before he speaks, I just want to tell you that history is one of the best things. I hope the ambassador is listening to that, because again, look at what is happening around the world, where the U.S. even just today is sending sanctions against Iran. Okay, this is the young delegate from Iran that participated in our last Model UN, representing the United States, and winning an award. If this is not how peace should be working, I don't know what it is. Okay, so this is what it gave me hope to know that we have young people like that, again, from around the world, that are not following what is happening at the international level. But I just wanted to seize that moment to say again, congratulations to this young man that has proven to be a leader that the world needs, having, joining us sometime from 3-4 a.m. in the morning to be present, to have his voice heard. Okay, so I turn back to you. I just was so excited to see him again, and I wanted
Thank
to share
you,
that
Mr.
story with
Gidi
you.
Joking, for everything.
Thank you.
Welcome, Maria.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, hello everyone. I'm Mahdi Rahmi Sardari, and I'm 16, and actually I'm from Iran. And before all, happy Day of Peace in advance. And yeah, I'm the winner of youth content, and this is my first year that I participate in summer camp. Before that, I participated in the youth multimedia content. And thank you to one person that I think this part is very good to say. Thank you to Miss Abedi, who said that Mahdiar participate in this competition. For this competition is about SDGs goal, and I think if I draw my idea is very good, and fortunately I did it, and fortunately I win it. But about UNESCO Center for Peace and UNESCO Summer Camp, as Rodrigo said, we are a one international family, and also we are so huge, and we love us, we love everything, and I enjoy every second that I participate in summer camp. And I think this is the most important competition and conference that I participate in my life, and of course change my life and change my outlook. I can think about something out of box, see something that maybe it's can change the world, and more important things is peace. And as Mr. Gidi Jokin said, I'm from Iran, but I represent United States, and I was delegate of United States. But I want to say that when I received email that I was delegation of the United States, I don't think that Iran and United States, unfortunately, against together. And at this time, I think I'm one person from United States, not Iran, because I want to do my best, and I think hopefully I can do it. Thank you.
Fantastic, Madiyar. It's amazing hear your story, and I imagine that you have more plans for the next year related with your activities after this exciting year. What could be this your next activities or your next goals?
At first, I'm very happy to participate in that UNESCO summer camp, and I wanted to continue, of course. And my next activity is to get peace in all the country. It's very important that if we do that, because if we feel all over the world with peace, we don't have any problem, we don't have any issue. And I think the important and first activity that if I can, actually I will do that, is to feel peace in whole the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Madiyar. So impressive. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce the next panelist. Muhammad Hassan is here in the room. Muhammad. Maybe
not. Yeah.
Maybe not. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Some are having challenge with
the connection. Okay. Well, the next person is Simar Mohanty. I would like to know if Simar is here.
Yes, I'm over here.
Okay, welcome. Welcome, Simar. Let me see if I am correctly. You are also a winner of the Club Yo Multimedia competition. That's right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! Please, young woman, tell us about your leadership and your experience.
Okay, so my name is Simar Mohanty, and I'm a passionate student change maker hailing from the city of Bangalore, the IT city of India. Currently, my goal is to use all my strengths, to use all the knowledge and education that I gain in my school years and my middle school years to empower the people around me, to empower myself to become the change makers of today. Now, something which people generally say to me and to other students is that you're such a resilient woman, you're going to grow up and be the change. And I actually don't believe that when I grow up, that is the only time when I can be the change. Why not now? Right now, people of the past, they have left us with a responsibility of making the change in the world. They hope that in the future there might be something that is going to change the world in a positive way, that is going to affect the world, and it's going to solve all the problems that is currently there. So right now, my current goal is to address those problems. United Nations has made it easier for us by making a set of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and our duty, that is the future of today's duty, is to meet those goals, is to meet those targets, and to address those problems, so that we can make the future generations and we can make the future world a better world and a better place to live in for everyone else. So in the 2020 Youth Multimedia Competition, I had added a particular proposal for a plastic island, which was a solution to the world's most pressing problems, that is climate change and ocean plastic pollution. So my problem addressed all the 17 my project addressed all the 17 SDGs by using repurposed ocean trash to make floating self-contained puzzle-like islands that fit together to make mega hubs. So when people are together and they share their ideas, they innovate and they bring the 7 C's into their life, that is the 21st century skills, then they can become better global citizens. And therefore, I believe that everyone, every person on this planet, every student, every person has a voice, and they can be the change, not tomorrow, but today.
Fantastic, Simar. Amazing, amazing. And I know the rest of the audience can appreciate your strongness. I would like to ask you something. Do you have some person that you really admire, or a person that have inspired you to do all this work as in your young age?
Yes, actually, the one person that inspires me the most is my mother and the leaders that are present at this point of time. So my mother is an educator, and she has the power to make the change in the students' lives and to transform the students into student change makers. And that is something which is very powerful via the means of education. So she's basically shaping the leaders of today, and the current leaders, like for example Malala, what she did was she empowered other girls that it is very important to get education to think about today, to think about the future generations. So those are the two people and the two representatives that inspired me the most.
Thank you, Simar. Fantastic. It's nice to see you. Well, fantastic. And I would like to introduce you. The next panelist is Jasmine Abdu. Let me know. Oh, Jasmine, yes, you are here. Please, Jasmine, you are very welcome. And you are also a winner for the Young Multimedia Competition. Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian of origin, but I'm British as nationality, because you know how it works being Palestinian. Yes. And all that politics and stuff. So I'm a winner for the UNESCO 2020 Youth Multimedia Competition, and I'm like a super nerd, and I love reading stuff, but I also like making stuff, because the problem is with this generation is that we're also focused on just leaving the responsibility for other people, right? That's why there's less innovation, there's less what's it called, invention as well. And that's what counts, because youth need a voice, youth need to be heard, and youth have to take action, because we're the most powerful generation in history ever. And I think we've got the power to do so much more than we're doing. Rather than just sticking on our phones and just scrolling through social media feeds, we can be changing the world. But the problem is with us is that we're continuously susceptible to criticism, right? If you're going to say, I want to change the world, say it in front of a cloud. Please just say it in front of a cloud. Everybody will laugh at you. I assure you, there's at least half of the room will just laugh at you, or just nod their head, just shake it. And that's what really sort of makes people move away from the idea of making an impact, right? And me, at the moment, I'm trying to use the knowledge I have and the skills I gain from the summer camp, because there's so much you can do with skills and knowledge. It just together they make like super, super, super powerful tool you can use. It's just where you apply it that really counts, right? So what I've done is explore further opportunities after winning this competition, because I felt like I have more potential. And this is where people stop, right? They win a competition and go like, yeah, okay, I'm cool. That's it. I've got an award. That's over. But no, you have to keep going, keep making use of that dopamine your brain is emitting. And actually, I signed up for this company, and we work towards SDG related to the environment 7, 8, 14, 13, 11. And now I'm global community lead for that. And we're developing an application. So an application, a social media related application that helps you save the world and care for the environment on an application. So that just hits all the boxes, and I love that. I'm willing to do so much more for this planet. I'm willing to change the world and handle criticism.
Wow, Yasmin, thank you. And what was the origin of your idea for this experiment? Your inspiration.
My inspiration. So are you talking about the proposal for the competition I won, or for the company I work with about the application?
No, the first one, please.
The first one. So I was reading about six centuries ago, people used to just dump limestone into the oceans.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than just dumping the limestone, okay, I'm still 17, right? So I don't have all the best knowledge I have at chemistry, but I am taking this to the next level by studying chemical engineering next year.
Yes.
But if we make it on like sort of like rods, but they don't affect, they're relatively streamlined rods. And if we can make a material, we probably have the material, invent, innovate, use the brains, use the knowledge we've got, use the tools we have, the technology, we're more connected than ever. And we just make these rods and we stick it at the bottom of like the ships or something, or the sides of the ships. But then they're pH sensitive. pH sensitive means they dissolve based on acidity of the oceans. And remember, calcium carbonate, when it reacts with, what's it called? Carbonic acid, it forms calcium hydroxide, which is, what's it called? It basically raises the pH of the ocean. So basically you're tackling ocean acidity. But also in my proposal, I talked about using salt water, as fuel for cars. And believe me, it really does work. It just needs like more thought to it. You need more people to engage on this proposal. That's why I'm trying to build a network of professionals, people, change makers, people that have the passion and motivation to do more, think more, read more. We need the nerds. Geeks are going to save the world one day. I mean, yes, they made fun of them wearing glasses and stuff, but like, it's really worth it. And people don't see the impact.
Wow. Jasmine, thank you so much. And we are expecting to use these incredible ideas in our daily life very soon. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Lena.
Well, and now I would like to introduce our next panelist, is Akshita Chaladurai. Let me know. Oh my God. Welcome, Akshita. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Fine, thank you. And super excited for hear your history. What can you tell us?
A warm greeting to all. I'm Akshita Chaladurai from India. I'm 11 years old. First of all, happy International Peace Day. And I'm delighted to be a part of this panel discussion. It was when I won the multimedia contest hosted by UNESCO Club. I got the chance to attend the UCP summer camp, and it was the time when I got myself introduced to many global leaders and youth ambassadors like Guy, Ereli, Rodrigo, Santiago, and so on. Also, I have extended my friendship boundary around the world. Apart from this, in the multimedia contest video, I emphasized the importance of reducing the carbon footprint and bringing up the method of simplicity which was extremely believed by Mahatma Gandhi. So peace begins with smile. I absolutely agree. A smile can be light up a room. So imagine what a world of smiles can do. Think of when you drop a stone in a pond, it generates a small ripple at first. But after a while, that little ripple spread throughout the entire pond. Now think of the world peace. If every day someone does something, think for someone, it will create a ripple effect. And I strongly believe the saying, think globally, act locally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Archita. And can you tell us what do you like to study when you grow up? Your profession. What is the profession that you want to achieve when you finish your studies?
Aici nu vreau să văd când da pe ăsta și nu mai pot. Așa. Da, de ce? Am oprit-o pe asta.
Hello. Hello, Archita.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I want to become an diplomat of India.
Well, you have all the talent for it.
Yeah, thank you.
Clearly, thank you for your fantastic explanation. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. And now we have our last panelist, Andrew Maslow. I don't know if he's here. Andrew? No, probably not.
Okay, if you're not here, then you can go ahead to Q&A, open to everybody else now. I just seen the comment, I see a lot of people have some question for the young ones, and so between you, the open, public, whatever. So if you may, I would like to ask the first question.
Yes, please.
Okay, this question goes to all of the speakers today. I know you are here because you believe in the power that you have to make that difference, okay? And I'm so happy that you're not willing to be the change maker of tomorrow, the leader of tomorrow. You are claiming your role in being a change maker or leaders of today. And that really is very rewarding. Have you heard the Secretary General of the United Nations state earlier today? He was inviting people to drop their gun, to stop fighting. So what is the one thing that you like people to hear from you today, each of you today, about the International Day for Peace? In the best case scenario, next year, when we meet again to celebrate the International Day for Peace, what is the one thing that you guys, all of you, would like people to do between now and then to make the world a better place? Thank you. Maybe, Lena, maybe you can guide who goes first. So maybe.
Yes, well, if we can follow the order, I don't know if Ireli wants to give us her ideas.
Well, on going a year from now, well, for me, that's also going to involve in 1 year, I will be starting college. So that's groundbreaking for me. And in 1 year, for me, I hope to reach more Mexican students. My goal is to do a partnership with my school, which is Tecnológico de Monterrey. Because as Santiago said, I do believe that more students need to get in touch with UNESCO Center for Peace, and especially in Mexico. We do really need it. I see people with all of these ideas, but they don't know how to put them into action, and they don't have a person to guide them and push them. And also, I think Simar talked to us about how you are laughed off the room when you say that you want to change the world. And in UNESCO Center for Peace, we do the opposite of that. So I want for them to have this space. We were able to bring a good amount of them for the digital summer program, but I hope for us to kick off our numbers for 2021 and hopefully for the summer program to be presential. And on those matters, also seeking for those students to be able to go to a space on this summer program. As it was digital, we were able to receive such a great variety of students, and the social economical situation didn't matter as much as it does in the presential one. So that is my objective for now.
Thank you so much, Aideli. Thank you. And Guy, I don't know if I can ask another question to the panelists in general.
Yeah, the floor is yours. You are running the show, Lina.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to know what could be your advice for a young person that wants to have your experience. Imagine a person that wants to participate the next year in the program. What could be your advice for this young man or young lady?
You're asking to Arely or to me?
No, to all the group in general.
Oh, yeah, to all of them. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Some advice for a person that wants to take the program the next year. What could be this advice?
Okay. My experience, I sometimes pick one of them to start talking, and then they're going to go because they're like, everybody wants to wait for the next to start.
Want the opinion of a girl and boy. Could be Jasmine and maybe Amaury. Let's see your your comments.
Perfect. First, Jasmine, if she wants to start.
Okay, I don't mind. So I think my advice would be make the most out of that opportunity. I'd say log your everything you've done, everything you've learned onto something, because I think when you go back and reflect on what you've done at the camp, you'd remember, it brings what you learned to reality. So it makes you feel like, oh my God, I've actually learned how to do this. I've improved my public speaking skills. And then the drive after, you feel like there's nothing more that can stop you, because since you've done something as big as this. And it's such a lovely conference. You've met so many great people, and keep in touch with everybody you've met in this summer camp, because everybody here is awesome. Because nobody here would exist, would be here right now if they really didn't care about the future and don't want to do more. So that's my advice, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Jasmine. And Amaury.
Sure. First of all, I know that many people in the whole globe wants to be in UNESCO Center for Peace because they listen to this name, to these opportunities, and they can't enter by economical issues, social issues, many things. So between doing the things and not doing the things are doing the things. No, if you want to do to be there, do it. And how you can do it? Create a service. If you in my case, I don't have the economical support to be each year to being in I don't know, in a certification, because my country it's different. The economical support of my country is too low. So how new students can enter to this program? Create a service, create opportunities. Yes, it's a hard work. We know that it's a problem, that you need to be constant in this way so you can enter to these programs. But it's possible. If you dream something, if you have faith, hope, if you believe in you can do it. So my advice to these people is just do it. Anyway, you can try 5 different types of ways, but one of that way, I believe that you can do it. So that is my advice for that people.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Amaury. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask you a technological question. because, your generation is the most technological generation in the history of the humanity. And I would like to know your perspective, how this technology, this massive communication could be a tool for peace. That is our topic. I would like to know if Simar can tell us something. And also, Gustavo, I would like to hear two voices. Well, if someone else wants to add something, is more than welcome. Thank you, Simar.
So I think that communication is one of the main key aspects that is required for building peace. Now, technology has break all the barriers, and now we can communicate with people sitting miles away. Now, when we have communication, then we can have a better understanding. When we have a better understanding on how what brings peace of mind to people. So according to me, peace is when you are calm, you're accepting, and there are no conflicts. There's no conflict physically, that is usage of guns and being at war with someone, or you can even have peace mentally. So in a peace, when you have a peace of mind, then you become calm. There's no anxiety. Then you have some freedom, and then you feel that you're safe and you're also protected. So when we communicate with each other and find that common link that helps us to establish a particular peace of mind, then we can apply that same understanding, and we can work towards applying the same analogy to solve the global issues of today, the conflicts that are happening currently. We can use the same understanding and we can solve them. And now that we have technology, that has become more easier. And however, we should not stop there. There are many places in the world where people don't have access to technology, and we should work towards bringing them that access, and we should find another solution, another way for them to get connected with the people around the world as well. So I think once that is done, we should do that, because we need to take everyone's perspective into place. We should work with everyone, like Agenda 2030, no one should be left behind. Similarly, over here, no one should be left behind to have the opportunity to bringing out their perspectives. In fact, that is the whole idea about peace, that we have everyone's perspectives in one place. And when we connect that common link, when we communicate with each other, when we have that common understanding, then we can work towards something, building, we can work towards connecting with each other. We can work towards building that personal connection with each other, so that we can work towards peace building, something that is known as liberal in today's world. We can actually make it the reality today. And now that we are in a situation where COVID-19, we have one enemy, that is COVID-19, we should work towards, we should join our hands together, and we should work towards helping others and helping ourselves in combating that particular enemy.
Okay, thank you so much, Simar. Thank you. And what about Rodrigo? The same question, please.
Okay, thank you, Lina. Well, I totally agree with what Simar say, and also I believe that sustainable development goals might have like a big impact in the society, right? But using technology, I think, is like a really good tool of the future, because we need to focus on I know all the 17 SDGs are important, right? But today, in the Day of Peace, we need to focus on the number 16, talks about peace, justice, strong institutions. And using technology is a good way to expand education among all over the world, all over the society. And I think that starting with education, quality education, and also talking about education with more cooperative solutions among the humanity, and also using the peace as like the main tool for solve the problems of this world, is basic for we can get a sustainable development. So yeah, I really believe that this generation, how you see, will have more facilities using this kind of electronic media, electronic tools, and that will be one of our biggest tools, our biggest ways to improve this world.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Thank you. And please,
I would like to speak.
please,
Yeah,
please, Achita.
I'm an young editor in the magazine called Marshmallow. We are writing on the topic artificial intelligence. I'm trying to implement my ideas on peace and SDG goals in the form of writing. And media also can be used right in the right way. Why is it that we can see Disney or Pogo channels all over the world, but we cannot see the same love among different people in the world? If media plays an active, positive role in highlighting simple truths of life, a peaceful world will become a reality. In my view, like
Well,
Thank
you have the right view, Akshita. Congratulations, and thank you for your intervention.
yeah, thank you.
To you. And please, the rest of the group can feel free to add some comments to my questions, because I pick a couple of you only for a start the conversation, but the conversation is completely open. And now I would like to ask about something that is in this moment our daily experience, for say something. As you know, we are living this pandemic. In the entire world have had a very unique situation. So my question is, as a young leaders, what do you think is your role in the middle of this pandemic, in terms of the hope that you can transmit to other people, in terms of the leadership that you can express through this pandemic? So I would like to know your general ideas, but maybe I would like to start with Santiago, because Santiago is still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, perfect.
I can take
Yeah.
a couple of minutes.
Thank
Okay,
you,
good. Thank you.
Thank you, Santiago, especially because you are in the health issues as a student of medicine.
Yeah, well, about the hope that we as young leaders, it doesn't matter if you're actually in the health part or not. Each person has a role in this pandemic. Each one of us has a major role in our family, being an example of our fathers, our mothers, our grandparents, and everyone. Even if you have a little sister, you are the example of them. Also, we are the next generation. We are the generation that is going to overtake the planet, the policies, the nations, and all this is something we have to analyze very well, because even though we have no vote yet in the major decisions of our country, we still have our voice, and no one is going to take on that. I'm not saying it's going to work immediately, because everything has obstacles, and obstacles are really, really, really hard at the beginning, because you are starting from zero, doing anything. So being the hope of your family, it's something you can start on. Because I can assure the family of Simar, of Jasmine, of Akshita, of Irelia, Mauri, and every single one of you here, you are the proud of your family. You are the example of your family. You are part of your family, and they are really, really, really proud to have you here, to see that you are here, being the hope of every single student in the whole world. Because for the ones that are seeing us, for the ones that know us, for the ones that know what we do here, not as only UNESCO Center for Peace, but as the quality of people we are here, and the activities we're doing, we're an example. And just the matter of we having people connected here, as exactly as Maria Fernanda is saying, as peacemakers, it gives us hope. It gives us hope that when it gets the time for us to making the decisions, to having that vote, to having that stronger voice, having that experience, the world is going to be different. And for the next pandemic, is going to be managed different in a better way.
Exactly. World will be more prepared. And
Exactly.
I really appreciate your perspective of the personal responsibility, the individual responsibility, starting by ourselves, but in our homes too, and then to the rest of the world. Thank you, Santiago. Thank you so much. And I don't know if Madhya, would you like to add some comments related with this topic?
No, I think Santiago said all thing, and we don't think, and I don't think that anything that I have to add it. Thank you. I think it's enough. It's
Okay,
correct.
fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Guy, I have the control of the microphone. I don't know if you want to say something because I think you have some some ideas over the table, but I don't want to stall your inspiration for asking some questions.
No, thank you so much. I actually would like to turn over maybe to His Excellent Ambassador because he is so passionate. He's a lifelong educator. Anytime he sees students, like they are actually making us, I could tell. So I'd like you to say something. I'll turn over to His Excellency to say a few words.
Well, thank you. And the moderator, you were very great. And again, the participants, the youth, I think when one has the opportunity to meet the future now, you welcome the fact that the small contributions that you may have made to bring the future to this point is reassuring when you hear the voices of these very, they're intelligently affluent. It is so great to listen to the perspectives of these young people that I feel good. I have been tingling with the fact that this young lady said, the children of today is not of the future. They are now. The unborn is in the future. I'm so excited about the voices I'm hearing. I want now, how many youth ambassadors are on this program today?
3.
3?
Yes.
I want each of them to have one of my book.
Ooh.
Wow.
Get on board, Children of the World. And this book is about bringing the children of the world who are the guarantors of the future on board in everything that the United Nations is doing and the different countries are doing. Remember, the SDGs that is being spoken of and the 2030 agenda is not about the United Nations. It's where you are. Anything that's happening where you are makes up what's happening in the world. If nothing happens where you are, and nothing happens anywhere, there is nothing happening in the world. So this local is global. I'm so excited. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to realize that the future which is ticking, every tick is the future. And so being a part of this intergenerational engagement, Dr. Guy Jogan, I think you have definitely kept the promise and is keeping the promise of the United Nations. And I am glad to be just a thread in this process. And I'm very excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I knew the excitement, knowing your passion for young people. I just knew that. I know there's some few other folks, the people online that they would like to comment and add to this before we turn to Lina. I don't know, Cindy, are you there? Even David, I know David will be speaking soon. Dana, Diana, the president of the European Federation, anybody, any adult, you feel free. The floor is open. You can ask a question to any of the delegates or to say something about this generous offer from the ambassador for the books. But ambassador, I may not be your ambassador, but I'm also our ambassador. May I have a copy too?
my target is the three. I mean, eloquent.
We know.
When I heard this young people speak, it is amazing because I felt that the children of the world must be on board this train to the future, because it is their baggage that's going to be used back there, not ours. It's there. So yes, not you. you're the conductor on the train.
Okay, Lina, the floor is back to you, Lina. Keep on with amazing talk, amazing discussion.
Thank you so much. Well, this celebration is very remarkable. We are celebrating the 2020 International Day for Peace. As a young ambassadors, I would like to know, I know you have explained a lot of your ideas, your plans, and some of your goals, but I would like to know, in the middle of all this phenomenon called the bullying phenomenon, and that is a phenomenon that affect, well, everyone, but apparently the young people is like the more vulnerable target in this situation, in this phenomenon. I would like to know if some of you had some experience being a peacemaker, maybe in your family, maybe in your school, maybe at the university, when you have the opportunity to give some advice or stop or try to stop some kind of situation, of if you in your personal life had sometimes this problem, no matter if the experience was online, that is very common right now, or if the situation was in person. Do you know something about this? What kind of ideas or experiences could you share? I don't know if Madi Jar, for example, knew something about this.
I want to say something, but it's not my experience. I want to talk about peace in this week, or maybe actually tomorrow. We hear this word very too much. But what is peace? It's very general. For this small question, I think there are thousands of long answers. But I want to answer this question from my own point of view. I think peace means calm down, friendship, kindness, love, learning, and help. But do we really have peace? Do we really live in the world full of peace? I think we don't have, and we don't live, and we should make it and improve it to do it. And for this, I think we should start, first of all, changing within and ourselves, and relieve ourselves, of course, and start with peace, because to change anything general, we have to change a small part of that. And in peace, this small part of it will be community. And this is also true for peace. And this small part of peace is within ourselves, or in another word, inner peace. Please note this sentence. If we were born in a country or even a world where there was a little peace, it's not our fault. But if we die in a world where there is no peace, it will be our fault. So for that, we can make the whole world full of peace. But for this, we need cooperation. And not only the cooperation of 10 people, 1,000 people, or even millions of people. Also the cooperation and the unification countries, the need for global solidarity, doesn't matter what race, group, religion we are. So for that, they have one question. What is the result of peace? Do you think when there is no war, no hunger, when everyone is prosperous, when science is advancing at every moment, isn't it good? So all of them are the result of peace. So last word that I say, let's make an agreement from now on. Let's to spread peace all over we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madia. Very deep comments. And I would like, following the idea of how is your work as a peacemaker. I put the example of the bullying, but of course could be any other kind of conflict that you as a young people can experience, or as Madia said, as a global responsibility. I would like to know if you feel that the peace is something that we really can achieve, for example, in the next 50 years. Do you really believe it? I am watching all the hands rise.
Who are you asking to? Who are you asking the question to?
I'm sorry, in general. But if I
all
have
the speakers or the panelists or everybody else?
all the panelists.
Okay, you are panelists, yes.
Maybe Simar.
Okay.
Okay, so I think no, we can actually achieve peace in this current situation. We can take the advantage of the pandemic that we are currently facing. We can build better connections and we can understand people better. We can work, each one of us can work towards educating one or the other person. We can work towards spreading awareness. This International Day of Peace marks a great day, and all of us can celebrate it and spread awareness. Then we can work towards gender equality. That is, we can give everyone a voice and a choice. That is, we can help everyone to make their opinion count. We can empower each and every person in our community to build peace. And we can also work together to empower each and every person in the community. As Madhyar said, that it doesn't matter what race you belong to, what religion you are of, what caste you are, or which group do you belong to. It just matters that you are a global citizen. You are a human being. And if you want the world to prosper right now, if you want the world to be better for your children, for your grandchildren, and for the growing generations, then you have to work for it. You can't just put the whole burden of being the change for the future, because you are the future at this point of time. And we are not going to go ahead, and we are not going to go and disappoint the people of the past, because what mistake they had done was that they put the future, they didn't do anything about it. Like, they did, but they didn't do to the best that they could. And now that we have the resources, we can do the best that we can, and we can perhaps make the world the best place to live. It's just in our hands at this point of time.
Exactly, in your hands, absolutely. Thank you so much, Simar. And now that you had the voice, the explanation, I would like to know if this question will be for you and for Ireli later. Do you think that you have a special responsibility being a young woman participating as a peacemaker? Because you talk about gender equality before, the importance, and that everyone is equal, no matter the race, no matter the ethnicity, the nationality. Do you think as a young woman, you have a specific responsibility to represent? What do you think about it? Hello. Hello. I don't know if the audio was good.
Liana, maybe it would be good if you repeat your question and the person that is directed.
Okay. Well, because the question, could be for you and for Simar. The question is, if you feel that as a young woman, if you have a specific responsibility in front of other young ladies, young girls, for promote this gender equality, what could be your ideas about it? How can we promote this more participation of girls and young women as a peacemakers?
Simar, would you like me to start?
Yes, sure.
You may go on.
Okay, so yes, right now we have a population of about 1.4 billion, and about 50% of them is the youth, and 1 out of every 6 person that you pick up is going to be the youth. So right now it is our responsibility to take the world in our hands. It is our responsibility to help people build relations so that they can understand each other. When they understand each other, there won't be any conflict brewing up. And then once we get the opportunity to yes, we have this particular thing in our hands that yes, we need to build. Okay, so now it's in our hands to promote participation of the youth. When we promote the participation of the youth and give every person a choice and a voice, that matters. We must respect the diversity of each and every person. We must promote gender equality, and each of the person must be given an opportunity to be the leader of today. Then we must also give them a sense of safety that yes, whatever they are doing right now, we must give them that assurance that it might be safe for this particular time. We need to question them, of course, but we need to be that particular person who's going to throw a challenge on them. And then when they get those questions in their head and everything, they can become better lawmakers, they can become better people at decision making. We must involve them to make decisions of today. We must help in competency, partnerships, and we should basically empower them to build policies. Today's policies is going to affect us and also the people of tomorrow, the so-called tomorrow, which can be any time right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Simar. Well appreciated your comments. And Ireli, thank you.
Yeah, I do think that we have a responsibility, and most of all, the fact that as a woman that wants to be in politics, when you see the spectrum of our participation, and not even considering nationality or the region where you're from, religion, it is minimum. And things like, I remember my first Model UN, I was Egypt in UN Women, and it was celebrated that 12.5% of women were represented in parliament. And at the moment, I was just 13 years old, so I celebrated it as Egypt, so did you. But years after, I realized that those things really shouldn't be celebrated because we should be represented equally. And on those matters, it has been a fight sincerely since the beginning of time. And as Simar said, we cannot wait for the so-called future. We really can't, because if not, we're going to run out of time. So on those matters, what you can do is to in matters of gender equality, for you to empower other girls and push them to either participate in Model UN, to participate in STEM, for them to dare to raise their hand, not for stereotypes to lead their lives in each and every single decision that they make. And most most of all for them to feel confident, because if they have this self-love and self-esteem, they will just get on with it, and the power will come by itself, and they have our guidance. So I do think that there is a very special responsibility as a woman for you to see these young girls, push them to be better, and overall show them that their dreams are not being enough for them just because of being a girl.
Wow, thank you so much, Ireli. And in fact, all of you, the young ladies in this panel, have this beautiful responsibility. And in fact, you are a big inspiration for many girls around the world that maybe thinks that, maybe I feel shy or insecure. But then when they can see you leading all this process, you can give them hope and the idea that they also can do it. So thank you so much for being these kind of leaders. Thank you.
Yeah. His Excellency would like to ask a question.
Yes. Thank you for the privilege to listen. But my question is, where did it come from? I want the panelists to close their eyes and look around, look at their world, look at the accomplishments, look at what we're doing now, and where did it come from? And what have you done to bring it to where it is, to contribute to the marvelous technology, skyscrapers, trains, and engines, and think who brought it to this point for you? And now internalize what you don't like and how we would like to make it better. That's what I would like you to answer.
Yes, family, go ahead. Lina, you get your team. Well, with your team.
Yes, well, the question is for the panelists. I don't know if someone wants to answer the question for the ambassador.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you to everyone. Sir Ambassador, you spoke about technology. And all this type of technology is not only computers, it's not only phones, it's not only the innovation in what is education. Getting further of that, I believe that technology, it's right now, tomorrow, and yesterday. When we talk about present, about time, we know that right now someone in India has a problem and he needs to solve it. So how we can get that problem and solve it with technology, with innovation, in any kind of situation, since technology of a computer, innovation in what is education, innovation in what is model of United Nations, virtual right now. Many years ago, the cars were only with a type of speed, no? I don't know, 40 kilometers per hour. Right now we have cars with more than 300 kilometers per hour. That is innovation. But in the education, just it seems 100 years, 1,000 years was only a class. You go and sit, and that's it. You only need to pass your your class and that's it, with 7, 8, 9 grades, no? Right now, we are different. We have this type of new innovation by technology. Now the classes, by the pandemic, are with a computer, with a camera. So you need to learn by your own. And this is a new type of innovation taking further in what is the solution of a human. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I take this as an opportunity to innovate in what is peace and being in peace as a human. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. You know, I believe it is exciting time that we live in. Reaching the age I have reached and meeting you where you are today, it means that a generation before you has delivered to you the development you have. How did it get the way it is so that you now can speak to me and you don't even know where I am? How did you get to understand that there is indeed so many inventions and so many cures and so many improvement of medicine? And so the question is, who gets credit for bringing it where it is? Not that you want to give credit, but when one does the best they can, and we're getting in this intergenerational dialogue, it means that you are seeing it from your paradigm. You have new eyes, fresh voices, so you are seeing how it can be better. The question is, what in it that you need to change to make it better? That's your responsibility, because your stages of engagement, we brought it this far. It's a relay. It's a relay. And you know, in a relay, there are passing zones, right? Where you hand it off to the other person. Are you going to take it to the finish line? And how do you want it to be delivered? So the question is, who you are now a part of the race, not tomorrow. That's why I'm excited that you have accepted the future now. So let's engage, but not to criticize only, but to propose. And the innovation that was spoken of, I love it. The concept that I love it. So we know that you can improve what we have delivered and what we're delivering. I want to hear the improvements must be bustling in your head and in your mind.
For sure. Oh, everything could be better. Everything could have a new innovation improvement. Since any kind of things to get the things that your generation give us as a gift. So we can take these, get more innovations, get better things, so we can improve to get peace, new type of educations, new developments. So I get your point. Thanks, sir. Thank you, all the panelists. After this conference, this discussion, let's work in what is peace. Since right now until our death, there are many work right now. Let's improve in whatever type of you can. If you study medicine, let's improve in medicine. If you work in education, let's work as educator. If you work as a panelist or giving conferences, let's improve. Because it's not now, it's not just a day. Yes, we celebrate the International Day of Peace, but let's celebrate this day each time we can. if you are in peace, let's go further and do it. It's not just a day. We need to work on it. We need to improve on it. So that's the new focus of this generation. We can improve the things that we have.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Lina, you can wrap up, Lina. Lina, okay, very quickly. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, like I'm already saying, and also like Your Excellency say, well, in the past, our ancestors, the past generations, have the duty of our development right now. Right now, we as youth people also we have the duty of the development of the future, but have someone here in the chat say, now we also have the torch of the peace, like our duty. So I just want to finish with this. The change for have a better world, just not development in technology and economic stuff, and also in peace, like a society, start by our own selves. So, like youth, we need to believe that the International Day of Peace is not just the 20 and 21 of September of each day. It must be every day of the year. And I think that that is our best duty for like youth people, and also trying to expand this idea of peace by education, using culture for all over the world. So thank you so much, Guy, thank you so much all the panelists, and thank you so much, Your Excellency, for bringing this idea to this amazing panel that we have today.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, please.
I absolutely agree with the panelists who just now spoke that our parents and the grandparents, they've given us the roots, and now we should grow from those roots. They have provided us with education, they provided us with opportunities. At that point of time, like for example, the petrol, it was considered to be a huge discovery, it was considered to be a huge innovation. But now we know that that fuel is currently causing pollution, and we are working towards making that innovation better. Freon at that point of time, in that particular time, in the refrigerators, it was a huge innovation. Now we know that that is also causing pollution. Now we are working towards improving that. We are working towards making solutions sustainable. And that is where all of this was done, all these innovations, all that education, everything. It was passed on us toward when they were at peace, when they were currently in the state of no conflict. So we should maintain that, and we should carry that forward. We should grow as roots. And thank you so much to all the panelists who have enlightened me with all that knowledge so that I can grow from those roots and be the change. Thank you so very much, Mr. Guy and UNESCO Center for Peace, for this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I make one quick comment? Just one quick tiny comment.
Okay. Okay.
I think the one main obstacle, actually the only obstacle we have towards peace is actually greed, because people are innovating in order to see that we innovate for the best economic gain, for the profits, rather than innovating in people's interests. And I think peace, the one obstacle for peace is our greed, because we always want more money, we always want more. If you have $100, you always want $100 million. It just keeps increasing. And if we just practice gratitude every day, we just find 5 little things we're grateful for every single day, and we keep doing that, we build this gratitude, then we reduce the amount of greed we have. And then it just contributes to the whole ripple effect Simar was talking about. And Simar, I'm a huge fan of you. I'm so honored to stand right next to you. Everything is very enlightening, but I think greed is the only thing we need to tackle in order to achieve world peace and innovate in people's interests to tackle everything. SDGs, world peace, and people. Thank you, UNESCO Center for Peace, Your Excellency, and Mr. Guy, Lina, the moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, what a great conversation. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Guy de Jochen for this invitation. This conversation really was very hopeful for all of us, as we can see. And we can see that we are in good hands. Your hands, young leaders. Clearly, the world is moving forward with all your incredible ideas, with all your passion and your commitment. And it's clear that you are a group of people that is celebrating the day, the day for peace every day, not only at the end of September, but every day. So congratulations to all, and my best wishes for the success in every of your projects. Please continue, and remember that all of us believe in you, absolutely believe in you. So thank you so much for being here and for being like you are, in the matter that you are.
Thank you, Lina. Thank you also, Mr. Jokin, to hold this great and big and huge conference, and also Rodrigo, I really, and all of you. And thank you. And the last thing that I want to say, I hope very soon COVID-19 destroys and everything gets okay and can see each other, of course, and as soon as possible in next summer camp program in a person. Thank you for everything. Again, thank you, Mr. Guy Dijoken.
Thank you so much. And we are really happy to have you represent Iran very, very, very proudly. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Okay, so I want to, Lina, I just want to express my gratitude for really leading these young people.
It's the opposite.
You see, the ambassador is there, he's not moving. You know, usually ambassador come, they go, but he's been captivated, listening, interacting. So thank you, Lina. Again, you know, you are part of this team. And
oh, wow. It's my honor.
We're going to do amazing things together, okay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Guy. I am super thankful with you and with the rest of the panelists. I have learned a lot today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next panel is going to be about young people. Okay, yes, Excellency, go ahead.
I don't want to speak too much, but I think it is important that I say, as a supporter for global peace, we cannot allow our cooperation to falter, because too many gaps exist between us as humans. Now, in a world where there is no respect, there can be no peace. I am very pleased to be associated with all these honorable young people, the panelists, these peace envoys, and this conference. And I want to congratulate you, Ambassador Guy, and the UNESCO Center for Peace. What I really, really want to end with is this very, very, very short line is, in the celebration of just a day of peace, I think we should begin to focus on a global life of peace. Not a day, a life. So I really appreciate hearing the voices of these young people. And that's why I sat here without being able to move. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Again, for those who are just joining us, I know my friends from the UNESCO Club family are here. And our next moderator, who is my personal friend, Marietta, is here. So His Excellency Denis Antoine was ambassador to United Nations, to the US, to China, to the Organization of American States, and also the Vice President of the General Assembly of the United
Vous ne
Nations.
pouvez pas démarrer votre vidéo parce que c'est animateur qui
Okay, so we are going to again, Rodrigo, just show the flyer very quickly. I just okay. So anyway, we are going to start right now, and I'm going to invite my dear friend Marietta, who is already online. He was already here. She's going to first introduce herself, and then following that, she's going to lead the next session. And we know that on this day of peace, the goal, we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goals a moment ago, and goal number 17 actually is, goal number 17 is actually one of for me, one of the most important, because talk about collaboration, cooperation, working together. And Marietta, are you there?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I just want to say thank you first for agreeing to lead this discussion, and you are perfectly free. You know, the great thing is that you are very bilingual. I know that in the line we have people that speak French and English, so feel free to move between the two languages whenever you feel comfortable. Okay, I'm turning over to Marietta.
I'll try in English, Guy.
Okay, perfect.
Hello to everyone. Do you see me? Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
And you look great.
Yes,
great.
Yes, okay.
Great.
First of all, I want to show you this statue coming from Africa. It is a thinker, le penseur. It's not Rodin, it's an African sculptor, but I think this will help us to better think and shape our panel discussion for peace. This is a present for my daughter, who it's a gift from her. She's
Am ridicat mâna să întreb ceva.
for the UN World Food Program, and she's analyzing 19 African countries. It's a bit not very, very we will center our discussion about the clubs and association and your big role in the all this community, UNESCO community. Okay, and I want to say also that my account was blocked of Stoyan, my husband, but it's me. You can't see me. I'm very pleased and president of the U.S. Federation for UNESCO Club Center Association for trusting me to moderate this panel discussion entitled UNESCO Clubs Shaping Peace Locally and Globally. I'm happy indeed to see on the list of participants several friends from the UNESCO clubs, centers, and associations with whom we have met at other occasions at UNESCO headquarters in Paris or in different countries. And the main purpose was always how to promote peace and mutual understanding despite our different origins and cultural backgrounds. Belonging to all humankind is not a new idea. In response to a question about his place of origin, the Greek philosopher Diogenes, 24 centuries ago, said, "I'm a citizen of the world, cosmopolites." Albert Einstein described himself as a world citizen and supported the idea throughout his life. Many people also consider themselves world citizens as they feel at home wherever they may go, like we are. We are also world citizens and global thinking persons. Today, as we are discussing how to shape peace in a world with climate change, social inequalities, important migrations, and peace violations, we may refer to the Global Citizenship Education launched by UNESCO in 2015, which is an excellent response to these challenges. Think globally and act locally, and teach SDGs to students so that they achieve them as they become decision policy makers. This is the main objective. Living together in an interdependent world is not another opinion, but an essential foundation to better understand each other and thus avoid conflicts and ensure peace. This concept may also we may apply this concept also to the various civil society organizations, including UNESCO clubs, centers, and associations, to foster international peace, respect, and understanding through the promotion of cultural exchange and intercultural exchange and international collaboration. Our UNESCO Community Association is also inspired by this global strategy, and all our activities are perfectly in line with it. In my capacity of president of UCA, I would like to say a few words about the association, which will celebrate later this year its 50th anniversary. The UNESCO Community Association is an association of volunteers, mainly spouses of international civil servants, aimed at promoting mutual appreciation and dialogue of the various cultures represented within the UNESCO Secretariat through the organization of social and cultural activities for the well-being of our community. They put their talents and skills at the service of the UCA. It is an excellent opportunity for them to express themselves by participating actively in the life of the organization. Let me refer only to the recently organized international exhibitions Regards pour la Paix, A Vision for Peace, or Regards for Peace, November 2019, and Les Couleurs du Monde, Colors of the World, on 10th March 2020, and the Roundtable Women for Peace, a face-to-face meeting held in Paris on 11th March 2020, just 4 days before the lockdown. We have managed to bring together artists, some of them members of our association, from different, there were also 2 wives of ambassadors and some other artists from spouses of the association. We brought together artists from different countries to expose their paintings and pictures, and then discuss how they perceive peace through their art. These activities have been very successfully and attracted a lot of attention. Let's now begin our work. I want to begin with the video presentation of Mrs. Daniela Popescu. Daniela is a very great friend. Yes.
Hello, Marietta.
Yes.
I don't know. Hello, everybody.
Yes.
I don't know if I hear me because I am in the village.
Yes.
We can hear you well.
Did you see me?
Daniela, I came yesterday from the mountain.
Yes. I am in a village. It's possible to. I can speak.
Yes, better. Yes.
If you hear me.
Yes.
If you hear me, it's okay?
Yes.
It's very well? Okay, the connection is good. If it's not good, you can put the video, but if in this moment it's okay, I can read. Hello for everybody. Hello, my dear friend. Hello, Guy. Congratulations for this opportunity to be together today to celebrate this extraordinary day, the Day for Peace. Please allow me to, I prepare for you today a message. Please allow me to read this message. In a world devastated by pandemics, wars, explosion, in a world of needs, in a world divided into different beliefs, peace seems to be an unreachable dream. We are not closer to peace today in this dry world than we were in the last century. The generation, the following, the great wars around the globe, dare to hope, but reality asked them to build their hopes from what little was left after. Are we tempted to lose sight of peace and even become more discouraged in our guest? Is peace possible? Can we approach it so that we can caress and touch it? It look great organization, great personalities that came out of need to understand the vision or in the future of humanity, and they remind us that despite discouragement, fears, pain, we must never lose sight of this truth. Martin Luther King Jr., with I Have a Dream, look famously at a unique future and dare to look beyond his present. He looked beyond the present to a future of peace, to a world without segregation and hatred, to a world in which all are treated with dignity and respect. He sits next to other wonderful beings who have supported the peace. Mandela, Gandhi, Mother Teresa, people accustomed to the vision of peace in the suitcase of the life. Let us remember that the UNESCO Constitution states, since wars begin in the mind of man, the defense of peace must be built in the minds of men. We are convinced that the pursuit of peace is even more important. It can never be done by organization or structure, but only by people who work hard for this purpose. And we are now thinking especially of clubs, centers, and associations for UNESCO. UNESCO, which celebrate this year on the 75th anniversary, European Federation for UNESCO Clubs and Associations for Europe and North America, which in the less than 6 months celebrate 20 years of activity, exist because we dare to dream. We dare to declare a unity of humanity despite our differences. We dare to dream of peace. We call on all our colleagues in UNESCO clubs, centers, and associations around the world to remain connected in a vision of the future which does not overlook the suffering and the world torn by this relentless pandemic, but which seeks to make a difference and count the cost. And to think optimistically about what we are given to live. COVID-19 achieved in a few days what the reform for years failed to achieve, promoting the use of digital tools at different levels of education. And for that, and not only for that, we must thank Guy Jocan for succeeding as a month ago to gather us under the same roof of hope, education, science, and culture in a virtual world in which we find ourselves and we all look today. A vision of present peace is a peace that sees the need of our old and is willing to work for its realization. On behalf of the European Federation, Romanian Federation, and also in my quality of expert in National Commission for UNESCO, and also the Alumnus Club for UNESCO, we celebrate 20 years of activity this year. I wish you to end a year of health and hope that the good future is our neighbor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniela, for your optimistic end.
Yes.
Problems. It's
yes, and thank you very much for our collaboration.
Yes,
a lot of times
yes.
your association and European Federation collaborate, and it's very, very nice for you, for us. Also.
I wanted also to say that you are a really active and efficient president of the European Federation. And personally, I have to thank you because you are the first who contacted me and who invited me to join this movement. I'm 100% in now, but it's because of you and since my election as president.
Yes.
And I think you are real friends now. And later maybe we'll propose a walk in the Japanese garden, the Garden of Peace at UNESCO, with the angel of Nagasaki who survived, the only peace surviving of this horrible atomic bomb.
Yes.
Hiroshima.
Also
Nagasaki.
Hiroshima.
Yes, Nagasaki, this one, but it's the same horror. And also, we'll speak maybe at the end of the panel about this. Now,
yes.
I will give the floor with pleasure to Mrs. Alice Sulama, the president of the African Confederation, Federation of UNESCO Club Centers and Association. Is Madame Alice Sulama here?
We know we have some technical difficulty with Africa, but
Yes.
if she's not in, you can go to the next one.
Next one is Mr. Mokhtar Farhat.
I saw him earlier.
He's here, the
Yeah.
president of the Tunisian Federation of... Yes? Mr. Farhat, no? Is he here? Is he with us?
We could hear him briefly. Yes, Mokhtar is here.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe she'll unmute.
Yes. Hi.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
But you are not visible.
Hello, everybody.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you. We can hear you.
I have a problem. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mokhtar. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Okay, thank you. I have a problem with my
video
internet.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you. You can do the voice. Go ahead.
It's better to be together, really, but
Yeah.
what can we do now?
We cannot do anything about that. So,
Yes.
But okay, he says he's having technical difficulties. Maybe you go to next one and you come to him later on.
It's our Sirima Ardiuma.
No, he also having some technical difficulties. So he reached out to me, but he's coming back.
Yes, okay, we'll check after. Do we have with us Annie Bertin Kouakou, the president of Ivorian Federation? No.
No.
Ivorian, no.
Africa is really challenging with the...
But we have our friend, Ioannis Maronitis.
Hello, my friend.
Hello. Very happy to see you in your garden. You are.
Oh, yes, yes. The weather is beautiful.
The summer continues in Greece.
Yes, the summer is here. And
Yes.
Maronitis is with you
Yes.
in this very important meeting, online meeting, thanks to Guy. And
Yes.
I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to listen the full of wisdom message of our president, of Mrs. Daniela Popescu, the president of European Federation. And I have she tell everything. So I want
she tell everything.
Yes, yes.
I want to.
Yes. You hear me?
Yes, from time to time. Now, yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Can I continue? So
Yes.
we are a part of civil society. Our movement is very, very important, and our activity is very, very important too. And what the real people, what the simple people want, they want some moments of happiness and peace, and this is they need. And we have to work for this. Peace on family, peace and safe on the neighborhood, peace and safe on the country. And this is our target. This is our mission. This is our main job to help people to understand, to help our movement to understand this real need. And this is the reason of the creation of UNESCO clubs and centers, is to work as a volunteer to create on the mind of the men's and the women's the culture of peace. This is our main mission. And also I want to say that our movement is very strong, and until now they give a lot to our society. For to create, our mission is also to create the spirit of equality, the spirit of education, to protect the environment, to spread, especially to the young people, the need and for more education, for more culture. We have to act according to our power, and our power is not so big against the governments. It's impossible to make miracles. Just is necessary to work together to be more strong and more independent. If our NGO is not independent, financially independent, it's difficult to push governments to take strategic against environment, to create a peace in the mind of the leaders of the world. It's very difficult because from one side is our society who work for peace, but there are other people with manufacturing of weapons that they work for money. And this is very, very difficult to make a balance. So to try to push government to work all together for a culture of peace is to work against, to work to be fully independent, our movement. It's necessary to work for a culture of peace, to work against poverty. What kind of peace is possible to have people who eat from the rubbish? To work to give to all people education. How is possible without education to exist future for young generation? To work against racism. How is possible to survive with a kind of this? You know what is going on in the United States all these periods. We have to be together against racism. That is the most terrible way of fascism. Racism equal of fascism. To work again, to work for equality, together for a better quality of life, together for something that is coming, for new technology, for to understand the new technology, for a better future for our children, better environment for the planet, more safe world. Let's to be all the change. Let's celebrate every day the day of peace. Our friend, I'm working with in our movement a lot of years. For the first moment, I try my club, my society in Greece to be fully independent, and we succeed. We are working more than 20 years in the club UNESCO Piraeus in Ireland and our federation in Greek, and we never get a euro from the government or from the National Commission or from the main UNESCO. And this helps us to understand how to survive, how to stand in our feet, how to be better, to work for to be better. Now, in Greece, we have 3 houses against poverty. And every day in these houses we teach. We have 700 students. We give food to 1,000 people. And now we create a new house, 2,500 square meters, without even a euro from UNESCO, without even a euro from the government. We are fully dependent. And this is the change. This is the change. The society, the civil society to act independent. And we have now the power to be better as a society. And if we put our stamp in our family, in our local community, in our country, we have hopes. We have hopes for a world without peace. The last period, I'm founder and we create a new organization that works at the same target with UNESCO, the International Action. Now we have 45 countries, department in 45 countries, and we are all fully independent without any control from anybody. This is a great power for to add and to work against racism, against the factory that we work for to create war all over the world. Thank you so much, Mr. Guy. Thank you so much, our leader of panel, my very, very good friend, and I'm waiting for you in Greece every time. And I believe that all panelists, they put a small rock in our future. I'm more, I listen the first panelist, the children, and I feel more safe now because they are coming, young people, that they have wisdom. And this is a result of this very important meeting for to have new hopes for a better future, for a better world. Thank you, Mr. Guy. Thank you, Mrs. Banzer. Thank you, Daniela, and thanks all the other panelists in this very important meeting. And I let you to see my garden a few minutes for to take a breath. Green. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. You are really a very great friend. You organized for us an excellent dance performances, activities, visits of Acropolis, and it's always a pleasure to see you acting and organizing.
And
Yes.
And I'm in the order of you, of the Mr. Guy, of Mrs. Daniela Popescu, to organize again in Greece any conference that you need.
And you are completely right. The movement is very useful. We are very creative. You will see now all the events organized by the UNESCO clubs and centers. It's a very rich kind of activities. And I think that as you told it, we have to continue to spread the ideas of UNESCO. And the UN system needs us. Okay. Now I will give the floor to Mrs. Mane Fall, the president of the Senegalese Federation of UNESCO Club Centers and Association. Hello, Mrs. Fall. Yes. I saw she was with us. No? She was. No? I wrote I saw the name, but apparently. Yes, yes, by iPhone. Yes, a little bit.
Vous m'entendez bien?
On vous entend. Oui, oui, oui. Allez-y.
Ok. Voilà. Alors, je remercie tous les amis autour de ce panel du 20 septembre 2020. Je félicite notre ami Guy pour l'organisation de ce panel. Mais félicitations aussi à tous ses collaborateurs qui ont pu l'accompagner dans l'organisation de cette journée internationale de la paix. Alors, je voulais faire un petit rappel pour les clubs UNESCO. La raison d'être des clubs UNESCO, c'est tout simplement la promotion de la paix. Notre mouvement a été créé dans les ruines de la guerre. Vous venez d'en parler tout de suite, la bombe atomique qui a été larguée à Nagasaki et à Hiroshima. Donc, au lendemain de cette catastrophe que les Japonais ont vécue, le premier club UNESCO a été créé au Japon après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, juste après la création de l'UNESCO. L'objectif de la création de ce club UNESCO était d'aider l'organisation, c'est-à-dire l'UNESCO dont notre mouvement porte le nom, d'aider cette organisation à atteindre ses objectifs en participant à la réalisation de son programme ou en s'inspirant sur son programme pour mener des activités. En tout cas, l'objectif principal, c'était de promouvoir la paix pour lutter contre une troisième guerre mondiale. Heureusement que depuis lors, on n'a pas assisté à une troisième guerre mondiale, bien qu'il y a des guerres, mais bon, en tout cas, pas à la hauteur d'une guerre mondiale. Donc, Dieu merci. Pour notre fédération, il est important, vu que notre mouvement a été créé sur la base de la création de l'UNESCO, il est important de connaître l'UNESCO, de prendre connaissance de son acte constitutif et de prendre connaissance de son programme afin de pouvoir l'aider à atteindre ses objectifs en participant notamment à la réalisation de son programme. Donc, nous nous sommes fixés comme devoir d'informer, de sensibiliser l'opinion publique parce que dans l'acte constitutif de l'UNESCO, on lit que la paix fondée sur les accords économiques des gouvernants ne saurait entraîner l'adhésion unanime, durable et sincère des peuples. Donc, c'est là la véritable mission des clubs UNESCO. C'est quoi? C'est faire de telle sorte que tous les peuples soient associés à cette construction de la paix, tous les peuples soient associés, en tout cas, tous les peuples adhèrent à cette promotion de la paix. Donc, d'une manière générale, c'est ça vraiment la raison d'être des clubs UNESCO. Alors, au Sénégal, nous avons deux types de clubs UNESCO. Nous avons des clubs UNESCO scolaires, c'est-à-dire dans les établissements scolaires au niveau primaire, au niveau... Mais à côté, nous avons des clubs civils. Allô?
Ah, là, ça a été interrompu. Est-ce que vous pouvez reprendre la dernière phrase, si possible?
Alors, voilà, j'ai dit qu'au Sénégal, nous avons deux
Oui.
types de clubs UNESCO. Les clubs UNESCO scolaires qui sont installés au niveau des écoles, c'est-à-dire les écoles primaires, secondaires et au niveau de l'université, c'est-à-dire dans les universités comme dans les écoles de formation universitaire. Et là, on les appelle des clubs scolaires. Mais à côté de ces clubs scolaires, nous avons des clubs civils, c'est-à-dire des clubs qui regroupent des personnes comme on l'indique dans la définition d'un club UNESCO, qui regroupe des personnes de tous âges, de tous horizons socio-professionnels. L'essentiel, c'est de partager l'idéal de promotion de paix de l'UNESCO. Donc là, nous avons des clubs civils créés dans des villes, dans les villages, et notamment dans les villages les plus reculés du pays. En tout cas, l'essentiel, c'est d'inviter ces personnes de l'UNESCO. Alors, en matière d'actes en fonction des partenaires, au Sénégal, nous avons comme partenaire, le premier partenaire, c'est le gouvernement du Sénégal. Après, le deuxième partenaire, c'est l'UNESCO. L'UNESCO au niveau international comme au niveau national. Nous travaillons avec le bureau mondial, comme nous travaillons avec le bureau de Dakar, qui est un bureau africain. Comme autres partenaires, nous avons les organismes du système des Nations Unies, mais nous avons aussi les ONG. Donc, les activités sont définies en fonction des partenaires. Voilà. Comme partenaire du gouvernement, les clubs UNESCO ont été identifiés par le gouvernement sénégalais comme une structure qui œuvre dans le domaine de la paix. Et pour cela, nous sommes invités par le gouvernement à toutes les actions qui œuvrent dans ce sens, à travers des symposiums, des colloques, à travers la célébration d'années internationales, etc. Mais nous sommes invités aussi à participer à des actions majeures comme les festivals mondiaux de jeunesse et d'étudiants, comme l'organisation de grandes rencontres nationales comme internationales. Nous sommes invités aussi par certains ministères à œuvrer dans le domaine des journées mondiales, telles que la journée mondiale de l'environnement, la journée mondiale du patrimoine. Et là, nous avons pu instaurer la journée nationale du patrimoine en rapport avec le gouvernement sénégalais. Aussi, nous menons des activités sur la connaissance et la gestion du patrimoine, aussi bien historique que patrimoine mondial. Parce que nous avons au Sénégal un patrimoine historique extraordinaire qui est méconnu de la population. Et là, nous œuvrons avec le gouvernement sénégalais pour faire connaître ce patrimoine historique et aussi pour participer à la sauvegarde de ce patrimoine historique. Nous participons aussi au programme national de lutte contre les pandémies. Nous avons commencé avec le SIDA et là, nous travaillons avec le COVID-19. Alors, pour le partenariat avec UNESCO Paris, nous avons organisé une grande rencontre internationale pour célébrer le tricentenaire de la codification du Code noir. Nous avons travaillé aussi dans le cadre d'un grand projet de partenariat entre la Fédération mondiale et l'Organisation mondiale de scoutisme, un projet pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine mondial. Et ça, on avait identifié Gorée. Et là, on a travaillé sur la construction de murs de protection, et sur la valorisation d'un kiosque à musique et sur l'aménagement de la place publique. Nous participons aussi à des rencontres africaines internationales organisées par l'UNESCO Paris. Et là, nous avons organisé une rencontre au Sénégal sur le rapprochement, le partenariat et la complémentarité entre les clubs UNESCO et les écoles associées. Alors, pour le partenariat avec le bureau UNESCO de Dakar, nous participons à titre d'observateur à toutes les activités, ou bien en tout cas à la plupart des activités organisées par ce bureau de Dakar. Comme nous participons aussi aux journées de retraite organisées par le bureau. Et souvent, les bureaux de Dakar nous confient la célébration de journées internationales. Et là, je peux citer la journée internationale de la musique, la journée internationale de l'alphabétisation, la journée internationale de l'environnement, la journée internationale du patrimoine mondial, la journée des sciences, la journée des femmes et filles de sciences, etc. Comme autre partenariat, nous avons identifié aussi les ONG. Et là, nous travaillons dans le cadre du Conseil national de la jeunesse qui regroupe toutes les organisations de jeunesse dans notre pays. Nous avons participé à la relance de ce Conseil national de la jeunesse et nous travaillons aussi dans le cadre de ce Conseil national de la jeunesse. Nous participons à toutes les activités organisées par ce Conseil national de la jeunesse. Alors, donc, d'une manière générale, la Fédération des clubs UNESCO appuie ces clubs dans beaucoup de projets, dans des projets d'alphabétisation, dans des projets de construction de centres de santé, de garderie d'enfants. Comme nous avons des clubs civils, nous les aidons dans des projets de développement tels que l'agriculture, l'élevage, le reboisement de bois de chauffe, le reboisement de la mangrove, etc., etc. Donc voilà, en tout cas, nous faisons le maximum. Alors, notre fédération travaille aussi dans l'encadrement des clubs et les appuis dans le domaine de la formation, de l'organisation de camps de reboisement, de camps de réflexion, l'organisation de colonies de vacances, de centres aérés, de création de bibliothèques, d'animation de journal, de découverte du patrimoine et d'organisation de concours de toutes sortes, des concours de dictée, concours de poèmes, concours d'épellation, etc., etc. Nous travaillons aussi dans l'information des étudiants des écoles de formation, et dans les informations dans les domaines des bourses de formation en ligne, etc. Donc, voilà, d'une manière générale, la synthèse, en tout cas, de ce que nous faisons en partenariat avec les partenaires cités et en rapport aussi avec notre club sur place. Donc, je remercie tous les membres des clubs UNESCO qui sont sur place, qui assistent à ce panel. Et je remercie aussi tous ceux qui sont là. Et voilà, je vous remercie tous. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Fall, pour cette intervention si exhaustive qui nous a appris beaucoup sur votre pays, le Sénégal, qui m'intéresse et me touche particulièrement vu que ma fille travaille à Dakar. Et je suis vraiment contente d'entendre que les clubs et associations, UNESCO, centres font autant de travail réel dans le domaine de l'éducation, mais aussi plein de domaines de la culture, évidemment. Est-ce que, Guy, est-ce qu'on peut... qui est là en ce moment? Je vois notre chère Maria Paula, qui est... Peut-être qu'on peut... Maria Paula, qui est aussi une grande amie. Elle nous avait invité toute une délégation de UCA en Sicile. Comme ça, on a connu ce très bel échange entre la fédération roumaine et la fédération italienne, qui est, les deux sont très développés et font énormément de magnifiques événements. Maria Paula était, bon, nous étions très impressionnés en Sicile par le travail des clubs et surtout des clubs de jeunes que j'ai pu recevoir à Paris plus tard, de jeunes archéologues avec d'autres jeunes qui ont créé 2 musées et on a passé une très très belle après-midi avec l'ambassadrice d'Italie et toute la délégation à faire la promotion de ces jeunes et montrer un exemple aux autres délégations comment il faut faire de plus en plus d'activités avec et pour les jeunes parce que c'est notre avenir. Maria Paula, je vous laisse la parole avec grand plaisir. Ah, mais on n'entend pas le micro. Vous devez cliquer sur, tu dois cliquer sur le micro parce qu'il est barré, le micro. Ah voilà, maintenant, allô? Non. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Mais Guy non plus, je ne l'entends pas.
Non, Marie. Ok, Maria. Ouais, je crois que maintenant, on peut l'entendre maintenant.
On peut? Non? Oui.
Maria Paula, on t'entend, non?
Non, je vais dire. Guy, sinon...
Attends, non. Maria Paula, je crois que son truc c'est plus rouge, donc je crois qu'elle doit pouvoir parler maintenant.
Oui,
sinon, après, c'est Christiana du Liban est prête aussi, là. Donc, Maria Paula, tu nous entends?
Mais elle parle, mais
elle
on
parle,
peut
on n'entend
passer
pas.
le PowerPoint peut-être. On peut passer...
Oui, Maria Paula, tu peux share le screen. Rodrigo?
Non, Guy, c'est un problème. Je crois que c'est la même chose avec moi. J'ai été tout le temps avec les jeunes et Madame animatrice a découpé mon micro et je crois que c'est la même chose avec Maria Paula. Tu peux expliquer, Maria Paula, qu'elle doit reconnecter.
Ah.
Elle doit reconnecter parce que c'est la même chose avec moi. Je crois.
Guy, on peut mettre la musique de la fillette qui chante de notre association.
Oui,
comme ça, elles vont pouvoir, si les autres souhaitent entendre.
Non, il y a d'autres. Bon, il y a Dr. Nyanga.
Maria Paula. Ah, sorry.
Il y a par exemple Dr. Nyanga de la Fédération kenyane qui est prêt. Il dit qu'il est prêt là. Oui.
Alors?
Our brother from Kenya. Bon. Tu peux passer le président de la Fédération kenyane, comme ça après, le temps que les autres s'organisent et la musique, on va l'écouter.
Kenyan, le docteur Naftal Mishira, President of the Kenyan Federation of UNESCO Club Centers and Association. The floor is yours. Ah, you cannot see him for the moment.
Yeah, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ok, là, c'est bon, il est bon. Ok, docteur, you have the floor.
I cannot see him. Do you see him?
Yes, I see him. He actually is good.
But what's happening?
Dr. Nyanga, from Kenya?
Yes.
Yeah. She was saying that the floor, you had the floor. She was giving
hello. Yeah, thank you very much. The United Nations, the United States of America, Federation of UNESCO Clubs, for organizing for this very important meeting of celebrating the International Day of Peace. We, as a federation of UNESCO clubs, Kenya Federation of UNESCO Clubs, Centers and Associations, we are indeed privileged to participate in this year's International Day of Peace. And I really want to thank Guy Dijoken, who was the founder member of the Kenya Federation of UNESCO Clubs, for taking care of your child whom you inaugurated some few years ago. I want to say that this clearly resonates very well with this year's International Day of Peace theme, which is about shaping peace together. So today, Gidi Choken, I want to say that you have played a very key role in terms of shaping peace. I can hear some noise from the background.
Yes, please mute. Rodrigo, please mute everybody, but Dr. Yeah. Okay, Alesi, continue, Doctor.
Now, Gui, we attend me
yes.
now.
And I also want to say that we are at this time of the International Day of Peace has come in such a unique time when the whole world is experiencing challenges of COVID-19. And I am sure this is the time where the world is supposed to show compassion, kindness, and give hope during these very serious challenges of COVID-19. It is time for us to stand together against COVID-19 virus and promote non-discrimination behavior that has been presented by COVID-19. I also want to say that it is time also for mankind, and I make this statement out of a very personal experience of working as a peacekeeper during the time when I was very young in some 2 West African countries under the United Nations. This is the time that all mankind should cease all forms of hostilities, ranging from gender-based violence at family level, and also to workplace violence, and at the same time also ceasing violence among the most vulnerable populations around the world, which includes the pastoral communities. As a teacher and a lecturer in the university, I teach at Laikipia University. I belong to the School of Education. I want to say that this is the time that we should empower communities around the world through education so that we can be able to promote peace for sustainable development. And it is coming at the right time when we are supposed to also respond to SDG 17 that is talking about collaborations and linkages among nations, communities by through dialogue, so that we can ensure that we have peace in our world. We are not going to talk about the International Day of Peace only on September 20th. But this day of peace should be practiced every minute of our life at the family level, at the neighborhood level, at the national level, at the local level. Kefuka, the Kenya Federation of UNESCO Clubs, constitutes of membership whose majority is youths. In Kenya, youths form a huge percentage of our population, and consequently, they have such a great potential and present a unique resource with respect to sustainable development. These youths, given an opportunity, they can have a unique resource in terms of ensuring that there is peace and development. I want to say this. Peace cannot be kept. And when I worked in the armed, I also worked in the armed forces as a military person. And out of this, allow me to make this statement authoritatively that peace cannot be kept by force. One person called Albert Einstein, he said that peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. And my brother Guy Dichoken, I actually salute you today as we celebrate this. You can see amidst COVID-19, you have had this opportunity of ensuring that we have this platform so that we can talk matters of peace through this medium. So it's important for us to be icons of peace by presenting light and not darkness, because darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. So as presidents of various UNESCO clubs, centers and associations worldwide, we stand a unique opportunity. And why this opportunity? Some years back when I was very young, I used to hear that by the year 2000, we shall be living in a global village. Today, I am so much happy because the reality of globalization, the reality of global village is just here. Because actually, Guy Dichoken and all of you are here. As I talk to you, it's like we're just in the next door. You're in the next room. We are able to communicate and transact a lot of businesses that can bring what? That can bring peace in this world. As I continue finishing and in celebrating this year's International Day of Peace, I want to say this. We are not each other's enemies. Our greatest enemy is coronavirus. We are not each other's enemies. We have such a serious enemy in our midst, and therefore we must face that enemy together. We must face that enemy together because this is what has shut down economies, international important conferences. As a lecturer in a university, today I'm struggling on how I can go to class and have face-to-face resumption of studies to my students. This is not possible. So therefore, sometimes I wonder, and I thank God that I had the privilege, when I was very young, to have served as a peacekeeper during one of the worst armed conflict in one of the West African nations. And I want to say that today, it is not humanity who are our enemies. Our enemies today are the matters like COVID-19 that has brought intolerable suffering and pain to many households around the world. We need to come together in solidarity and be able to address all these issues as civilized people of the 21st century. This is what I wanted to say today as we celebrate this International Day of Peace together, because all mankind should cease all forms of hostilities, ranging from the rebels I said. And when I spoke about GPV in 3 Central African countries, I served as a technical advisor for UNDP, where I was dealing with matters of gender-based violence at the family level. And this brought intolerable suffering and consequently affecting the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And today, as we celebrate this, allow me not to forget, we are celebrating matters of peace under SDG 16, that is talking about peace, justice, and strong linkages. So this is actually also in line with SDG 16, that is talking about what? Peace and justice. Thank you so much for this unique privilege of recognizing the Kenya Federation of UNESCO Clubs Laikipia University that is representing all universities in Kenya and Africa as a continent. And I'm really very happy to participate. God bless you. God bless our planet. And may God sustain our peace. Thank you very much.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of Kenya Federation. Your speech was really inspiring, very realistic, and rich of wisdom. I appreciated it very much. Now I see that our president from the Tunisian Federation is with us again. So I will give the floor, just let me, I will give the floor to Mr. Mokhtar Farhat, President of Tunisian Federation of UNESCO Club Centers and Associations. He's not, but I saw the message.
Mokhtar, yes, Mokhtar, President Mokhtar, you are here, right? Yes, c'est bon, il est là.
Ah, c'est parfait. Sinon, la musique pour...
Non, il y a même aussi...
non, mais on va...
Maria Paola aussi est prête. Maria Paola est prête aussi.
Je suis là. Je suis là. Vous m'entendez maintenant?
Oui, oui.
Ah bon, d'accord. Alors, je suis prête. Vous êtes prête avec mon PowerPoint?
Oui, il faut mettre ça sur share. Il faut appuyer share et à partager.
Ah, OK. Bon, mais
nous avons ça en backup si jamais on vous aime. Vous pouvez le faire vous-même comme ça, vous avez le contrôle là-dessus.
Oui, il faut partager. D'accord.
Oui.
Je partage.
Comme ça, vous avez le contrôle là-dessus.
Oui. On divise. Voilà. Alors, avant tout, bonjour naturellement et bonsoir, parce qu'en Italie, nous sommes à 7 h l'après-midi. Mais alors, je suis très, très content d'avoir entendu les jeunes avant de nous, parce que ça signifie que notre ami Guy a bien organisé la chose. C'est toujours les jeunes qui doivent nous montrer les futurs, parce qu'ils ne sont pas encore pas les futurs, ils sont même les présents. Et non, nous, en tant que club UNESCO et centre UNESCO, qui depuis longtemps, nous avons la chance de célébrer la Journée internationale de la paix. Nous sommes toujours à la recherche de jeunes qui ont des bonnes volontés et surtout des bonnes idées pour nous aider à continuer. Et alors, merci à Guy et à tous qui ont organisé cette rencontre qui nous permet de nous exprimer dans une modalité qui est, si vous voulez, démocratique, parce que nous n'avons pas le train à prendre, l'avion, etc. Tout le monde peut être là, et alors nous sommes là avec tous les autres pour partager cette étrange Day of Peace. In our PowerPoint.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody.
OK.
Oui,
donc, voilà, ça c'est la dernière mot que l'UNESCO nous a demandé pour la délégation. Ouais, tu m'entends ou pas?
Il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui se met.
Tu m'entends?
Yeah, I'm here.
Je peux continuer?
Oui, attends.
Je peux continuer?
Oui, il faut continuer, Maria Paola, oui.
D'accord. Alors, Shaping Peace Together is the nouvelle, c'est la nouvelle mot d'esprit que l'UNESCO nous a donné. Et je me rappelle qu'il y a 2 ans, nous étions, nous, les membres de la Fédération mondiale, ensemble à Hong Kong pour célébrer cette journée de la paix. Et alors là, dans ces moments qui a été pour nous très important, nous nous avons engagés toutes avec les jeunes pour prendre sur nous les responsabilités que l'agenda de l'UNESCO et naturellement de l'ONU nous montre. Il y a 17 goals ou 17 objectifs qui sont à remplir des contenus et à remplir des choses. Et alors, qu'est-ce qu'a fait la Fédération italienne dans ces situations? Dans cette année, la Fédération italienne a choisi des valeurs principaux ou des goals ou des objectifs principaux à suivre, qu'ils sont le 4, qualité d'éducation, le 16, la paix, la justice et l'alliance avec les institutions, et le 17, la partnership. La partnership, c'est naturellement basé sur les droits humains. Il faut être toujours basé sur les droits humains, mais pour être basé sur les droits de l'homme, il faut les connaître. Et alors, il y a 10 ans que nous, en tant que Fédération italienne, nous lançons aux adultes et aux écoles aussi des éditions des concours nationaux sur les droits de l'homme. L'année passée, 2019, l'édition passée, c'était pour les élèves de l'école primaire et secondaire de toute l'Italie. Le thème a été les droits de l'enfant, 30 ans d'histoire de la Convention nationale sur les droits de l'enfant, quel avenir en Italie et dans le monde. Nous avons eu beaucoup de personnes qui ont participé. Et là, vous voyez Marietta a parlé de la Sicile. Ça, c'est un dessin qui vient de la Sicile, justement, et qui nous donne aussi un slogan très intéressant. Nous qui sommes des petits-enfants, nous serons toujours égaux et entre nous, ensemble, en paix. Alors, ça, c'est le slogan que les enfants ont mis avec différents drapeaux. Et alors, ça, c'est très symbolique et nous a donné la possibilité de donner un grand prix à cet dessin qui a été fait par 30 enfants ensemble. Les éditions, les dernières éditions que nous avons faites sont parties de 2014-15 et là, vous voyez les différents titres et différents sujets que nous avons donnés. Naturellement, nous avons fêté en 2016-2017 l'engagement des clubs UNESCO dans le monde pour la défense des droits de l'homme parce que nous avons un âge qui est très élevé, 70 ans. Et 70 ans d'engagement ne sont pas une journée, sont des choses très importantes à remarquer et à redire, comme disait quelqu'un avant moi, chaque jour au club pour faire connaître la vie de l'UNESCO et pour faire des activités dans les valeurs de l'UNESCO. Alors, des activités de cette année, même s'il y a eu beaucoup de, naturellement, soucis sur la pandémie, les clubs, les centres, les associations et les clubs de la Fédération italienne ont continué à travailler et ont créé des groupes de travail spécifiques sur le terrain. Comme il n'y avait pas la possibilité de bouger, de faire des voyages, vous savez que l'Italie, c'est très long. Alors, on a préféré de faire des différentes groupes thématiques sur les priorités de l'UNESCO et de l'ONU et le faire sur le terrain. Naturellement, une des groupes de travail s'est dédié complètement à la promotion d'une culture de la paix et à la citoyenneté mondiale et au dialogue interculturel. Un autre groupe a choisi même, naturellement, de coordonner toutes les activités que les clubs et les centres en Italie ont fait pour soutenir les pauvres pendant la pandémie, parce qu'il y a eu beaucoup de choses qui n'ont pas marché en Italie à partir du mois de mars. Le mois de mars et avril ont vu l'Italie comme premier pays pour la pandémie, et alors les clubs se sont mis naturellement au service des pauvres, pour trouver l'alimentation et pour trouver l'argent, pour lui donner des possibilités d'essayer naturellement curer, d'avoir des médicaments, etc., etc. un autre engagement a été très, très serré parce que 1060 000 jeunes et adultes ont participé sur un sujet qui est très important pour l'UNESCO et pour tout le monde en général. La vie sur la Terre, conserver et protéger la santé des plantes et de l'environnement qui nous entoure. Puisque la science nous a démontré que la santé des hommes et la santé des plantes sont absolument circulaires. On a travaillé pendant 9 mois, même en distance, même online, naturellement, sur ce sujet avec toutes les écoles d'Italie. Et là, on a reçu des recherches vraiment formidables qui ont été même envoyées à l'UNESCO, à la division de l'éducation, sont vraiment exemplaires. Encore un autre sujet qui a été très, très, très important pour nous, c'est le sujet, encore une fois, différents et égaux. Parce que comme le racisme monte toujours dans nos villes, et il y a naturellement seulement l'éducation pour faire face à cette situation. Et alors, comme naturellement, comme Centre de Turin, nous avons lancé un projet pour toute l'Italie qui s'appelle Différents et égaux, éducation à la citoyenneté mondiale. Parce que, comme vous avez dit, plusieurs intervenants ont déjà dit, nous ne sommes pas seuls. Nous avons une seule planète. La seule planète, c'est pour tous. Et alors, il faut la partager avec une fidélité dans les autres. Il faut la partager avec une harmonieuse situation et il faut la partager pour laisser aux enfants et aux jeunes qui ont parlé à l'avance la possibilité de vivre encore comme nous avons vécu et, si possible, mieux que nous. Merci et bon travail à tout le monde.
Super. C'est vraiment super.
Merci, chère Maria Paola. Je disais bien que les Italiens, la fédération est très forte. C'est un des meilleurs exemples, sans doute, de fédération. Ce que j'ai vu m'a beaucoup impressionné parce que dans chaque ville, ils ont des clubs où participent les médecins, les avocats, les architectes et ils organisent des conférences sur place et c'est vraiment impressionnant parce que les jeunes partagent toutes ces expériences et avancent et restent dans les petites villes en Sicile et ça sert à ça les clubs. Voilà, c'est un excellent exemple.
Merci
Alors,
beaucoup.
on va passer à la Tunisie si le président de la fédération est avec nous.
Oui.
Je vous donne la parole avec grand plaisir.
Alors, Mokhtar, tu nous entends? Marietta te donne la parole.
Il faut crier.
On a vraiment, il se bat comme il peut, mais vraiment.
Guy, la nuit, est venu chez nous. Tu sais,
Non,
là, à
bon,
Sofia,
mais
il est
le
8
challenge,
heures.
le challenge, c'est Internet en Afrique. Internet en Afrique, c'est vraiment, c'est pas évident du tout.
Oui, ouais.
Alors, mon frère Mokhtar, tu nous entends?
Ah, mais
Vas-y, vas-y.
Ioannis était dans le jardin et le jardin
Ah oui.
est noir. Et là, il revient à la maison. On se voit quand même, c'est un plaisir. Merci.
Non,
Guy.
je crois que c'était important. Il était important qu'on se voit quand même. Mokhtar, tu es là? Ah, vraiment. Bon, ça ne passe pas. Il y a Christiane de Liban qui est là. Kisha aussi, il y a Kisha aussi de.
Je suis avec vous.
On t'entend à peine là. Vas-y, si tu peux.
Nyang, mais il a déjà pris la parole. Le Kenya a déjà pris.
Oui. Non, il y a Kisha qui est de la Jamaïque et puis Christiane du Liban. Christiane du Liban,
Merci
elle était
beaucoup.
prête tout à l'heure.
Chers participants, est-ce que vous m'écoutez d'abord?
Oui, on t'entend maintenant un peu.
Oui,
Ouais, vas-y.
Merci beaucoup. Chers participants, est-ce que
Mais
vous m'écoutez d'abord? Oui, je vous entends.
Ça résonne.
Oui, vas-y, Mokhtar, vas-y, continue.
Très bien. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, c'est beaucoup mieux maintenant. Mokhtar, vas-y.
Est-ce que vous...
Oui.
Non, je vous... je vous... Très bien. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Ouais, on entend un peu là, vas-y, continue.
Écoute-moi. Moi, je vous écoute.
Ok, vas-y.
Non, moi...
La ligne est très mauvaise. Marietta, on t'entend pas
Moi,
aussi.
je vous entends très bien.
Moi, j'entends très mal.
Oui, je vous entends très bien.
Bon, vas-y maintenant. Maintenant, ça allait mieux. Vas-y.
Très bien.
Vas-y.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Mais l'écran ne bouge pas. Je pense qu'il
Oui,
y a...
vas-y quand même, peut-être juste le vieux. Vas-y, continue. Au moins, t'entends. Vas-y. Mokhtar, vas-y, on t'écoute.
Je vous écoute, moi. Allez.
Oh, c'est dommage.
C'est dommage. Mhm. Bon.
Chers participants, oui, je vous entends très bien. Je vous entends très bien.
Continuez, on vous entend un petit peu aussi.
Moi, je vous entends. Je vous entends très bien.
Vas-y, continue.
Je vous
Bon, ouais, le frère Mokhtar, c'est vraiment dommage parce que
très bien, moi.
tu nous entends, mais on ne t'entend pas du tout.
On va revenir plus tard. Il peut
Bon, on va
essayer.
revenir plus tard. On va essayer une fois de plus. Christiane est là, Christiane du Liban. Ok.
Oui, bonsoir, good evening.
Bonsoir. Good evening.
Good evening, dear President, Madame Banchev. And thank you, Mr. Guy Joken, our friend, for giving us this opportunity to celebrate with you the International Peace Day, knowing that Lebanon and Beirut is hurt, really hurt. I think all of you have, I think that you listen to the news, maybe that you show the Beirut blast that caused 200 victims, 6,000 injured, so many persons disappeared, so many damages, houses, university, school, hospital. It's really devastating. All the Lebanese people are living in trauma. And thank you for, we really thank you, Guy, and we're really honored to be here among distinguished guests and ambassadors and personalities to share our daily struggle to diffuse culture of peace and nonviolence, especially. And I will share with you the PowerPoint that I prepared.
You can share the screen, yeah.
Can you see it now?
It's loading.
Are you seeing the screen?
Yeah, but you can see the file Lebanon presentation, but it's not open.
Do I have on my side to open it?
Yes, you should be able. That's why you have control to share. And Rodrigo, are you there?
Let me see.
Let me see. Rodrigo can help. Can you help her? I don't know the file. I think we have a copy, but can you help her? She's trying to. Okay. I think she sent it to us earlier, but maybe she has it right now. I could see on the screen, but I don't know what's going on. Christian, can you click on it? It's right there.
Trying. Okay, I will click.
Is it double click or one click? Okay.
Yeah.
Double click.
Okay, let me try.
Yeah, because that's we can see the file, so it's right there. Just all you need to.
I think I should put resume chair.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead. I don't know why I stopped in the first place, but go ahead and resume it. Okay. Yes, by accident, maybe you paused something. Okay.
What shall I do?
Okay. Yeah.
I share it again.
Yeah. Start over again. Okay. Now you're good.
Oh, you can see it?
Yes.
Okay. So I will just try to share with you how to introduce you to our Lebanon. Lebanon, it's a country of diversity, is among the founding members of the United Nations. Nearly 5,000 years of history. It's characterized by its rich, tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Lebanon is a multicultural country, 18 religious communities, multilingual. Lebanon is more than a country. It's a message of freedom and an example of pluralism for East and West alike, declared the Pope St. John Paul II. Lebanon is known by its tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Lebanon played a vital role in shaping the Universal Declaration of Human Rights Charter in 1945 through the philosopher Dr. Charles Malik being a rapporteur of Human Rights Commission at UN. Lebanon has made more significant contribution to the whole of humanity by the invention of the Phoenician alphabet, the prototype for all alphabets in the world, registered in the memory of the world. The Lebanese National Commission, founded in 1948, the year when Lebanon hosted the third session of UNESCO General Conference, a UNESCO Palace has been built to host this conference. The Lebanese National Commission ensures the coordination between UNESCO clubs and organizes so many projects, activities, trainings in line with UNESCO priorities and SDGs in order to address the challenges that Lebanon are facing and of course the world. The Lebanese National Commission develops skills of youth and empower youth in order to achieve an inclusive and peaceful society that will achieve sustainable development goals and establish partnership also in favor of UNESCO clubs. And the Lebanese National Commission organizes international conferences. For instance, in 2014, in cooperation with the FUCA World Federation, we organized a conference of UNESCO clubs from both shores of Mediterranean, the role of UNESCO clubs in facing the challenges of the modern world. When we had our friends from Greece, Ioannis from France, from Tunisia, Mukhtar, and from Egypt. And we have in Cyprus, of course, Mr. George Christofides, and from Palestine. So I don't want to miss any country. So we had European and some European and Arab countries participated. We have Palestine, we have Yemen, and all of them just tackled the challenges like violence, inclusion, climate change. So all UNESCO clubs share their experience, how they tackled the challenges and how they are working in order to develop their communities and to respond to these challenges. Of course, you see there Dr. Mustafa Badreddin, our Vice President for the Arab region, and he's the club of UNESCO Nabatieh. Also, he shared his experience. You know, I think all of you, Dr. Mustafa, is very dynamic and active. And we also organized in 2018 a training of trainers in cooperation with UNESCO Office Beirut. It's about working together for development of our society, our community. It was a TOT training. In order to develop skills of UNESCO members in leadership and citizenship education. And after this workshop, all the UNESCO clubs they were requested to submit a project in order to put into practice the skills that they have acquired in concepts. And we managed to have several projects in global citizenship, in national citizenship, and dealing with some SDGs, environment, accepting other different. So it was a really successful workshop that lead to so many local projects. And recently, in order to address the pandemic corona crisis, and also thanks to the cooperation and to the initiative of the UNESCO Beirut office and our colleague Saiko Sugita, we managed to organize an art lab. It was a really good initiative. It was a innovative, if we can say. It was an art lab for human rights and dialogue. Is like putting arts in the service of social inclusion, human rights, respect, intercultural diversity. And it was really especially like a heal for all of us, even the organizer. And this youth community leaders coming from all over Lebanon and from various NGOs that are member of the Anna Lindh Euro-Mediterranean Foundation that the National Commission is managing also. And it was really successful. And this art lab succeeded in organizing a series of interactive sessions by renowned trainers that tackled the following topics like common humanity, appreciation of diversity, art, dance for intercultural dialogue, understanding me and the other communication, And we have also the culture attaché of India that also presented PowerPoint, a presentation, ethics and values. And with the help of the Dr. Saiko Sugita, our colleague from UNESCO office, she's also like a tradition. She presented the traditional Indian dance because, you know, due to Corona, Mr. Ajay, he couldn't come, so we have it on Zoom. And we have also Dr. Nadine Abuzaki. She explained how arts can help to be more inclusiveness and have the people with special needs in order to empower themselves and having their voices heard. And our lead trainer was a Japanese friend, Mrs. Aiko Minami. She's a part of group Dreamers Japan. It's a Japanese theater group that use arts to heal and to empower youth through arts. So all of us, and we have this Japanese, Indian, Lebanese cultures. So we have all these trainers and participants was from various backgrounds, religious, cultural, UNESCO clubs, NGOs, and it was a really successful art lab. And this is a photo of the group. And they also, of course, was trained some dance, some steps. And we have here examples of UNESCO activities in order to challenge address challenges and consolidate peace and sustainable development. The Lebanese UNESCO clubs are active in celebration of UN International Days, as our colleagues said, and organizing projects that address SDGs goals, such poverty, human rights, intercultural diversity, tangible and intangible heritage, climate change, environment. They organize these activities in cooperation with NGOs, universities, schools, UN agencies, municipalities. In Lebanon, we have UNESCO clubs in NGO, in universities and in schools. And here are samples of activities done by some UNESCO club here. Lebanese and American University organized a workshop on conflict resolution. We have Nabatieh UNESCO club who organized a project about recycling in cooperation with UNESCO municipality, with the Nabatieh municipality. And we have University of Balamand, who it is also a dynamic club. It organized the fundraising, just a sample of activities they are organizing, a fundraising event for an NGO that is dealing with people in family in needs. So all our clubs deals with SDGs. And here, after Beirut blast and what happened, we have some samples of Institut Moderne du Liban. It's a UNESCO club and a UNESCO associate schools also, was really ready to help Beirut people, knowing that this schools is not in Beirut, it's far away, but it has been also damaged. The school has been damaged, but even that, they managed to succeed in organizing in a campaign and mobilizing parents, teachers, and students to help Beirut. And these are on field in Beirut. They distributed food and they help people in order to deal with the needs of the people in Beirut. And I will show you here. Here is the UNESCO club at the Lebanese University Faculty of Humanities in Saida in South Lebanon. They also participated in the cleaning and reconstruction after Beirut blast. And you will listen here to the girls how in Arabic. So she's just saying that Lebanon and Beirut will rise. Just sending greetings from Beirut to all UNESCO clubs, so all Lebanese people and all UNESCO clubs. Lebanon and Beirut will rise again, of course, thanks to Lebanese people, and especially youth, and especially all our friends abroad, and here in appeal to be in solidarity with Lebanese UNESCO clubs. Beirut and Lebanon need everybody. Lebanon is facing an economical and financial challenges in addition to COVID-19 that the whole world is suffering. But after Beirut blast, you know, if you heard, it's the third blast explosion after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's really, it was even heard in Greece and Cyprus. We are struggling really daily to live normally, and we invite all our friends and from UNESCO clubs to establish partnership with the Lebanese UNESCO clubs in order to overcome the situation. The challenge is to live and shape peace, to live and shape peace together in a sustainable manner to preserve our lives and our planet. As all of you already said, that we cannot overcome all the challenges alone. We cannot live, we're living in one planet, and everything that happened now with pandemic, with violence, with discrimination, with racial discrimination, with corruption, with violence, all the planet are suffering from all of these challenges, and we cannot overcome unless we are together in solidarity. So I like this quote from Nelson Mandela: education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And as UNESCO is leading in the SDGs and in educating in the quality education in global citizenship and SDGs, we feel that it's our responsibility, especially that we are UNESCO working with United Nations to spread the message of peace, of respect, of cultural diversity. Our friend from Kenya said that our enemies is COVID. I will say our enemies is ignorance, is violence, is the people that do not understand that selfishness, greed, and power will lead to all of this. And we need to together to work in order to overcome all these challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jaitani, for your so rich, exhaustive intervention. I was impressed of all I learned about your federation in Lebanon. And of course, we suffered from the first moment of the disaster of Beirut. We have all many friends there, and it's we had a real pain, and we are sure Beirut will rise again with all the solidarity and all the really nice feelings of the world, of every person about this disaster. It's
I will just add also, Mrs. Bancheb, if you allow me, that to say that we lost students and parents, families, and youth from UNESCO schools, from associate schools and clubs. You know, so many schools are damaged, and we are really struggling in order to help them, but we cannot do it alone. We thank really, it's an occasion, also opportunity to thank UNESCO that is helping us in all manners. That is, UNESCO is contributing to rebuild schools, to rebuild our heritage, because the Beirut, or the parts was hit it's about our history, our culture, about our art. It's our history. It's our heritage. You cannot. Yeah, I mean, we really thank. I know that every one of you are. You heard about Li Beirut. It's an international campaign that UNESCO launched in order to help Beirut. I hope that no one will suffer as we are suffering now, and we are really, all people are affected in trauma because in addition to COVID, in addition to that we are suffering from economical and financial crisis, this Beirut blast, you feel all the Lebanese are hurt, are really affected by that, and we really need healing. Everybody needs healing. So thank you so much for your solidarity and for being with us. Thank you, dear Guy, dear friend, and for inviting us to be here and to celebrate, because peace means a lot to us, especially to Lebanese people. And we feel, yes, I felt today that I celebrate peace because I'm with you, with friends from all over the world. We really are facing the all same challenges. And we hope, and UN has said that UN that have a target that in 2030 will have a dream to achieve the 17 SDGs. But unfortunately, I think all the countries are suffering from lack of this, all the human rights. Unbelievable what is happening, all this violence is unbelievable, really. And we should...
I knew because I know about 2 emergency assistants which was given now these days to Lebanon for Saint Joseph and also
Yes.
participation program. And I think
Yes, about the media, because yes, Mrs.
but
Bachev.
I wanted to say also a winner is a dreamer who never gives up.
Amen.
Like you.
Yes, Beirut will rise, of course.
It's a pity that we are not really together to share more, because it's very, very interesting all you told us this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now maybe the from Jamaica, the president of the, if she's here.
Yeah, she's here.
Mrs. Keisha Tomlinso. How to? Hello.
Good morning. Oh, I know it's probably evening for some persons right now.
A little bit more higher. The volume.
Greetings, everyone from Jamaica. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's great to participate today, International Day of Peace, in this manner. You know, we're coming together discussing this very important topic, especially at this time as we see the world changing in front of us, and each of us face different challenges as we look at what is happening. But thank you so much for inviting me to share with you all today this very important discussion.
The villages, the global village here, like the president of Kenya says, we can't speak together without being really together. But it's a very, very nice moment.
Indeed. I'm trying to share my screen.
But Guy is not here, maybe. Yes, Guy.
Okay. Yes, we have Keisha is on the line, right? Yes, she's speaking.
Yes, but she's trying to share something.
Yeah. Rodrigo, can you allow Rodrigo? Okay, perfect.
All right.
And His Excellency is back with us again. Thank you. Yes, while we are waiting, Marita, the ambassador is here with us. He's really, really committed. And I just want the two of you to meet because he has this wonderful book that he published. He donated 3 copies to the student earlier. And I think it would be very good to bring his book to Paris. Excellency, she's the right person at the headquarters to, that is on our side, okay? So it'll be good.
The book one day after the virus.
you are the connector. You are the connector, Guy Joken.
Thank you.
So if you can connect the world, I see you brought in the Caribbean, and I am very excited for all our children to get on board.
Wonderful.
So I look forward to us working collaboratively.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you. Keisha is ready?
Yes.
Let me see. I'm not able to share what I want to share right here.
Kazakhstan peaks.
Yes. Just a moment.
Yeah, for the member of the next panel, we are just running a little bit behind. I see David and others, but hopefully they also enjoy the last part of this panel.
Are you seeing Jamaica Federation of UNESCO Club Peace Initiatives? Are you seeing that on the screen? You're seeing it on the screen. Okay, great. All right. All right. Now, let me start with telling you a little bit about UNESCO clubs in Jamaica. We are part of the Caribbean countries, and Jamaica has UNESCO clubs mainly in primary school and high schools, and we have a few clubs in universities as well. And so our members are mainly youth, young people. Now, when we look at the topic of peace, we look at what is happening in our country, we have a great opportunity to impact change through these young persons who are involved in UNESCO Club related activities. We have youth who are unattached. We have youth who are involved in crime and violence here. And so it is very important for us to really motivate and inspire them to look at themselves as change makers and persons who are worthy to make, that contribution that is necessary. And we believe that in order to cultivate a peace in any sustainable way, that it requires all hands on deck. It requires a unified effort within all sectors of society. It requires a change of mindset and change within our systems. And particularly, it really requires engaging youth as partners in the process. So often, when we make legislations, the adults, the older adults, decide the fate of issues pertaining to our youth. And I think we are at the point right now where we're including them and looking to them for some ideas in terms of how to proceed forward, because we recognize this is the era, the moment where we need to change certain things in order to make a significant impact, in order to do what some of us weren't able to do because of whatever constraints that exist. But when you look at what is happening worldwide, you'll find that The older folks at times may be timid to do certain things, but these young people are bold and they will speak out and they will act on issues that they're agitating about. And so we want to pull them in and provide the guidance that is necessary. And we therefore encourage them. One of the activities, and let me skip to that, one of the activities that we encourage UNESCO clubs in schools to do is a problem-solving activity. So each club is asked to come up to identify a problem within their community and come up with some possible solution in terms of how to solve this problem. No, we thought that this was a good way to get them to shift their mindset from just talking about the problem and being frustrated, but looking at themselves as persons who can contribute to the change that is necessary. So the clubs, through their coordinators, which are usually teachers, will be the ones to encourage this and put this on the calendar for each year. We also have an initiative where we are engaging marginalized youth, and in particular, those in children's home in Jamaica. We have more than 5,000 young people, children in state care. And these youngsters are abandoned, abused sexually, emotionally, they're neglected. And so they don't have anyone, family member to really care for them. And because of that, they're removed from their homes and the government takes care of them. Now, it's so important that we're able to reach out to this particular group, because you find so often what happens is that they are so angry. Why, they ask a question, why is it things like this have to happen to me? Why me? It is not fair. And so we have to engage them, because some of them, quite a number of them, do very well in college and university. But what you find is that they might excel academically, but their social skills are low and very often get in conflicts easily. And so we have to find ways to engage them, to let them understand that there are other ways, to solve problems and to deal with issues that you might come in contact with, and to really help to build their self-esteem so that they might accept their stories and use it to propel them to make that difference within their community and their space. And so we have gone out to personally invite them to be a part of UNESCO clubs and to share in the activities of UNESCO clubs, and in particular, looking at sustainable development goals and what role they play and what they can do within that process. And so far, we have at least 4 of these children's home who have set up clubs and are participating in the activities that we're doing. We also have annual youth leadership conferences. And these conferences that we have yearly, it provides the opportunity to hear from the young people, give them the voice that they need to speak about issues that are of interest to them. And it provides a space for them to sit with leaders to talk about what kind of change they would want to see. The last conference we had was in November. And that particular conference, we had the one of the ministers that work in particular with UNESCO that was a part of that conference. And what was really touching or very impactful at that time was the fact that the minister actually took some time to, we had a question section where they would ask questions concerning to some of the things that they see in their minds that are not going right with the country. And the minister took time out to listen to all these things that they would that they brought up in the discussion, and he answered all the questions that were posed. And so they got an opportunity to speak to one of the legislators about these issues that they're agitating about. And we are hoping that, you know, within this space, that these ministers and those government members who are present, that they would not just talk, but that in, you know, going back, that when they are making laws, that they will think about some of these things that, you know, young people have mentioned to them. We also find it very, you know, important to collaborate with other agencies, government agencies and NGOs and UNESCO Federation in other regions. One of UNESCO's main aim and goal is, you know, to collaborate through culture, you know, education and science. And so I believe the more we come together to discuss these issues and work together in this way, as we're doing today, allows us to fulfill that mandate, to work together, to collaborate, to listen to each other, to respect each other, to tolerate and try to understand each other, rather than to isolate and to discriminate. And so I get very excited when we have this opportunity to discuss, you know, matters. So I thank Guy for providing this avenue for us all to have this kind of discussion. It is relevant and necessary at this time. I have worked with Guy in the past. He has helped us to train our coordinators in Jamaica. And at the time, I think we had trained about 21 coordinators from 21 different schools to be a part. And Guy was a part of that process. And we thank you, Guy, for making yourself available. And we have also worked with the Asian Federation of UNESCO Clubs. We have gone to Kazakhstan, and we got the opportunity to sit in to one of their meetings with the Asian Federation. We also got the opportunity to share, just as I'm sharing now, about some of the things that Jamaica is doing and the impact it is having. And we treasure these moments and look forward to collaborate with other regions as we try to do, our best in making a difference in this world at this time. I'll leave it right there in terms of, because I know I was just given 5 minutes, but we are trying in our own little corner. And as mentioned earlier, it is really the youth that we are focused on right now. And it is our responsibility to help them through engaging in UNESCO club-related activities to look at themselves as valuable and worthy to make a good contribution to their country and to become responsible citizens of our nation. That is really one of our main aims here in Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Keisha, for your emotional, moving speech and courageous. You will overcome difficulties, I'm sure. And you, this evening is a little bit Nelson Mandela. I will tell you, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. But never give up. This is the essential point. Thank you. I'm so glad to know you in person. Online, but one day we'll meet really.
Hopefully soon.
Because of Guy, who organized so good.
Yes, we thank Guy for organizing.
Yes, now so maybe we can try again the president of the Tunisian Federation.
And the French one, I think both are here. So,
He's here.
yeah, let me just say one more minute to all the panelists for the next session.
Yes.
Yeah, we want to inform the panelists that we had some technical difficulties, so we'll not leave you behind, but the next session will start. We have one more speaker, and then the next session will start. Go ahead, see if you can get them.
Ardiuma.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. He's not visible for me.
I think. What about the last? We also had Mokhtar, still not?
Yes, I wanted to try again because
Yes,
he
try
was
if you can
here.
get here.
He was visible.
Okay, I think Aduma is coming, and then after that we can wrap up and next person next. But yeah, I think Aduma is
Maybe to
connecting.
summarize 3 minutes. Okay.
Thank you so much, Keisha, for the amazing job you are doing there in Jamaica. But I can tell you, I'll be back again soon. Okay, as soon as it's safe to travel, you'll see me down there again.
Okay.
Thank you. And send our greetings to all your amazing members. Many are still writing me from time to time, so that's good.
Great, great.
Ardiuma is not. I will try to find Ardiuma.
Aduma is on. Yeah, he's on.
He's on.
Yeah.
Not visible for me.
I see him. He's just had to unmute. Aduma, President of French Federation, can you unmute yourself, please? Je lui parle en anglais alors que c'est en français.
Oui, peut-être qu'il... Ah oui.
Aduma, unmute. Il faut lui dire.
Mais il faut...
Oui, bonsoir, bonsoir.
OK.
Bonsoir Guy, bonsoir Marietta.
Voilà, on t'attendait.
Ah oui, mais j'ai dit à
On a
Guy.
déjà cité 4 fois Mandela ce soir.
Bon, oui, désolé, j'étais en voyage.
Mandela, okay. Je me garde une dernière citation pour la fin.
OK.
Bon, vas-y, président. Vas-y.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Oui, comment allez-vous?
Alors, Monsieur le Président,
oui.
Dites-nous tout sur la Fédération française.
Oui, bon, déjà, je voulais vous saluer. Oui, je voulais déjà vous saluer pour cette belle initiative. Et je voulais saluer notre cher ami et frère Guy Joken.
Merci.
Pour son dynamisme à la tête de la Fédération américaine qu'il mène avec brio. J'ai suivi ces dernières semaines son combat de longue haleine qu'il a toujours mené d'ailleurs avec d'autres amis suite à l'effroyable, j'ai pas d'autres mots, assassinat de ce frère-là qui est parti trop tôt, George Floyd, et qui a déclenché au niveau mondial un séisme, en tout cas des protestations vigoureuses contre le racisme et contre la discrimination. Donc, je sais que toute cette période a beaucoup occupé notre ami Guy Joken. Bon, et ça ne l'a pas empêché de proposer à l'occasion de cette journée internationale de la paix cette belle rencontre que je prends en cours, hein, parce que j'étais dans les transports et je voyageais, c'est pour ça. Hein. Maintenant que je suis là, je vais vous parler. Je salue aussi Marietta, la grande complice, hein, et amie de la Fédération française. Alors, puisque vous... Hein?
On ne peut jamais refuser de participer à un panel.
Ah oui, bien sûr, bien sûr. Alors, je salue tous les autres amis qui sont là, qui sont connectés à cette rencontre. Puisque vous me posez la question de vous donner des nouvelles de la Fédération française, je voudrais vous dire que la Fédération française des clubs pour l'UNESCO se porte très bien. Malheureusement, le contexte du Covid nous a beaucoup freiné dans nos initiatives, comme beaucoup d'entre vous d'ailleurs. Mais nous devons continuer à nous battre pour que les idéaux de l'UNESCO soient toujours promus, hein, malgré ce contexte sanitaire difficile. Voilà, Guy Joken, à peu près mon propos introductif. Je ne sais pas si vous voulez que je fasse un long développement, mais je suis à l'écoute. Merci en tout cas de m'accueillir.
Merci, merci Ardiouma. L'essentiel,
Voilà.
c'est que tu fasses partie de notre panel.
Oui.
Et voilà.
Bien sûr.
Que tu puisses entendre mon résumé de fin, peut-être. Je ne sais pas si Guy est d'accord.
Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez me dire ce qui s'est dit là avant que je ne me connecte? Est-ce qu'il y a des belles paroles qui ont été
On va t'envoyer le lien après ou bien un résumé après. Il y a beaucoup.
D'accord, ok. Bon,
Il pourra écouter la vidéo aussi.
Oh, ouais.
Il va y avoir.
Ah, ben très bien.
Je ne suis pas sûre, mais je pense que oui.
Il y a eu une vidéo, effectivement. OK.
Oui.
Ok, d'accord. Je suis à l'écoute. Hein.
Est-ce qu'on a quelqu'un d'autre à appeler?
Non, je crois que c'est bon. Vas-y, tu vas.
Et la musique?
Tu conclus. Ah, la musique. Rodrigo?
Parce que c'est la liberté.
Oui, Rodrigo?
Ah, oui.
Yes. The last video for the young girl that you played last time, play again one more time, please. Then we are wrapping up.
En langue corse,
Oui,
et
oui.
c'est chanté par la fille d'une de nos membres.
Okay. The last one, yeah.
Non, c'est Rodrigo qui va gérer.
Oui, c'est lui le technicien. So for those who cannot understand French, the president of the French Federation is just joining us, and he was just sharing, saying sorry to be late, but was sharing the activities of the UNESCO clubs, UNESCO club activity in France. So, and Marietta,
I can say some words.
tu vas conclure. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Zio viuva una canzonetta per fare un giro di pianeta, una canzone con due parolette ci parleranno di libertà, libertà per ovvio e scuccia. Libertà per amici di volare e per fiumi c'è
Alors, merci qu'on ait pu tous écouter ça. C'est une fille de notre association, la mère est russe, le papa corse français, bien sûr, mais corse. Et donc, j'ai trouvé très émouvant qu'elle chante en corse. Voilà. Alors, ouais, c'est vraiment émouvant, hein, Daniela. Merci.
Oui, c'est vrai, c'est vrai.
Et, bon, oui, maybe to summarize, yes, j'ai le mot de la fin, non?
Oui.
Voilà. In English, I'll switch in English for the participants. In the light of your statements to this panel, we can see the key role the UNESCO club centers and associations play in advancing UNESCO's ideals, priorities, and increasing its visibility at the grassroots level in cooperation with other civil society partners. More than 70 years after the founding of the first association, UNESCO association in Japan in 1947, that helped this country to join UNESCO, some 4,000 clubs, centers, and associations for UNESCO operate in more than 100 countries. All these volunteers do a great job in contributing to dialogue between cultures and generations for sustainable development. Their activities should continue in the future as they are the civil society goodwill ambassadors in promoting the most progressive ideas of our time. It is not always easy, but as Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until done. So let's do it in shaping our future together. And I wanted to mention what our friend Yanis Maronitis says. We are proud of our moment, of our movement. And this moment also, Guy, of course.
Yes.
And I want to repeat also what the Kenyan president says, global village is here. That's why we are together.
Thank you.
Voila.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, good job to the UNESCO family. UNESCO family here.
Merci beaucoup.
I want to thank all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You did an amazing job. Thank you. Thank you all. Hang around for the next panel. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Merci. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, France. Bye-bye, Beirut.
Au revoir, Grace. Merci.
Hello, my president. Hello. Hello.
À une prochaine réunion.
Ok, parfait.
Maintenant, on sait comment faire.
Ok, bien sûr. Il fallait commencer.
Thank you, Guy. Thank you, Guy, so much.
Thank you, team. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
À bientôt.
Au revoir.
Bye.
Au revoir, Libanos.
It's a pity to go.
No, you don't have to go. You can sit for the next panel.
Yes.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
So thank you. Yeah, to the panelists for the next. Yeah. Let me just keep one. Okay. Please make sure, Rodrigo, everybody is muted. Okay. After that, I'm very, very happy to welcome all of you here for the next panel discussion. It's been an interesting day since the beginning with the Secretary General of the United Nations ringing the bell of peace. And then having we had then young people as early as young as 11 telling us that they don't want to hear about being the future, right? The leader of the future. They are the leaders today. And that was very, very remarkable. So this panel, I'm very happy to moderate, and basically the format is very, very simple. Each one of you is going to have about 10 minutes, a little bit more, a little bit less to do a presentation. And following that, we're going to have Q&A. I will ask some questions, people will ask questions, and then we can clarify. But the most important is that we are here to celebrate peace, and each one of you has contributed greatly to what we are seeking. And Henry, I don't see Fry yet, but Henry, there was a question at the previous panel. We have His Excellency, the Ambassador. Oh yes, Fry is here. Okay, Denise, who at some point was asking, I don't know if it was him asking to the young people or young people asking to him that is peace possible today? I purposely didn't attempt to answer that question because I know you were coming on board. And the other thing also that is very remarkable, and I say, until the last time you did a presentation, Christopher and Yeri, about peace being possible in our lifetime. Even though I was believing that I spent my life working on that, I never dared to say it with the confidence that I can say today because of you. Okay. And the other thing also is that Josh, where's Josh? Josh, are you there? Josh? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, yeah. So yes, I just want to say thank you again. And I still remember when talking about Nelson Mandela, where I don't know where you got that virus at the last second that say call Guy and change your topic, because the topic that you came out after, who again was about peace without authorization, has also moved me in a way that you will never imagine. Okay. We are going through a time that's very, very challenging decade, and a lot of people will be asking for permission for peace. And listening to you about the topic about peace without authorization has helped me greatly ever since. And we have, you have two Davids today. You have Muriel. I say Muriel. You have Muriel, who is someone also is working on peace initiative that are going to be sharing her experience. So I'm really, really Irish. Is Irish? Where's Irish?
I am here.
Okay, yes. So I'm looking forward to hear from all of you, Lexington. So without further delay, I'm going to start with His Excellency Ambassador Denis Antoine, who has occupied all jobs in the diplomatic field. He's been an educator, worked at the University of District of Columbia. He's been ambassador to the United Nations, ambassador to China, ambassador to American States, and also vice president of the Assembly General, the General Assembly of the United Nations. So he's someone that has seen it all. His Excellency, I would like you to take a few words, take some time, and then talk about again, you were there in the beginning, so I saw you were a little bit moved by what was happening at the UN, where you worked for so many years. So the floor is yours to, again, even though there's some topic, I trust you to take it anywhere you go, because the most important is the discussion. We have a lot of people here, and we have some people here on Zoom, but a lot more people are following on you have a YouTube streaming live in YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, also on Facebook. So there's a discussion, this is their piece, and then, what do you have in mind? So, Excellency, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Global Ambassador Joe. Guy, I think you have demonstrated that one person can make a difference. The manner in which you have connected us globally is a very significant act of global civic mindedness. I believe I feel a little saturated with the thought of peace today, since we began this morning at 8:30. Now, each year, the International Day for Peace is observed around the world in September, the 21st. Today we are doing that. We are observing it ahead of tomorrow. Now, the UN General Assembly declared this day as a day devoted to strengthening the ideals of peace, calling for the observance for a 24-hour ceasefire during those days when there was weapons of mass destruction and war being fought between countries, between states. So the call for a 24-hour ceasefire generally at the time was to create a zone for humanitarian aid to get access to the people who are cut off by the fighting. And it works sometimes, but could you imagine all this fighting stops for a moment? Can't it be for good? Can't it be prolonged? But only to resume the killing again. In 2020, it is noticeably clear that we are not each other's enemy, but we have a common enemy that threatens to kill all of us. But instead, our world is thrown into turmoil. And what is revealed is what is happening locally is reverberating globally. So we have a new era of conflict and violence. The nature of war and violence that gave birth to the United Nations, which is now celebrating 75 years, has been transformed. Different from 75 years ago, today the conflicts appear to be less deadly, and most often it's between domestic groups rather than states. The epidemic of violence and killing is becoming more frequent and equally destructive as the big bombs, the atom bombs. So today we have a lethal autonomous weapon. Now there is weaponizing of bots and drones and cyber attacks. And we have some new weapons, and they are as destructive. Leave no one behind serves as a rallying cry for the SDGs and the 2030 agenda of the United Nations. But let us ensure that our views, our anxieties, and our peace concept will reach world leaders and senior UN officials so that it will inform the priorities and the proposal generated from the United Nations for action. So the nagging issues still confront the developing countries are more glaring now. Now, the impact of digital technology for peace and justice and as an efficient tool for the eradication of all forms of poverty and inequity. Now, but this tool, there must be education on the use of technology as a liberator. Proper management and use of new technology has become critical. Now, the climate crisis persists, and it's a war that we must win. Nowhere is immune to the devastating consequences of climate change. As coming from an island, I understand the impact and the constant threat. Now, when the Secretary General called on all warring parties to lay down their weapons and focus on battle against, this unprecedented global pandemic. Now, while the message is intended for armed parties solidarity and cooperation across borders, sectors, and generation are also needed to win peace. So I'm going to close. We are in a new fight against an invisible enemy that has exploded, and it has exposed the worst public health crisis in modern time. So equality between men and women was the core of the tenets of the United Nations Charter in 1945. Yet, 75 years later, women and girls live in a world of widespread gender inequality. Regrettably, the pandemic that has embraced the world has unmasked layers of inequalities, fresh forms of violence, and embedded injustice. So, what is the answer? I believe, as supporters of global peace, we cannot allow our cooperation to falter because too many gaps exist between us as humans. In a world where there is no respect, there can be no peace. I am very pleased to be associated with all of you honorable peace envoys on this Zoom at this conference, and I congratulate you. And I say, Dr. Ambassador Guy Jochen and the UNESCO Center for Peace in celebration of not just an international day for peace, but a global life of peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. So what we'll do is that we are going to go around and then we come back with Q&A, okay? And then I'll just follow the way we are all in the screen. And I'll call on David. He was here. He was one of the first to be here. David, are you?
Yes, Guy, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Nice to see everyone.
It's been a long time, right? Since we
yes,
last,
it's been a long time since we've talked. It's a good 6 or 7 years since we've talked. It's good to see you. You know, I have to get up to Frederick sometime. We'll have to have coffee when the world goes back to normal.
As soon as possible.
Yes, yes, yes. It's really great to be in space with the people from around the world. You know, too often we're in our little sectors or little environments and we see the same people. But to be an important day like the International Day of Peace, it is an international day, so we should be in an international space. So I've been in and out all day, so I haven't been watching continuously, but I've been particularly listening to young people, which has always been my focus in getting inspiration from them. So I'm really glad to be here today. So, let me, if I can, so should I go ahead, Guy, and talk about what I wanted to share today?
Yes,
sure.
Yes.
So let me give you just a little bit of my background, and I want to keep my remarks to 10 minutes because I know we have a lot to cover. Guy and I go back a number of years. For about 10 years, I was at the U.S. Institute of Peace in Washington. And during the days that I was there, I was a director of national outreach, which meant working with college and high school students. So Guy would bring students every year to USIP, large groups of students, I must tell you, not 5 or 6, I'm talking about 150 and 200 students that he would bring. And then occasionally I'd go up. I remember one year I went to, was it a conference you had at college in Frederick?
Yes.
I think
Frederick, yes. Mm-hmm.
I spoke there one year. So I left USIP about 7 years ago. I've been doing my own consulting and teaching, and I have an NGO that focuses on humanitarian education. So Guy and I have not crossed paths, but this is a great opportunity to do it. One of the things that I've been focusing on, and this really gets to thinking about local peace work and what people do. I've been focusing a lot on the work of peace. I'm going to hold up something here, and this is a quote. I'm sure everyone can read it. I'm doing this a little bit old school. And this is a quote by Eleanor Roosevelt that I think most people are familiar with. And I want to change it slightly. with deference to Eleanor Roosevelt, and I'm changing it to rather than at peace, to work in peace. And what I've been focusing on the last 5 or 6 years is the work of peace is important, and we often take it for granted that we're working on peace in many different ways. But one of the things that we don't spend as much time on, and this is particularly important to aspiring professionals who work in the field, is that what is it to have a career in peace? You know, quite often we kind of take it for granted what we do. We may be diplomats or educators or working for NGOs or working for UNESCO, whatever it is. And we kind of take it for granted where we are. But to talk to an 18-year-old secondary school, high school student, or a 21-year-old college student, for them to get to where you are, may be a great leap. So one of the things that becomes really important to me is getting them to think about and getting us all to think about how we really kind of get to that point. And a couple things that crossed my mind in the process that I ended up writing a book about it several years ago, which I'll show you at the end. But a couple of things, when I was at USIP and I would meet with young people, you know, they'd be, you know, high school or college students, and we'd engage in some peace building activities and get excited about the things that we can do as a collective. But I'd always kind of at the end of the session a hand would go up and say, well, you know, I am studying politics in college, or I am a 17-year-old in high school, and I want a job in working in peace. I mean, I can be an activist and I can do it, but I actually want a career. Sometimes they say, I want your job, which may be a little bit harder, but they really want to do it. And for a long time, I think in the field, when we thought about people working in peace, we actually looked at it in a very myopic way. That is, diplomats work on peace, humanitarians work on peace, educators work on peace, people work in the development sector work on peace. And then sometimes it was hard to expand that net to some extent. And so if a young person came to you and say, well, I'm a tech person, you know, I want to work on technology, or somebody who says, I want to work in finance, or I want to open a business, or, you know, I want to be an artist, or I want to be something else, we would have a hard time articulating to them how they could do that work for peace. So what I've spent a lot of time on is recognizing that young people come to us as more senior people in the field with excitement. They're ginned up about working for peace. This is particularly an issue in college and universities where, you know, it's in that period of time where young people will join a United Nations club, or they'll do the work for Amnesty International. I'm thinking about US experiences maybe. You know, they'll get excited about all these things that they can do to change the world, work on human rights, right? Do model UN, so forth. And then they graduate, and then we say, go get a real job. We don't help them figure out going from that excitement that they're doing to the things that they could really be doing in work to make change. So we say, go get a job on Wall Street or in business or doing something else. And I tell you, that's really unfortunate. That really is bad that we do that. We really need to think with young people and help create the bridge for them to go into other areas. And so in the beginning, when I started thinking about this, I was really thinking in terms of, it's not so much, we'll say, the direct work in peace that becomes important all the time. That is, when you're a humanitarian or a diplomat, as much it's the indirect work you can do in peace, right? The things that you can do as a result of what you're doing, that you're creating peace and stability. I was challenged once by, I don't know how many of you know who Coleman McCarthy is. Coleman McCarthy, he's based in Washington, D.C., and he's a peace activist. He's written a lot of books over the years. And one of the things that Coleman says all the time is that you just shouldn't be learning algebra. Algebra doesn't really help peace, doesn't really change the world. And I would disagree with that. I would say learning algebra and learning mathematics, learning how to count, learning how to handle your finances, helps you get a job, helps you advance yourself in your society and your community, helps you get a grant or get a loan to build your community. That I think algebra is peace building. I think learning those fundamental skills. So I would say to somebody who wants to teach mathematics, you're doing peace work. Someone who gets to do physical education and says, rather than doing competitive sports, what I'm going to be doing are collaborative sports. right? Somebody who is teaching chemistry or biology and wants to not only empower people with information, but want to talk about the struggles of Einstein and what he was offering and feeling that he felt guilty at the end because he might have contributed to developing the atomic bomb, right? And looking at all these various fields, looking at technology, you know, so many young people today are interested in tech work, right? Web design and social media and all these different things. I mean, it's beyond my understanding. But one of the things I am convinced is that at each one of those jobs in those fields, they can create that space to do peace work. They could say, I'm going to volunteer myself for a not-for-profit or an NGO and help them build their website. I'm going to use social media to advance peace because that's what I know is social media. And I'll work with somebody who maybe has content that I can help them advance their message, right? So there are so many spaces you can do this. My wife works in healthcare. My wife teaches nurses. She's a nursing educator. And often we think about healthcare. Well, healthcare is healthcare. Healthcare is peace work. I mean, think about Médecins Sans Frontières and all the other organizations around the world that are trying to provide basic health care to people who have no health care. Think about the work of the World Health Organization, right? Think about a nurse who works in a community hospital, and she's a compassionate nurse, and she works with trauma, and she works to soothe things over and to reassure people. Think about the people that are working in hospitals now because of COVID. Think about all the Italian nurses and doctors, or the nurses and doctors in the US for that matter, any part of the world where it was still serious here. And think about those people working in those hospitals to bring compassion and to bring hope and to bring a new tomorrow. They are all doing peace work, right? So when young people come to us and say, I want to do peace work, and we say, well, you're going to go work at the UN or you're going to go, no. There are things you can do right in your own community that makes a difference. So one of the things that I want to encourage us all to do is really to take young people where they are in their interests and the things that they want to do, rather than us trying to mold them and try to direct them to things that for many people is really a hard reach. You know, one of the things that I struggle with in some respects is that I deal with a lot of young people who are from marginalized populations, people who can't afford to go to Harvard and Yale and graduate degrees and all that. That's just beyond what they're able to do. And sometimes we say it's only those people that are making a difference because they're the policy people. They're the people that work at the United Nations. I say, no. You don't have to go to college. You could do anything. You could be working in your own community. You could be working in any field, working in a restaurant, working as a hairdresser, and you could be building peace in that way. So one of the things we have to recognize is we have to not make peace an elitist type thing that people might have difficulty getting to, but making it more common of what they're doing. So about 5 years ago, this is my book, if anybody's interested. It's called Peace Jobs, and it focuses on pathways that people can take, young people could take anywhere that are not the traditional pathways of the diplomats and mediators and so forth that they can do in their own community, thinking about peace in different ways. So the last thing that I would say, and then I'll wait and we'll like to listen to everyone else and they take questions at the end, was when young people come to me and they say they want to work for peace and they want to do peace work, I get them to think like this. All right, so everyone sees this, PEACE, right? And so there are 5 parts of this, right? The first part of this is passion. So you want to get young people to think about their passion, their interests, the things that drive them, right? You know, the things that really captivate them, the work that they want to do, the change they want to bring. Sometimes it's very community-based. You know, look in the United States, we're dealing with policing and social justice issues right now, right? So people are arguing to defund the police and change the relationship between law enforcement and communities, but it could be international issues that they're interested in. Then you have to get an education that accommodates that. And the education could be traditional college, university education. It could be informal and informal. It could informal education, right? It could be education that's community-based. It might not be university and college, but the education is what's empower you. I mean, everyone here agrees at the end of the day, education is the language of empowerment to get people to do things. Then I remind people to be involved in activities. and doing things that help them apply what they learn. So if they're in college and universities, we want them to join a club, a UNESCO club. We want them to join a Model UN. We want them to get involved in those things. Sometimes those things are very local oriented, but we want them to get involved. The fourth thing I say is community. I want you to think about this. People who do peace work, this is hard work. This is not easy work. And sometimes it's not the work your family even thinks you're going to do. I mean, I know of many stories where young people go to college, university, and they start college, university wanting to study business or wanting to study a social science, and they change and they end up wanting to study peace studies. And then they go home and dad asks them and say, well, what are you studying now? What am I paying those large tuition bills for? Hey, Dad, I decided I want to be a peace studies major. And dad's draw drops, right? What is peace studies? How are you going to get a job in peace studies? How are you going to pay $100,000 debt to college, right? So often the road to being a peace worker is a lonely one. So having a community, creating a community of your peeps, your bros, whatever you might want to call it, people that will support you, people who can rely. When you have a bad day, and I tell you, those of us who do peace work, we have a lot of bad days. We have a lot of bad. I mean, right now in the United States, we're having a lot of bad days. One of our primary icons of peace in this country, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, passed away, right? And we're feeling bad. We have to have other people. We have this community that supports us in what we're doing to make us feel better and to go forward. And then finally, it's a sense of environment. I remind people that peace, at the end of the day, is working within communities with people to make change. So you have to find where those communities of change are, where you have to go. If you want to do international work, then you're not going to be able to do that in some remote parts of the world. You might have to go to the big city. You might have to go to Washington or Geneva or Paris or a place like that to do that important work. So I remind peace students who want to do peace, it's not like the metaphor of the actor or actress who wants to act and they're from the middle of nowhere. At some point, they have to pack their backpack and go to Hollywood. And maybe when they get to Hollywood, they're going to be waiting tables and working as a barista in Starbucks. But they need to be in Hollywood to be connected. The same thing with doing peace work. Often young people have to be committed to make that change. So I'll leave it at there, and then I'll hang on till when we have questions at the end. But hopefully that gives you some thoughts, particularly the young people that are here today. I really want them to get a thinking about what they want to do in the future. So thank you. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So I will move forward. What about Mirai? Are you ready? Mirai, can you, yes?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
So just to add to what David just said, the main founder of the Peace and Conflict Studies, he has a strong academic background in mathematics, which is Johann Galton. Yeah. So we have one session, and then he came. He was talking about it was the functional matrix organization. We were just like, ho, 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 ho. You're supposed to run away from mathematics, and then now we have to deal with mathematics. Anyway, and the ambassador said something. He said that, I wrote it down, that no respect, no peace. So I have a video that I want to share with us.
Okay.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Can you see it?
I am called Archibald Emmanuel Kum. I was arrested in Wum in 2016. I have been in prison for almost 5 years today without any judgment. We are for a crime I never committed.
I'm Gong Solo Zwala. They arrest me from home, in my palace, home palace. So I'm here for 5 years ago. Without no judgment.
Yeah, I was arrested in the hospital. I was arrested in the hospital for a crime I didn't commit. And I'm almost in 5 years prison now.
My name is Iwi Allen. I was arrested on the 3rd of February 2016. I have been in prison for 5 good years without no judgment. I'm called Fung Maximi. I was arrested in February, the 3rd of February 2016, the crime that I don't know.
I'm called Nzukele. I was arrested in Womb, 24 January, for the crime that I don't know in the hospital.
Motongi alomba ifu Kingston Nestomba. They cashed me now because of 5,000. Ma asked me 5,000. I said no get up. They arrest me, go keep me for beer parlor. Drink beer, then suit a friend, but they can't take me.
I'm called Apu Javis. They tell me for 3 January 2016 in a bar house. We were doing mingle.
My name is Nakumjera, so they will catch me for 20. They will catch me on the 2nd of February 2016. Since 2016, they will take me bring up for Bamenda. As from Bamenda, they bring me for April 5, I don't know.
I'm Kongong Kalishos. I was arrested in January. And I was brought to Bamenda. After Bamenda, they transferred us here to Yaoundé. So we have been here close to 5 years now. We have not been judged and nothing has been done.
Yeah, I'm called EJ Fram. I was being arrested in 2016, January 2016, on the 11th of February. So I've been here close to 5 years with the crime without knowing anything about it.
Nasser Fonto, arrested on the 3rd of February 2016, brought to Yaoundé. We'll be here for 5 years without any judgment for a crime we know nothing about.
So with what he said, that we can only have peace when we have justice. With no peace, we cannot have justice. So, but the thing is, if we want to shape peace, we have to start by respecting our own words. So between 2016 and 2020, the Anglophone crisis has like different evolution, but nothing has been done. So if you look at the US level, we have 3 resolutions. The first one is a House Resolution 358 of May 2019. The second one is a Senate Resolution 292 of July of 2019. And the last one, the very recent one, is a Senate Resolution 684 of September 2020. So, and then at the global level or at the UN level, we have another resolution calling for a global ceasefire. But in Cameroon, nothing, I mean, they are still killing people with no reason. So when you look at the crisis, you will see that between October of 2016 and today, they have what they call the symbolic independence. And then right after that, a year, maybe like September the 22nd of 2017, they're starting with the shooting. So the 22nd in Cameroon, in that part of the Cameroon or the Anglophone region, they call it, or they have declared it to be the mourning day. So because that was the first time that they started with the shooting, and then the day after mourn, they lost one. Back in 2018, the government imposed a shutdown of internet and social media. So it's a timeline again. And then the thing was shut down for like 240 days. And then to this date, we have 12,000 deaths. So the threshold of the conflict is 10 deaths. So if we have 12,000 at the days, what are we doing? And then when you look, security forces, 700, 300 villages have been burned down, 1,000 people internally displaced, we have the record, and then 7,100 seeking refuge in other countries, mainly in Nigeria. 3 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance. The UN Children Fund estimates that more than 800,000 children are out of school due to the conflict. And then in the beginning of 2019, the State Department added Cameroon to the Child Soldier Prevention Act list of 2020, in the 2020 report. In April of 2019, the European Parliament passed the resolution urging an inclusive political dialogue to resolve the Anglophone crisis and then calling for the conflict to be considered by the Security Council. 2019 again, the UN Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator for Cameroon stated that Cameroon can no longer be a forgotten crisis, and it needs to be high on their agenda. June of 2020, a group of former world leaders and 5 Nobel Prize laureates called on the United Security Council, the Secretary General, the African Union, the Commonwealth of Nations, and La Francophonie to ensure that Anglophone conflict is on the agenda of the upcoming UN Security Council meetings, and call all UN regional office session before the Security Council. So we have an area formula meeting on Cameroon back in 2019. But the thing is, why we don't have like a formal meeting on Cameroon? So if we consider that 10 people, 10 deaths is a threshold for a conflict. So 14,000 deaths is what? That's the concern. So if you want to shape war, I just think that we have to start like saying that we want to do this and then we do that. Otherwise, we will just go in like, crescendo, like 20,000, 50,000, and then people won't even like believe in what we are doing. Because one of the consequences is what? That Boya, for example, is really close to a town like Bonaberi. What is happening is that the social infrastructure is in Bonaberi is not even strong enough to sustain people from Bonaberi. So when they come from Boya, what is happening? Bonaberi is near collapse. And then mark my words, I'm not giving 1 year to Bonaberi. And if we don't do anything, my concern is that the conflict cannot generate. And then we sit here, we're having this, good meeting, talking, and then have the, nice talking points. But if we don't do anything, so we have to think. And then one of the most dangerous aspects of that is that the conflict will recycle itself. Because those people, those students, they are not in school. While the Francophone are going to school. So 10 years from now, what will happen? The Anglophone won't be ready for that type of job, while the Francophone will be ready. So Francophone will go back to the Anglophone region to be able to work, while they will be out of work. And what will happen? The conflict will just like, they just recycle itself. So what we have to do is just to, I think we have to reduce the talk and then put more action into play here. You have to think about those people. And because you see, for example, in Bonaberi, you see like a 16 years old, 12 years old, she will turn into prostitute, and then she will talk to you as if, like it's not a concern to her. Oh yes, I will go with these 6-5 men a day because I have to pay my rent, I have to do this, I have to do that. As a woman, I feel like frustrated. It's not even, say that shameful? No, I passed that sentiment. Today is frustration. And then personal frustration at some point will lead to conflicts, because now you start to antagonize with people who think completely different from what you are saying, because you are reporting on the reality. While other people, they would tell you like, okay, it's a book, and you know what, only 12, only 15. No, let's talk about the affect. Let's talk about, what those people they are going through. And then the consequences on Bonaberi people as well. One time I was in Bonaberi. So between, I would say maybe like 2 miles, I was in traffic for maybe 2.5 hours. And then I imagine myself, if somebody has like a medical emergency in that situation, what will happen to the person? The person will die just because there's no way. We have the towns, we have kind of swollen, but there is no, we don't have like secondary roads to be able to accommodate everybody. The consequences is that at the long run, people will if we have like a real epidemic in Bonaberi, I don't know how many people. So you can see the consequences is just like we're going from one issue to another one issue to another one. So if we don't sit together, we have to sit down and then think about the Anglophone crisis. Because it's not only Cameroon which is involved at some point. People, they are leaving. They're going to Nigeria. And then Nigeria is having a problem with Cameroon because of the new people coming. And they call them, hey, criminals, as usual. The immigrants, the same set of people that will be accused of, all the wrongdoing in any society. They will come to the US. They are the borders, at the southern borders. And then they are everywhere. So why can you just fix the problem in Cameroon for people of Cameroon to stay in the country, or for those people in particular to stay in the country instead of living in the bushes for some or in Nigeria? So my thing is, we have to try to have a serious conversation about what we want to do. And then we have to look at like I said, coercive pressure. We have to have those people, the government, to be able to sit down with its own people. Arab people would prefer partial insider. But in Cameroon, we need neutral outsider to be able to move that, to shift the conversation or to shift the dynamic of the situation from one point to another one. I'm ready for the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, just a little background here. As we are celebrating the International Day for Peace, and the ambassador was talking, one of the causes, how could we talk about peace when certain things are happening around the world? And that's what the situation actually, when I come back to you, Mireille, I just want for people to have a little bit of your background and what do you do in terms of your understanding of what's happening, not just in Cameroon, but in the western part of Africa, where things could actually, where we can see a serial threat, serious danger to peace emerging in the last number of years. Hello, Mireille, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I would say just a little bit about your background, because later I'm sure people are like, oh, whoa. So just tell a little bit about what you do and your understanding was just a brief on what's happening at this threat to peace coming from that western part, central western part of Africa.
Okay, I have an academic background in peace, and conflict resolution, and then international security policy. So, but day to day, I work as intelligence analyst. So the potential problem with you say Western Africa?
No, just again, you talk about what's in Cameroon, but again, there's some danger,
I mean,
just in one line, some of the dangers that might be coming if you don't do, the international community doesn't pay attention to what's going on in that part of the world.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you look at the demographic pyramids of Africa, you see that at the base is very large. So that means what? At the base, people between, like, let's say, between the age of 0 to 45, they are the large group of the demography all over Africa. So if you see, and then at the top, you will see is people, like Paul Biya, Bouteflika, it's like 1% or maybe 2% at the maximum. So what are we doing? If we don't do anything, and those people there, you will see all the numbers are completely red. Unemployment, poverty, you name it, everything. So at some point, the thing would explode because not only they don't have anything to do, and then they are looking for an alternative. And an alternative is not always a good solution because somebody may come and then he come for personal interest. And then you will say, okay, you know what, help me fight the other guy. And then once the other guy is gone, we will work together to have like a better society. And then today in Africa, the elections are becoming like the main factor of conflicts. Because right after the election, because it always be like a conflict. You have the problem in Ivory Coast. You have, we almost had it in Nigeria. I mean, we had it all over the place. And then you will see that is the youth bulge. Okay. If you don't take attention, if you don't pay attention to that, that will, lead to more conflicts.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I think this was for me a very good introduction to. I would like to bring Josh right now, again to talk about. At least I made a record talk about again what we talked about last time, but again it's a communication we are having. So Josh, you have the floor.
Thanks, Guy. So I am an engineer, and I was thinking about the topic that was the theme for this panel, which is shaping peace together, and began to think about peace like a machine, as an engineer would do. And it's sort of a very abstract concept that wasn't easy to define. And then I looked up the dictionary definition of it, and it's just the absence of bad things happening, really. So I think that a reframing of terminology would be good, because I don't think that the goal is really just an absence of conflict in all of the things that we're doing today. It's really to make life as good as it can be. Whether or not there will be ever an absence of conflict, I think that there are some terms maybe that we can utilize instead that are a bit more comprehensive and a bit more pertinent to what we're trying to do. So anyway, so I'm going to try to explain peace as an engineer would understand it, which is to understand how it was constructed and then how to make it do what you want it to do. So the way I understand it is that from the beginning of human history, as the population grew, the needs would grow exponentially in relation to the population. The needs of the people in an area would grow exponentially. And that necessitated an exponential growth in the complexity of essentially a brain mechanism to organize and to manage all of these resources and needs. And then at the same time, as population needs and complexity grow, resources dwindle. And that has caused the need for globalization and networking and going all over the world and taking other people's resources, war. And you'll hear a lot more about this in Henry Lieberman and Christopher Fry's talk, I think at 4 Eastern. So over time, as complexity grows, it becomes really hard to see what the purpose of the city is, which if you think about it like a machine, is really to distribute resources as efficiently as possible to satisfy the needs of its citizens and nothing more. So a government, in addition to handling the law, which is preventing people from stealing others' resources, including life, as well as our monetary system, really functions as a brain that controls the distribution of resources. And as the government grows in complexity and as our population grows, it becomes increasingly hard to see how to do that. So this is just a quick infographic on human population growth in relation to how many resources we've taken from the earth over time. And you can see sort of the exponential curve starting at around 1950 or so, 1940.
We can't see your screen.
We can't see your screen.
Oh, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
How about now?
Great.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, I'll go to this slide. This was the thing about population I was saying. So as population grows, needs grow exponentially, complexity grows exponentially beyond that, and resources dwindle at the same time. At that point, it becomes increasingly blurry exactly what the purpose of the institutions we've created are that are supposed to distribute these resources and how they're supposed to function. So in other words, we create governments, we create organizations and companies to distribute resources based on what people need. But the purpose of that, in other words, the driving factor in satisfying people's needs becomes increasingly obscured over time. So this is the infographic that I just mentioned about human population growth in relation to the resources that we have taken from the earth over time. And you can see sort of the exponential part of the curve starting at around 1940 or so, 1950. And essentially this process in the development of cities has sort of followed the evolution of humans themselves. So we started as single cell organisms, or life started as single cell organisms, and then eventually formed more complex organisms. And then those more complex organisms got together in groups and then formed multi-celled organisms with a common goal. And then multi-celled organisms needed a centralized feature, a central organizational mechanism here, the brain, to coordinate all of their movements and also drive their behavior in favor of their movements. So in service of their movements. And then when life moved to land, you've got communities of multi-celled organisms living off of the land, finding the resources that they needed to survive, and then growing in population and complexity and behavioral complexity, as well as physiologic complexity. So that's kind of a parallel or an analogy for how cities have grown and developed. And here you can see some of the problems that might emerge because of that. So imagine yourself as a caveman and you're alone in the cave and you need to find food for yourself, but there's not really any food that grows around you. and there aren't really any animals. It might be winter, or you might be in a desert. So you need to find someone with food that you can share with. And it's a lot more efficient to share food between groups than it is to find your own, even in resource abundant areas. So that's what people quickly found. One of the more accepted hypotheses about how group behavior actually started, though, was around death. When people would die, early humans would bury them in the same area, and then they would congregate around that area, and that brought people together. And if you imagine how shocking and how complex death must have seemed to early humans, it's no surprise that they got together to try and figure it out and comfort each other, and then build groups based on that interaction. So from there, people, if they lived in an area like this, would have to figure out how to satisfy their needs. And it doesn't matter really whether it's winter or summer in a place like this. If you're in a group, there aren't really resources to pool. There might be a body of water nearby, but you're kind of out of luck for most of the year in an area like this. The other side of that is that in resource abundant areas, resources would quickly be drained by these growing groups as well. So they had to figure out a way to store resources, to get more resources, and to pool resources and distribute them amongst themselves. Animal husbandry, as well as agriculture, agrarian cultures emerged, and humans began shaping the land to give them, to support the population on top of it. This created surplus, which was actually the thing that enabled cities to form originally. So people got so good at making the land grow crops at certain times of year and in such an abundance that they had a surplus that they could save and that they could share and that they could even use to barter with others. So this is sort of what an early farm might have looked like. And people would run experiments, for example, with animal husbandry, where they would cross animals with more fat and they would cross plants that were more robust in the midst of bad weather or poor water conditions or something like that. So ingenuity took place, and that brought us to the complexity we have today, which is where many, many crops or all of one crop are grown on huge swaths of land, and there are chemicals employed to get rid of pests and prevent famine, and there are problems with that as well. But essentially the theme that you'll see is that the early mechanisms that we created as a species to survive off of the land and distribute resources just get more complex over time, and they don't actually change very much. So one of the things that you need if you live in a city, in a citadel, like one that might have been created based on some of these surpluses, is a wall. And this architectural feature emerged to protect what's inside from invaders. And it's a definite statement. I mean, it's a huge wall. You could never scale that. And if you're looking at this from the outside, you definitely get the feeling that people on the inside don't want you to come in. So this was sort of the first emergence of an us versus them dichotomy at the scale of a citadel here, which is an early city, but smaller. But the wall has not gone away. This architectural feature has actually remained in suburbs and cities. And to this day, it separates us from our neighbors. And it doesn't only separate us physically, it separates us cognitively, and enables us, for example, a family living in this house here, to consider themselves as one unit and everyone else around them as outsiders. So then we developed the ability to traverse the land and to go to other parts of the land that might be more resource abundant, to develop trade. And this started with horses and other animals like elephants. And then eventually we developed vehicles that were originally pulled by horses. And this allowed us to create networks of cities based on trade. Now, today, we have globalization and we have flights. This is a sort of aggregate of all the flights that might take off in the world during the day or throughout the year. And you can see how complex our simple transportation system has made the world, but it's the same mechanism. Planes are the same mechanism. They serve the same purpose as the early horses did, in that they connect cities to each other and they allow us to pool resources. Some of those resources are physical and some of them are virtual, but in essence, the early mechanisms that we developed just get more complex over time. And it's crucial to realize that, because the things that contribute to conflict also are the same over time. They just get more complex. And because of that, history, as well as sort of the perspective of an engineer, might help us to take this apart and learn how to prevent the function of conflict. So you see here the organizing feature that we have created to manage resources and distribute them as a government. And I liken that to a brain here. And you see different size brains for different animals here. And you can imagine that different size cities and cities with different complexities and networks might require a different brain that works in a different way, that has different networks, that's a different size. And the size of the brain does not actually correlate that much to intelligence. It's really about the connections that one makes over time and through experience, as well as the density of those networks. So there's a lot going on there. And you can see some of these scaling laws for the size of an organism in relation to the size and weight of the brain, which here would be density. So there's a definite scale at which the things that we create to organize our distribution of resources, here the brain, function. And beyond that scale, you couldn't have a brain that is bigger or more complex than the body it serves. And that's sort of the metaphor that I'll go with as I talk more about the political institutions we've created and how we might fix those or come up with better ones. So you can see how complex the network of neurons and synapses and dendrites and axons might be just in a small area of the brain. And that's absolutely necessary to distribute resources to control something as complex as a human. But this is really convoluted. And essentially what the brain does is it distributes energetic and electrochemical resources in service of getting enough food and passing one's genes on to the next generation. So this is essentially the structure of the United States government. It's very complex, and all of these branches somehow relate to each other and are supposed to work in concert. They all oversee different things, sometimes overlapping, sometimes in conflict, sometimes not. But you can see that the brain that we've created for ourselves to manage a population of 400 million people in the United States, and people can see that it would be similar in the country in which they come from. So does a government system, does a democratic government system actually scale with the scale of population that we've reached? And I don't think it does. So when we design a political system or when we design a brain, there is a tight relationship, an exponential relationship between the number of requirements in that political system. In other words, the number of rules that you design into a political system and its sensitivity to noise. So what I mean by that is that political systems, a lot of them require everybody to buy in to the political system. The second a group of people don't buy in or they dissent, the political system, if it has many, many rules associated with it, will just crumble. And we've seen that with socialism and imperialism and other things like that. So I think this design feature is sort of a good one moving forward and thinking about how we might create governmental systems in service of what I'll call peace for now, but what we should come up with a better term for. So here are some kind of weaknesses that often deconstruct a political system. So you have two well-known ones here. One would be socialism, which is where the community shares the responsibility of producing and distributing goods for everyone. The weaknesses are that everybody has to do it. If a group of people don't do it, then there are fewer resources for everybody to go around, and everybody will suffer. Everybody has to buy into this idea. You can't really change the system. The government is sort of all powerful in these situations. And The success is really dependent on the morals of the government. So if you have a bad dictator, for example, as we've seen, then the political system completely crumbles. Same thing with democracy. And we're seeing this now. So democracy relies on a majority of people voting for the representatives that exhibit or that fight for their own interests. Here, the minority is growing in number into the millions. So minorities are now in the millions in terms of population. So what happens when you go from a country of 20,000 people where everybody's kind of the same and most people kind of feel the same, at least greater than 50, 60%, to all of a sudden having a minority group, several minority groups that are as big as entire countries. And moreover, what happens when certain areas of a country take advantage of an electoral system meant to really promote equality in terms of voting, but that actually doesn't represent or no longer represents the feelings of a majority of the country. So we're kind of seeing these conflicts sort of signal the demise of a democracy, I think. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think we just need to come up with something that scales better with our population and also that scales better with globalization and the complexity of today's society. So I don't think that the democratic system, which was written 300 years ago, was really written. It was a program, a software program that was not written to manage the number of resources it currently manages. So right now, we have sort of a capitalistic system, and a capitalistic system is based on sequestering as many resources as one can from the large pool of resources that are meant to be distributed to everybody. So it's fundamentally at odds with the way that we are supposed to live in cities, which, the function of a city, again, is to distribute resources and fulfill the needs of its citizens. That's what it was. Groups of people were created, were formed to distribute resources. And when you have a system like capitalism that's based on sequestering those resources, it's fundamentally at odds with the way that cities are supposed to function. And when capitalism functions in a system as big as ours, for example, the United States, then you get millions of people, not thousands or hundreds, who go hungry because the resources are supposed to be distributed to everybody. So what is peace? I don't think peace is the absence of conflict. I think peace is the intentional and active pursuit of understanding and satisfying the needs of everyone around us. So that's what my definition of peace would be. And I think that's maybe a more useful one going forward, because the absence of conflict would be great, but think about how boring life would be with just no conflict if happiness was not a part of that definition, and if satisfaction was not a part of that definition. So I think that it's important to reconceptualize what we think of as peace. And I have, a couple of solutions here, but I first want to say that when we go through school and we figure out what we want to do in life, we don't ask ourselves what others need around us, what is needed in the city. Instead, we ask ourselves what we want to be when we grow up, what we have an aptitude for, what we'd like to do. And I think that's fundamentally at odds, again, with the way that a city is supposed to function. We shouldn't be asking ourselves what we like to do or what we have an aptitude for. We should be asking ourselves what's needed from the world around us. How can we better distribute the resources to the people around us when we have so much? And intellect, I'm considering there as a resource. So I think that the educational system, kind of like David was saying earlier, it needs to be reconfigured to be oriented toward satisfying the needs of the city around us instead of educating us on what's already been discovered. And preparing us eventually for professions that are very much in service of a capitalistic system and not one that harkens back to the original intent or function of the city. So one solution I came up with, and I know Henry and Fry have qualms with this, but I'm going to say it anyway. So I thought that, currency is based on assigning value to an arbitrary piece of paper. There's no reason that value can't be assigned to a concept or a behavior under that regime. So what if we were to have a currency or a cryptocurrency or whatever kind of currency that ascribed value to behavior that improved the lives of others. So every time you did something every time you do something that improves the life of someone else, that helps distribute resources in a better way, then you get money for that. You get currency. And it is a reward-based system, and there are problems with reward-based systems, but there are problems with our system as well. So I don't think that's an argument against this. I think that this is a superior system than the current currency system that we have. So practically, the way this could look is that people could wear biosensors, the kind that we have now, that connect to your smartphone. And every time your biometrics improve, in other words, every time there's an indication of happiness or of satiation or of a distribution of resources, then the person responsible for it is rewarded for that. And I think that whether or not this idea ever becomes a reality, I think it's an important concept in sort of reframing what things that we value in both education, government, and our financial system. And then I had mentioned, I think that an educational system that relates more to urban metabolism than puzzle solving or accolades, I think would be a good thing. So preparing students to help each other, to identify what's needed and satisfy that need, whether or not they have an aptitude for it, is really important. So that's all I have to say. Thanks for listening, and happy to take questions later.
Oof. Thank you, Josh. You never cease to surprise me by pushing this concept even further. Anytime I hear you, anytime, again, I just imagine the idea of getting paid anytime I do something good. Imagine how wonderful the world will be, huh? Okay, I'm just going to now bring on Lexington Blood, please. You have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you, Guy, and thank you, Josh. I'm going to share my screen here. I've prepared a presentation that was created more as an introduction after talking to Guy for some of the youth that will be that are either participating today or that will be following up watching the recording later. But just one moment, let me get it up here.
Okay.
So, okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
My screen? Okay, great. So this is the topic of my speech. It's how social entrepreneurship can promote peace. In my opinion, entrepreneurship is one of the best ways to increase prosperity, to create jobs, to promote unity and inclusion, and foster peace. And we're going to dive into some of the simple reasons on how that can be accomplished, and how it is currently being accomplished today. So, what is entrepreneurship? I mean, most people here and even the youth know what this is, but I think it's important to share this because there's a difference between entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship in simple terms is defined as a person with a vision to develop a new product or service, and then they turn it into a business. It's really as simple as that. But what if we were to add social to entrepreneurship? That's a business that creates scalable solutions that address people and environmental problems. Now, the reason that I also included environmental in this is because we have a symbiotic relationship with our environment. So if the land around us that we live in or that we occupy through our social structures cannot support us, then our social conditions suffer also. So there has to be some harmony there. And I think that's important to note. So what are some examples of social entrepreneurship that exist today? There's quite a few that I could mention. There's several companies, but I thought it might be better to just highlight some of the models out there that are common. Now, one that's been quite popular with companies that are creating products such as everyday use items or necessities like shoes or even glasses or even food is this one-for-one model in which a company produces a product and someone buys it, and in that person purchasing the product, they're actually paying for an identical version of that product to be given away to less fortunate. Now, there are some inherent problems with this model, but we won't dive into that today. It's still, I think, has a lot of altruistic underpinnings that are worth, it's certainly worth highlighting. Another is just simply taking trash and turning them into useful products. We have millions and millions of tons of trash floating around the oceans, for example. And there's numerous companies out there who are recycling them. They're recovering them, recycling them, and turning them into useful products. Something simple as maybe plates or forks. There's companies that are turning them into bracelets, useful things. And through the process of them creating this service, they're hiring employees and they're removing something that has been discarded that is damaging our environment and turning it into something that's useful. Some other examples are social movement platforms. There's ones like change.org, who helps facilitate petitions so that groups can actually promote initiatives as a unified body and actually get things done. And then nonprofits. And I consider nonprofits a form of social entrepreneurship. They're also, in a lot of ways, they're akin to the same or aligned with the same business structures. They often raise money, whether it's donations. Some of them also create products themselves. They employ people. And then there's independent collectives. And what I mean by that is there's groups that are creating platforms that help support the individual small farmer, for example. And collectively, they can come together on a platform where they get to use more resources to actually distribute their products, to sell more of their food more easily. And as a large group, they can compete with some of the larger conglomerates out there who can harm their business in the competitive business environment. Another example is sustainable products, products that are actually sourced from materials that are less destructive in general. One example is fossil fuels. With the plastics that we're producing around the globe, the fossil fuels are quite harmful. So social finance is another one. And I've noticed this trend in the tech sector for some time. And there are some wonderful platforms out there where people who, in particular in underdeveloped countries that don't even have a bank account, can actually have access to capital or loans through these unique social finance platforms where communities are supporting one another to help develop businesses or support their independent shops. And then another is through natural resources. And we can, I can dive into that later, but I think that one speaks for itself. So what are some of the differences? Well, with social entrepreneurship versus other, with social entrepreneurship, first of all, the underlying philosophies for it is to serve first. And they're selling a product or service to support the social good. And this fosters conscious consumerism, corporate responsibility. It's more morally and ethically driven. It also promotes these virtuous cycles where good begets more good. And it's people and planet typically over profits. Now, on the other side of the equation, the way most businesses have operated and still operate today is it's profit first. And in fact, if you're a public company, you have a duty to your shareholder value, which becomes a priority over everything else, which I think that's a narrative that needs to be discussed more in the international business scene. It's very self-serving, it's exclusion oriented, and they use exploitative products and services because it is all oriented around selling first, and then they'll serve only to support selling more or making more money. Now, a lot of the reasons why we have these issues with peace is pretty logical and rational when you think about it, due to just our natural instinctive human behavior. Now, the natural nature of most humans is a me first. We're into self-preservation typically, and we're born that way. Societies can also help drive that narrative, but we're also very interested in freedom. We feel very independent. We're naturally competitive. We're survival oriented. That's quite biological. And security is very important to us. And these are things that are innate within us that can be leveraged for good and for bad. When it comes to economic prosperity, these natural human nature conditions can lead to violence. And that's when any of these when we're feeling threatened when it comes to our security and our survival and our freedom, or we're feeling there's economic inequality and exclusion, which leads to the natural reaction of resentment and fear, which can lead to violence and disruption and chaos. So on the other side of this, what social entrepreneurship can promote is more of a nurture, where we're putting others first, where we're more supportive, where there's this feeling of togetherness and unity and sharing and loving, and those are all positive. Those all promote positive emotions, positive outcomes, and it's setting up a business in a way to where it's oriented around the greater good of the collective. So, on that note, social entrepreneurship is oriented around being oriented around the greater good is valuable and scalable peace building strategy for countries to deploy. Now, the reason for this is with governments, there's a lot of organizations that governments have out there that maybe support small businesses and entrepreneurs that you would think of, such as the SBA, Small Business Administration, giving loans or something. But typically, governments are more reactive, and they're having to come up with ways to band-aids, for lack of a better word, to help deal with issues. And when they do that, they're typically targeting specific groups, and this can lead to other groups feeling resented or left out. Now, where entrepreneurs can come into play here is if governments create incentives for investors and their citizens to create businesses that have measurable, positive social and environmental impacts, more can likely be achieved in less time than by creating government social programs to target specific needs. So now, one of the simple reasons why entrepreneurship is an answer for creating peace and prosperity is due to exponential leverage. We can have millions of entrepreneurs who employ hundreds of millions of more people that provide financial security, produce and distribute products and services that help billions of others, and don't harm the planet. So now with this picture that you see here, it's not a complete picture, but it doesn't mean that money is necessarily just the answer. There's a lot of elements that go into this equation. But it has been proven through many studies, or at least demonstrated, I think that's always arguable, but that economic performance and peace are mutually reinforcing. And countries that have increased economic performance are typically because there's been a correlation to how peaceful they are. And that correlation also translates to an increase in their gross domestic product, which can be 2% and above. It's quite significant. So how can we actually promote this social entrepreneurship, or how can we accomplish this? Now, one thing to think about is with people, when they feel like they're no longer being taken advantage of, they can shift their focus to constructive ideologies and practices, and they no longer are feeling so disconnected from other groups or struggling to actually provide for themselves and their family, that they can actually contribute to the society in positive ways. Now, some of the things that exist out there that many here may not have even heard of before, but are some wonderful programs in how we can increase incentives and foster peace through social entrepreneurship programs. Now, some is through governments creating social entrepreneurship funds. These are funds that are specifically targeted towards businesses that actually have this social responsibility. And there should be some accountability measures associated with that. Another is called social impact bonds. Now, these were developed actually in the late 80s, and they're still not popular at all. And many initiatives have been taken with social impact bonds that bring investors together in the community to actually create businesses that serve the community, but they've struggled in getting funded. But I think that these have a lot of value moving into the future, and especially in today's current climate, and are more aligned with the UN's 2030 goals, that governments, it's advisable that governments take a look at these and really promote these. Now, all of these can be tethered to outcome-based incentives. And there's a lot of reasons why outcome-based incentives should be in place. If companies, and a couple of reasons, simple reasons or ways that this can be accomplished is if a government is measuring, if there's some measurable standards as to just how impactful your company is to the social greater good or the environment, then there can be tax incentives. That's a very simple one. There could also be incentives for helping them actually increase their workforce and distribute. There's so many ways that the government can actually facilitate this. Now, a couple other great ones that are worth mentioning that I've discussed in previous programs are some social venture capital programs. Now, these are venture capital programs that are tied to these social entrepreneurship businesses, but the way they would work is you're taking private capital from venture capital groups in coordination with government programs as working as a team, essentially, to help provide the resources and the capital for entrepreneurs to start businesses. Another one is joint venture across borders. And what I mean by this is there's a lot of successful companies out there in the world today who have a global market, but they're only operating in specific countries. And they could easily be carved out into joint ventures in other countries across borders where you're taking a very successful business model that could rapidly be deployed in a new country that creates numerous jobs within that country and expands the tax revenue for the government there to help increase the overall economic prosperity of the individuals within that country. So these are 5 simple strategies on how to do it. Now, the details themselves are actually a bit more complex. However, these are some great ideas and vehicles for how to proceed with social entrepreneurship. Now, hold on one second. Okay. Oh, I'm having some technical difficulties here. I will close with that, okay? And I can address more questions around this topic later. All right, let me stop sharing my screen here. There we go.
Okay. Lexington?
Yes.
You good? Okay, wrap up?
Yes, I'm good. I think I successfully stopped sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, there's always this dichotomy between entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. I think that what we are going with this eventually is what I call peace land, but that's a topic for tomorrow. Okay, so I will let you done, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I will like to invite. We have David, right? David, we have 2 David. Iris, Nina.
Did you just call me?
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello. Yes. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
There you go.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I really
I
enjoyed
haven't seen you since Nelson Mandela. Okay. Take the floor. It's all yours.
Oh, great. Okay. I guess I'll introduce myself briefly for those I haven't had the pleasure of meeting. So I'm a bioinformatician at Harvard Medical School, where I study analytical techniques like artificial intelligence and machine learning. Sorry, I'm just having some technical difficulties too. I guess whatever Lexington's computer had was contagious. So my interest is primarily in applying techniques like artificial intelligence and machine learning to unstructured data, like images or text, and making the world around us and the way we interface with it quantifiable and interpretable. So to do this effectively, I think we need seamless and sort of bidirectional engagement with our environment, which in my mind involves these kind of remote, ambient, and continuous interfaces so we can provide information at a physiological level. So rather than being confined to explicitly and deliberately providing data about, for example, our heart rate stability or our oxygen saturation through like a designated medical device, such interfaces are increasingly being designed to accommodate the ways that come naturally to us So they're in our environments, they're on our wrists, they might be embedded into our glasses, not mine in particular, but they might be in mirrors or phones or things like that. So I recently worked for a large pediatric academic hospital, and our patients come from all over the world, and their defining characteristic is often that they require the support of multiple specialty providers, whether because they have a rare disease or multiple chronic conditions or social challenges compounded by fundamental medical ones. So they really need tailored experiences and careful care coordination and ways to interface with clinical environments so that they can get what they need. So it was there that I really learned about the importance of primary care as a medical home, which informs my perspective on healthcare in an environment like Peaceland. So the way I like to think about remote and automated technologies is really as an accelerator for the clinical environment. The most powerful thing that they can do is to free up skilled people to do higher order, more nuanced things without the kinds of unnecessary distractions that lead to mistakes and detract from relationships that need to be built. And it's worth really putting a finer point. In the US healthcare system, 85% of medical errors are administrative. So this burden on clinicians' focus and their ability to multitask cannot be understated. It's, again, in the US, the number 3 killer behind heart disease and cancer. And that's in an environment with workflows and technologies and teams that are all designed to support these clinicians. So wherever we can alleviate that through decentralization is really critical. So, you know, in my mind, automation and remote augmentation tools are especially important in 2 contexts. One where operations are not predictable, right? You think about an environment, it sort of depends on the cultural specifics, but you think about an environment where people are not necessarily coming in on time for their appointments, or maybe they're bringing their entire families to appointments. Instead of one person, you can get multiple, and that increases strain, of course, on the clinical workflows as patients ebbs and flows in an unpredictable way. And the second context is where real sort of personal engagement and a dynamic based on trust are critical to execute well on healthcare. So this one also can't be underestimated. So I really want to put a finer point on it based on sort of some research that I've seen, again, in the US. So even when it comes to medication adherence here, studies show that one of the most strongly correlated factors with adherence is actually a patient's relationship to and trust of their prescribing clinician, which is really, really stunning to me. So that means that patients will be less likely to take their meds if they don't trust the doctor who prescribed them. So, you know, when we think about needs specific to a given population, one important one that often gets left by the wayside, but is really important to the kinds of populations that we might be serving in a Peaceland, is of course mental health. So exacerbating challenges like linguistic or cultural difference, or even, you know, specific trauma like family separation, or sort of a broader undermining, let's say, of religious or social identity in the events leading up to that health encounter are conditions that do not, and right now cannot, take precedence. So, you know, studies show that depending on the region of origin, refugees can have anywhere from 2 to 5 times the heightened risk of mental health diagnoses like schizophrenia compared to other migrants who are not refugees from the same regions. So, you know, as I think about being a primary care point of contact, that person is really tasked to observe and relate more carefully, to follow up, to coordinate care, and also really support it with specialty care that is often sort of very secondary and very challenging to deliver, let's say. So, you know, as I think about the goals of health in an environment like Peaceland, you'll hear more about this holistically from Drs. Henry Lieberman and Chris Fry, and David Smith advocated for this last hour, right? That we kind of all know that health and preventive care aren't separate from things like economic and social participation and enfranchisement, productivity, housing, education, sort of all of the pillars of a healthy society. And in my mind, key goals, both individually and at the public health level, these include things like scaling capacity, of course, increasing access, but also minimizing risk of infection transmission by reducing exposure and enabling the clinical workflow with, again, things like training or devices or additional information. So this is really compelling from the perspective of leveraging technology to accelerate and augment that care delivery. Clinical decentralization in that way becomes both critical and also obvious as we think about unstable or resource constraints environments. And perhaps the most important piece of this is that we need to do this while preventing side effects of humanitarian programs, things like fostering dependencies of beneficiaries on external aid, right? So this means involving local capacities for change. And what's great about these is that some of these decentralized devices don't actually need to be done by clinically trained or, let's say, certified clinicians. So we can use fairly basic kits in order to look at a small number of symptoms and get a relative picture of somebody's overall health and physiological stability, and get ahead of things like acute episodes with a small number of indicators. Those don't need to be done synchronously. They don't only need to be done in clinical environments. And again, the people using some of these devices to track vitals, that can be trained locals. They don't need to be certified clinicians that we fly in from other parts of the world. And actually, these devices are specially designed for a non-clinical user to record and submit high-quality images, sounds, or vital measurements to a medical provider. So pretty powerful in terms of understanding points of possible deterioration or changes in organ function and things like that. And this connects really nicely into the vision for societal and individual autonomy that you'll hear more about over this hour. So, we can think about this need for more accurate contextual awareness, both at the individual level and also more broadly, right? We talked about how at the individual level, we can decentralize care to individuals, to homes, to neighborhoods, and require it less from clinics and hospitals, and then we can better tailor the key inputs of health, whether, again, guided clinically or communally, or shifted to specialty care that's required by a particular population. When it comes to public health, we of course need to find ways to identify things like early signals of outbreaks, to scenario plan, to focus on allocation of resources. Thinking about COVID, which I'm sure we're all both tired of hearing about, but also I'd be wrong not to mention it. For example, when we get a vaccine approved, it'll of course take time to mobilize manufacturing and supply chains to full capacity. So we need to think about how we can make sure we know who has been vaccinated and where to deploy resources, and how we can identify signals of adverse events, for example. Certainly proved a critical need for investment in public tech, health tech infrastructure, and a unified strategy. Right now, every locality has extreme variation in what they're able to track. And so it's been challenging to take a holistic look at the data coming in to each of these pieces. So the distributed nature of this data, this need for increasingly real-time decision-making and optimized decision-making means we need to invest in a sort of decentralized and sensing infrastructure. So just to summarize a little bit and put it into perspective, I think most of you with us today on this call are sort of broadly aware of the way that resource imbalances and access inequality, social marginalization can be the precursors of things like disenfranchisement and disempowerment and lead to instability. Health is a fundamental need as both a prerequisite for and an outcome of economic prosperity. So without these fundamental needs met, there can't be a foundation for meaningful, lasting negotiations, because at least one party really can't approach negotiations from a place of strength and autonomy and sustainability. They approach from a place of desperation. And you'll end up with a suboptimal negotiation that perpetuates the cycle of inappropriate resource distribution, including benefits and responsibilities for and the consequence of that distribution. So as part of building autonomy, facilitating lasting peace, this decentralization, in my mind, is critical. The burden of managing things like social engagement and economic participation as patients rather than as citizens is too great. It's just not possible. It's too much of a demand on clinicians. And it's, it's a version of the strain that we're seeing on clinical environments in developed societies too, and sort of more developed healthcare systems too. And it's just not possible. So we need to start to look at decentralization for scale, and also for promoting participation and autonomy. So, I often come back to the mantra of good product builders, which is that the user is the solution and not the problem, right? So we think about the patient and their journey and whatever trauma they bring, whatever conditions they bring, as something that we need to understand and accommodate in order to be successful at serving it. And in order to do that, in my mind, AI and remote technologies are really ways to support and free up those clinical resources so they can do that more nuanced work. To me, there are higher value activities than taking someone's blood pressure. It's important, but if you can spend that time talking to them about their blood pressure and their other needs and use that time to build relationships, make a patient feel safe, understand if they feel lonely or if they're struggling with addiction, or perhaps if they don't know how to think about nutrition with their upended social constructs or regional specific food and agriculture practices, or even if they have a mistrust of something like water from taps and they have something to learn about the new environment, it takes someone who's really listening and paying attention and invested in personalized education and care to help. And I think, I think we expect a lot of our clinicians everywhere, but what we're increasingly learning is that so much of health needs to take place outside these clinical environments, and we can't expect those clinics to sort of do everything for us, and we need to empower them to really focus resources in new ways. And again, in my mind, that includes like a lot of mental health work, that includes some specialist care, and that includes really building relationships with patients. So that's all I have for today. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you so much. We just have a lot of material to digest, and I think in a world where even those who used to be kind of worried about technology have no choice today. I know people that were like, no, I want to see my doctor, I want to talk to my doctor, but right now, because of the COVID, something doctors are now getting easy money because they don't have to touch somebody. But that's just a way to look at technology is coming, and there's no way around that. So thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to hear from you and those challenging that. So I don't know if you the professor there's Professor Sapolsky. Is he here? No. Is he here? No. Okay. So basically, thank you again to all of you for this amazing debate. We talk about International Day for Peace, and we are diving into the challenges for peace. Again, we cannot have peace until we tackle some of these issues, and this has been a very inspiring. I'm receiving a lot of input. The one thing that some of the comments people are sending from me from other social world, YouTube streaming live and Facebook, is the fact that they want to make sure I make today's video available to them. That's one thing. And also some of those who have a presentation, if you could have some of the presentation for them. And I also encourage them to send a message, to Q&A question through emails. And but for those here online, I would like to take a moment to just ask each one of the presenters, first of all, to thank all of you and ask each of you. Today is we are celebrating International Day for Peace 2020. we're all in our basements or whatever way you call it, and be able to get together through the medium, through Zoom. So we all came out with some clear steps on how we could get things better. I would like to hear from each one of you as a more of closing, because in the end of time, what is the specific call to action from each one of you to the people that are listening right now? There's anxiety out there. People are so scared because of the risk of war. And even though we are here because we are hopeful, I think it would be good to hear from each one of you after that presentation, a call to action in a very practical and simple way to the activists that are out there listening to you and saying, okay, what can I do? So since you had last in, first out, I just play you two, and then we go backward. Thank you.
Sure. So my specialty is in AI for healthcare, so I can only talk about that. And my call to action is for people to think about how they want to engage with new technology. What are your sort of moral and ethical and practical lines of what you'd like to see companies doing to develop AI in a way that you think serves you and the world that you want to see? I always talk about how sort of what used to be the domain of religious figures or ethicists or philosophers, these are now decisions that are being very rapidly tested and deployed by business people and engineers. We're just having to make these decisions about what society should look like and the role of technology as it interfaces with humans. So, that's certainly getting closer to the world that we're entering. It's happening, and so I would really ask everybody to participate in that and not think about it as the job of big tech, right? It's also your job to participate and to guide how these things come into our world.
Okay, thank you. One question, someone just texted me a very quick question for you. Should we as people be scared of technology or not?
I think that's a complicated question, and my answer is that that's part of why I think people need to participate. It's all about implementation. Any technology can be good or bad, depending on how it's used. And I know a lot of good people who are working very hard to make sure that this is used responsibly and ethically. And that's more of what I want to see.
Thank you. Okay, and also there's a parallel question. There was the call to action, but also the cure for human, the excellency cure for human nature. Okay, so the Lexington was the first one. We're going to go backward and then call to action. Lexington.
Yes, thank you, Guy. Well, for me, it's pretty simple, especially more oriented with my subject on my presentation today. But it's to get out there and start a business, and one that ideally has some sort of social or environmental benefit. Mm-hmm. And to me, those two are actually intrinsically connected. If it has an environmental benefit, it's going to help the people around that environment, or maybe far away from there, and vice versa. So, it starts with an idea, but I would say before you do that, think about what you really care about the most and use your creativity to come up with an idea around that and just start. And you can start small, find like-minded people that want to do it with you, that are just as passionate, and just get after it.
Okay. Do you mind talking about a little bit about what the project we are working on, our business plan project initiative?
Sorry, say that again.
I say, you mind sharing a little bit about what you are working on, business plan initiative that we may be giving some, you'll be volunteering your time to coach people and writing business plan in partnership with UNESCO Center for Peace?
Yes, in some future lectures, I'll be doing a series on actually how to take the formative steps to start a business. So from these ideas to your business creation, to developing a team, to analyzing your market, we'll take some slow and steady and simple steps and create a series that everyone can understand. And then near the end, we'll get into more of the nitty gritty on how to actually execute on all of that. And I'm very excited to do that. Thank you, Guy.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying that because actually there's some people who are watching, who are very interested. They are watching from Facebook. They asked me if that was going to happen. I say, yes, we want to, it's good to hear it from the horse's mouth, the expression. Okay.
I'm ready to do that whenever you'd like to.
Yeah, we're going to follow up right away with that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
No, yeah. Josh?
Yeah, I think it's important to know the difference between sympathy, empathy, and understanding for someone who wants to engender peace. Sympathy is feeling pity for someone else who's going through pain. Empathy is being able to feel that person's pain, which is incredibly useful, but an end in itself, meaning it feels good to feel someone else's pain, but often it stops there before action is taken. And I think on top of that, people who have empathy are the people here today and the people who are listening and the people who want to do things. There isn't a shortage of those people. What there is a shortage of is an understanding of the problems we're trying to address. And I think that's where an engineering mindset can be helpful, and a general approach that looks at the history of the development of the problems we're trying to address, as well as what makes them exist and how they function in their current state. And then I think we can come up with better ways of creating the society we want to see. But until we fundamentally understand and agree upon the causes and the functionality of the problems we're addressing, I don't think that much progress can be made. And in that vein, I think we have to really be careful to define the terms that we organize ourselves around. For example, peace and conflict, I think are two things that are central to this talk, but that haven't been sufficiently defined.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, Mirai?
Yeah. So, peace is a construct. I work with a large group or a large organization called the CAMOPEN. We have is a platform with 250 organizations and then 600 women. So the way that I kind of approach, I see things, based on our discussion and Zoom meetings, I realized that violence kind of hurts those who are already hurt. So, and then based on that, I would say that the only thing that we have to do is just to be mindful about the way that we kind of express ourselves. Because social language or this social language, that can be like a really big factor when it comes to how do we build peace or how do we see peace. And then I would see it to go back, not only in Cameroon, we have the same thing in South Sudan, and then we have the same thing in Mali and in Burkina Faso. So people, they are not mindful. There's a situation, instead of people to sit down and then talk about it and trying to look for a way out of it, they will use their language to make things worse. And then at the end of the day, violence will, or that social malice will lead to something. And then the peace will disappear. So we have to, it's us coming together and then build peace. And then the peace is what we do on a daily basis. It's not much, it's not less. What we do, we have to be mindful about the way that we structure our own words, the way that we act, towards each other. That's where peace starts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in other words, I think someone said that earlier, you shouldn't wait for the International Day for Peace to drop the arms and do peace, but it has to be something we do every single day. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, David is not here, so we're going to go back to the Ambassador, Excellency. Yes, I know I owe you. I know I owe you one.
let me thank you. Let me thank the panelists. I think it was Josh who really, and all the panelists touched on some very critical symptoms that we see creating what we are calling peace. But we have to begin to look at peace as the poverty of empathy. We have to also look at can we do peace? In addition, the triggers that Josh touched on are very, very important. Triggers, I call them. And the cure for human nature. Now, human nature is in that which corrupts the process that we're trying to smooth, because we're talking about affluence and we're talking about greed, we're talking about human development and human, what I call advancement in knowledge creates and cause. I think the engineer has it going real good, but more and more, we have to talk about this modern time. We need to have strong institutions that's going to be managing, governing, implementing some of the measures that will sustain a certain homeostasis, a certain what is called smooth balance in our processes. And so we have to visualize. And I always, if you know what you're looking, what you're going at as a peaceful state, even when the scientist looks at a certain specimen, there is no perfection, but there is an acceptable stage of implementation that's going to be, infused. Even they don't get 100% in your vaccines, but they take it at a certain level. So the question here is, how do we deal with human nature and also hold the peace? And we must not lose sight of the triggers of the peace. And in spite of the social businesses and all the different for-profit businesses, it goes back to those who have, those who want, those who are going after what they don't have. And so in this context, we have to begin to look at the fact that no policy, no government, no scientist, no doctor can, what I call, prescribe or legislate morality. So we come right back to a sense that there is no past and there is no future. Could you imagine that? Because it's the same old issues that have contaminated and continue from generation to generation. If you can show one issue, well, climate change, we caused it because we wanted affluence, we wanted plenty, we wanted. So again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to enter this chaotic situation in which we are, and those intelligent, bright scientists that have been on the program today must help us to define what is in the chaos that is the correct way to go. Because in chaos, there's a lot of good stuff there. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the best way to finish. And usually when I'm lucky to have my friend, the ambassador, we did so much work together at the UN and other, we still doing that. Anytime he's around, I just like when he has the last word. Thank you so much, Excellency. So I want to invite to our youth ambassador for the last panel. And as you can see, it was great to hear all of you. Irene, are you there? Rodrigo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So the great thing is that Lieberman, you know him very, very well from the last time from our summer program, and Christopher. So I'm going to turn them over to you. The only person you don't know right now is Justin. Justin is here. Justin, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Justin is here. It's been so nice to join in earlier. So, okay, I'm turning over to those young youth ambassador. And just before saying there's a peace land, what is? I was thinking someone gonna call me and say, what is peace land? But basically, it's a concept that maybe Justin, you are the only one that hasn't heard about peace land yet. But basically, it's this land we are dreaming about. Anybody here, everybody here with us today is thinking about this place where we won't need to have a conference like this, because all those issues will be resolved. Okay, so that's a short way of saying that. But I'm turning over to two of our amazing UNESCO Center for Peace ambassadors. Okay, you have the floor, Irely and Rodrigo.
Okay, thank you so much, Guy, for this introduction, and also welcome again to everyone, to all the assistants here in the UNESCO Center for Peace international event for the International Day of Peace. You can remember that we are live on Facebook and also on YouTube in our Peaceland channel. And talking about Peaceland, this panel is special for that. We have a great initiative by Gidi Joken in the last summer program. It's called Peaceland, how you know. So we have this panel for have a discussion on how this initiative, how this project can really change the world. Okay, so my name is Rodrigo Guevara, how Guy said, Youth Ambassador for UNESCO Center for Peace here in Peru. And now also I will let the floor to my friend for make her introduce to. Irely, please go ahead.
Yes, it is an honor to have everyone here for us to have this space to discuss about our new initiative, of which now every single one of us is part of. And for me, I am Irely Luna Garcia, and I am Youth Ambassador for UNESCO Center for Peace in Mexico, officially.
Perfect, Irely. First of all, we're going to start with a small brief introduction of each of our panelists. So first of here, we have Dr. Henry Lieberman. Please, Doctor, can you make a small introduction of yourself for all our assistants to this conference?
Sure. My name is Henry Lieberman. I'm a research scientist at the MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab. And I'm collaborating with Christopher Fry, with Josh. And we're trying to think about, we connected with Guy about the Peaceland idea, because the idea is maybe we can start by making communities, either real communities or virtual communities, that start to try to think about the embodiments of the ideas of Peaceland, and then scale it up from there. And Fry will tell you about one effort that we're involved with now, and I'll try to bring it into how we can take these small scale efforts and make it into large scale peace for everybody.
Perfect. Thank you, Doctor. Irely?
Yes, now, please, Dr. Christopher Fry, could you please do us the honor of presenting yourself to this forum?
Okay, first of all, I'm not a doctor, but I do teach with Henry at MIT part-time, but my main job is working at Haddington Dynamics. It's a robot company, and we are trying to make what I like to call the personal factory to solve world poverty.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Christopher Fry. Now we're gonna call also for making a small introduction to Amaury Morales Perez. Amaury, are you there, my friend? Okay, looks that Amaury is not there yet. So we're gonna call Justin Lee. Are you there, Mr. Justin?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, so quick introduction, Justin Lee. I work as a general manager at a company called Helio Health. It's a cancer detection company. I'm also involved with an angel investment fund and innovation lab. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit about how public and private organizations can work together to bridge some of the gap that capitalism has left in the context of health and health inequality.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Justin. And now we are moving on to Professor Teddy Cruz. Could you please do us the honors? Professor? All right. If not, we'll move on to Mrs. Iris. Could you please do us the honor of presenting yourself briefly?
Hi. I think I actually ended up presenting in the previous panel.
Yeah, but would love for you to do a brief presentation for this panel.
Sure. So my name is Iris Bronstein. I'm a bioinformatician at Harvard Medical School. I focus on artificial intelligence and machine learning, specifically as it's applied to unstructured data, so often text or images. And I work with a number of companies in order to apply that in different contexts. So whether in pharma or in clinical environments towards different goals. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. And now, just to make sure, we would like to know if we have here either Teddy Cruz or Amaury Morales. All right, since not, we will move on. So Rodrigo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ereli. Well, Amaury was here a few minutes ago. Maybe he's joining again. Maybe he's having some difficulty with the technology. But well, for start with this panel, this special panel of Peaceland, we would like to start with Dr. Henry Lieberman. Doctor, you already talked a little about Peaceland. We will listen to your conference on UNESCO Center for Peace, and also all the Mondays and Wednesdays with you, attending to your class of MIT. And we want to know your view of how is this initiative Peaceland important also for our society.
Okay, if I could, I'd like to delegate that to my collaborator, Christopher Fry. And so he's going to give a presentation, and then I'm going to present after that. So I think we've designed to coordinate that way. So if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, I would first of all ask Justin, do you work with Josh?
I do, Fry.
Okay, good. So yeah, I saw your name and I thought, well, Justin and I had some email about a month ago, and I promised we were going to go to lunch in Laguna Beach someday as soon as the coronavirus is over. So I'm delighted to meet you at least visually here.
Well, if we can speed up our work, maybe we can get lunch sooner than later.
That is the plan. That is the plan. And just to give the rest of you a little bit of clue as to what we're talking about, I work at Haddington, and I work on a robot, and I'll introduce you to the robot. This robot is named Dexter. And the Dexter is kind of the forerunner of what I think of that could become the personal factory. It's a very general purpose robot that will be able to do lots of different tasks in manufacturing, but not at the large scale, at the small scale. So I'm in my house right now. You can have it in your basement or your garage or something, and produce the stuff that you need. Okay, I would like to share the screen. Okay, so the thrust of my presentation right now is going to be about self-sufficient refugee villages. So first I want to talk about, just in general, what's a solution? What is a sufficient solution to a problem? it's a solution that addresses the underlying causes of the problem, not just the symptoms. We want to get to the root of the problems. And when we're evaluating a solution, therefore, we want to evaluate it by how it resolves the causes of the problems that you're trying to address. All right, I'm addressing refugees. So refugee is a person who has left their home due to these following causes: violence, persecution, war, natural disaster. So to really solve the refugee problem, we want to not have refugees at all. And in order to not have refugees at all, we need to solve all of the causes of refugees. Now, we happen, unfortunately, to have a lot of refugees right now, 80 million in the world. That's 1% of the population. But if we really think about, it's not really just the refugees that we need to help here. We have a lot of poverty. And if we talk about extreme cases of poverty, we're up to maybe 8 or 10% of the world. But then there's a lot of cases where you're just barely above the poverty line. That isn't so great either. Now we observe, so we want to address more than just these refugee problems. But as it turns out, we solve the problems of the refugees. We can use those solutions for solving other cases of poverty. Okay, right now we see that there is, generally speaking, a decrease of large war. Perhaps there's a decrease of refugees. I'm not really confident of that. Nonetheless, we're entering some new dangerous territory here. And just this summer, the pandemic, right, caused a lot of poverty, probably caused a bunch of refugees. And climate crisis, you've seen what's going on in California in the last few weeks. It's a disaster. Same kind of disaster happened in Australia last year. So these problems, pandemics and climate, may cause more refugees than we're now seeing. So we're even though we may be on a good bent, a good trend in some cases, that's not assured that we will keep on that that trend. Okay, we got two basic solutions: high-tech solution and low-tech solution. So Henry and I are high-tech guys. We like to think about big technologies. And what are those? What are the, roughly speaking, we can make our way out of poverty with personal factories, as I've mentioned before. And we can also develop new institutions, government, justice, education systems that use high technology to accomplish their missions or their functions more efficiently. In the meantime, however, we've got, those 80 million people plus to help with. And so I'm gonna, the main thrust of my talk is to talk about the bottom up. How can we start at the bottom and help that use our technology and our creativity to move up the tech chain and solve larger problems. All right, now the thrust of what the thrust of what I want to address is getting to material self-sufficiency. Okay, and I'd like to basically get everybody to that place, but in particular, when we're talking about refugee camps, I started thinking hard about the refugee camps in Colombia, from many of the refugees from internally Colombia as well as Venezuela, but there are many other refugee camps throughout the world. Okay, so if we had self-sufficient refugee camps, what problems does that solve? Well, that would mean we wouldn't need external funding. Funding's a big problem for solving these refugee camp problems. Also, if they're self-sufficient, we don't need to distribute the wealth. And when we do distribution of wealth, a lot of it gets lost along the way of these long supply chains, long distribution channels. Some of it is corruption, some of it is just transportation or spoilage, or next item here, inappropriate solutions. If you're not local and on the ground, you're very likely construct a solution that doesn't fit what's going on. So if you're self-sufficient, you're contained in your own community and you can address the problems more accurately, let us say. And finally, if you're self-sufficient, you can avoid a larger political economic domination that comes from perhaps accepting funding, perhaps governments or political agendas, other people wanting power, et cetera. You know, if you don't need something from other people, it's more likely that you'll have freedom. Okay, to make a village, a house, a person, a society be self-sufficient, we must provide at the very minimum housing, the number one expense, typically, food, often the number two expense, healthcare, security. If you're not secure, hardly anything else matters, right? And then really we need education, because education is going to help all of the above, and it's going to help the next generation for solving those above things as well. All right, now I'm going to go a little more detail in each of those areas. So housing, what would we like to do? Well, first of all, we'd like to have this guy, Teddy Cruz, who Josh has told me is an expert at designing low-cost housing in underserved areas. But in any case, it'd be great if we can use local materials to build houses. And often there are many. Bamboo is a great material, grows very well in Colombia and over many areas of the earth, actually. Many tropical areas, grows very quickly, and it's super strong. Also, earth. We can compact earth into bricks, and you can make quite strong things with bricks, and there's earth everywhere. So the local materials generally are available. Now, we like the idea of residents of a community building their own house from those local materials. Okay, so if we can supply the materials and the labor to make the house, wow, we're in good shape on housing. But we need to do some homework first. We need to have very careful house design, and we need the process to build the house to be easy enough that the residents can build it with a little bit of training. All right. Now, a house doesn't really exist by itself in ordinary society now, and that's because we need lots of infrastructure to support traditional houses. But with better house design, we won't need that infrastructure. That infrastructure is expensive. It's not just money, it's power from the government, it's control. There's a lot of problems with that infrastructure. So if we can separate ourselves from the infrastructure, how do we do that? Electrical infrastructure. Get the power off your roof from solar and wind. Next, batteries. You know, solar and wind aren't available all the time. I don't like grids. I don't like the smart grid. I like no grid. That gets rid of the infrastructure. It gets rid of the corruption of infrastructure. It gets rid of the inefficiencies of infrastructure. Transporting power over power lines uses up energy, and it's unreliable. When there's a hurricane, what happens in the United States? Oh, 2.5 million people are without power because of Hurricane Jane, right? But if you don't have a grid, you don't have the loss of power. You're going to get loss of power if your house blows over, but it's not going to take down, you know, for 1 million people. Okay, solar and batteries are expensive, but if we use less energy, we need less solar and batteries. So low energy consumption is a crucial aspect of this. Just get efficient on washing machines and dryers and home heating and cooking. We can do this stuff. These are technological problems that are solvable. Get water from the roof so we don't have street pipes. use composting toilets and gray water gardens so we don't have sewer pipes. And that's the bulk of infrastructure, is to reduce the IO, to reduce the input and output from a house, and then you have less infrastructure. We still need infrastructure for communications, but with mesh networks on cell phones, we can even get rid of not just landlines, but cell towers. We will still need some infrastructure for transportation. I'll talk about that a little later. Food. We need to get efficient on food production. And by efficient, I mean use little land. I think it is technically feasible with good current technologies to grow enough food per person on a 1/4 acre of land. We're going to need the best of permaculture, which uses very low pesticides, right? We want organic, good food, right? And polyculture, which is mixes crops with each other to have synergy between these different species. And I'm sure there's a lot of other tricks like drip irrigation for low water use. And these techniques, if we're very careful, we can have low land use. Now, I want low land use for 2 reasons. One, land is expensive, hard to get, right? But the other thing is the work of a farm is transportation. It's moving soil, digging it up, moving seeds to plant them, moving fertilizer, moving water, moving people to tend to the crops, moving the harvest, right? So fundamentally, the cost of a farm is transportation, and the cost of transportation is proportional to the distance you have to move things. If your farm is very dense, you have less movement per pound of harvest, and that reduces labor. So there's a lot of reasons to get very efficient about farming. I think we can do it. There's a cool farm in LA that I'm very interested in. It's right in the city, and they make stuff in the city. And there are a lot of interesting techniques here, so we can capitalize on them for food. Health. Iris talked about some important concepts in health, in being holistic, in being distributed, and in being having the appropriate level of expertise. We don't need a doctor who's gone through years of med school and all this stuff for all the things. With proper training, we can get local nurses to do things. We also don't need lots of expensive, complicated machines for diagnostics these days because of the smartphone and sensors. Cameras, microphones. Apple just put out a watch. This watch you wear on your hand, and it can tell you the oxygen level in your blood. It can measure your pulse. It can get an electrocardiogram, right? The Apple Watch is a little expensive for refugees, but that technology will come down and we will be able to use it, right? And finally, the local stuff are not going to have fancy surgery, super fancy diagnostics, etc. We can use the web as a first cut to upload diagnostics and have AI give us some feedback. And Henry has been working on some of these techniques, right? How AI can help give us the first cut of diagnostics, but AI isn't going to be perfect, at least in the near term. And so we back that up with doctors. Okay. But the big cure, the big solution to health is just stay healthy. Don't have the problems in the first place. That's called preventative health care. We can augment, we can foster that with good food, because we're going to have control over the agriculture in these villages, right? We're not going to use pesticides. We're going to give a good balanced diet, healthy food, good housing. You got to be warm. you want a quiet place to sleep, right? And I'd like to get rid of cars as much as possible. Cars were great for 100 years. Now they're killing us. So I'll talk about transportation more later, but if you're in a small village, a bicycle is plenty enough to get you across a small distance. And we need to get rid of violence. And here I'm talking about domestic violence. I'm talking about barroom fights and just local stuff like that, right? How do we do that? We have better justice systems, and better education systems. I'll talk a bit more about that later. Okay, well, actually, here's the slide, right? So security. So we need houses with walls and door locks. You know, a tent in a refugee camp, it's tough. It's especially tough for women. We need private bathrooms in homes. They need to have their own showers, their own toilets, right? So they're protected. People are protected. Village justice is another area that I'm quite concerned about. How can we promote communities that provide fairness amongst people? And a lot of that is going to be helping to stop poverty. You don't have poverty, you don't have theft. And you make people healthy, they're less needy. So many of these characteristics that I'm talking about, better housing, better food, they're going to help security. Okay, of course, we got to have education. Do we have some new ideas there? Yes. I'm not going to go deeply into it, but the first thing I want to say is most adults in a community should be teachers. Most adults go to the high school and teach an hour a week. Do what we're all doing now with each other. Why not? Knowledge is in people's heads. Students can help each other. One of the best ways to learn is to teach somebody else about it, right? What's the subject matter I want to teach in a self-sufficient village? How to be self-sufficient. If you learn how to make a village self-sufficient, you're going to be learning math and language and physics and chemistry and agriculture and healthcare and government, right? So learning about how to make a village self-sufficiency itself could be a rather comprehensive curriculum. All right. What's all this really going to cost? Come on, you're not really going to make a self-sufficient village today. Well, that's right, but we've got some ambitions, some goals, and we can move in that direction. First of all, knowledge in the internet. Knowledge in the internet, that's free. It's free now. You're getting it now for free. We're just going to continue to supply that, and we're going to augment it. Right? People are motivated to give away knowledge on the web. We're all doing it now. Next, chips and batteries. Consider this to be vitamins. A vitamin is something that the body needs but can't produce. We're going to have some things that the village can't produce. It won't be able to make an integrated circuit. Maybe it won't be able to make a solar cell or a battery, but maybe it'll be able to make the components that go into batteries, or maybe we buy some of those components and assemble the batteries. Maybe it can't make a full solar panel. Maybe it has to buy the wafers that are the individual solar cells, but the village can put those together into whole systems connected with batteries and stuff. But the big one is land. You know, oh, land, that's so expensive. Can we get the land? Well, what are we talking about for land here? Okay, I put a stake in the ground when I was designing this village to say it's for 1,000 people. I'm not confident that's a good number, but I like the fact that it's not so many that it's possible that an individual could know pretty much everybody, or at least know somebody who knows. You know, you're only one handshake away from everyone in the village, right? So having a small contained population seems like it's going to help community in a big way. Nonetheless, we need to have enough people that have enough expertise. We're going to need some healthcare people in there. We're going to need carpenters and woodworkers and people that are good at government and communication and a few website designers and of course a lot of farmers and educators, right? All right. Can we do one on a 1/4 acre per person? That's what I think is possible. Most of the land is used for farming, but we're going to need some for schools and houses as well. What does that come out to? 250 acres per village. That's 0.0 square miles, okay? What does that look like on a larger scale? What if we had 1 million of those villages? You know, can the earth support it even? Is this is this a plan that can grow to cover the magnitude of the problem, to cover 80 million displaced people? Well, 200, this density I'm talking about is 2,500 people per square mile. Okay, 2,500 people is about the density of a normal suburb in the United States. Okay, so just think of that density. Backyard, you got a street, maybe a front yard, maybe a little side yard, you know, maybe a park here and there, right? Fire station, some stores, right? That kind of thing. 2,500 people per square mile, okay? But we're going to get more efficient with our land use than a suburb. Now, let's compare that to 2 countries, Colombia and Uganda, okay? Both of them have millions of displaced people in them today. Colombia has, total country, 440 square miles, okay? We take that land area and say if we had 2,500 people living on each of those square miles, that can support 1.1 billion people. The current population of Colombia is only 50 million people. So in theory, we can support 20 times the population of Colombia in Colombia's existing land area. That's sobering. Uganda is harder because it's denser. It's got, you can see 93 square miles, so it's 93K square miles in it. So it's like 1/6, 1/5, something like that of the square miles, but it's got almost the same number of people, 43 million people to 50 million people, okay? But even in Uganda, with all the refugees it's got, we could support 230 million people in this plan, okay? As opposed to 43 million that we got. So we can support 6 times the number of people that Uganda now has in it, right? Now, are we really going to be able to do it on a 1/4 acre of land per person? I don't know, maybe not. But suppose we double it to a 1/2 acre. Well, we still got the land. Suppose we quadruple it to a whole acre. We can still do it, right? Because 43 million people, you know, that's 1/6 of what 43 million people is 1/6 of what we can support with 238. So it's going to take some clever design, but with really clever design, as we get more high tech, and Henry will talk a little bit more about this, we will be able to use less than a 1/4 of an acre per person. And that's going to involve grow lights and, you know, fancy growing technology. That's all coming. Okay. I'm going to present another technology here. Mostly I've talked about a village, but I like the idea of villages communicating with themselves. I don't want them to be a totally isolated village. So how are they going to get around? How are they going to get around without cars, as I've mentioned, is a real problem. There's a technology called personal rapid transit. This is a computer-generated image of what it looks like. There's a guideway that goes overhead that's mounted on utility poles. On the guideway, there are pods. You can see this white pod here. The pod can contain, say, 1 to 4 people. The pod will be better in just about all ways than cars and in current transit systems. I mean, better than subways, better than buses, better than light rail, better than bus rapid transit, better than Hyperloop, you know, better than airplanes for short distances, better in the criteria that I have on the left here. cheaper per passenger mile, significantly. Faster, no traffic jams. This system, 45, is designed, not built anywhere yet, but not far from being deployed. 45 miles per hour in a city. In a US city today, average miles per hour is less than 10. Okay? Get rid of traffic jams. Safer. Doesn't crash. It's on a dedicated guideway. We know under computer control where everything is. And this is significantly safer than autonomous cars, even getting the best of what they hope to do with scene recognition and all this fancy self-driving stuff. We with a controlled guideway, it's much cheaper than autonomous cars, smaller. It's smaller than a car and much smaller than a road. This green area under here is what normally would be in a road. Now it's a park or a field for growing stuff or more place for people to live. It's lighter. There's less material. A car weighs 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. This will weigh 200 to 300 pounds. That's including the passengers. More efficient, we're estimating this will exceed 1,000 miles per gallon. That's a MPGe statistic. Right now, an electric car like a Prius or something is about 100. So this is about 10 times the efficiency, right? 10 times less energy. That means it can be supported by solar cells on the guideway. It's cleaner, it's electric, it's not using much electricity, it's quieter, right? No internal combustion engines, it's a lot calmer. And calmer means even though you're going faster, you can also use that time to work. You can pull out your laptop, or you can sleep, or you can text and talk on the phone without getting, interrupted. So better in just about all ways. All right, imagine we're wildly successful with this thing. Imagine we get all those, Uganda refugees and everything. Won't success breed more mouths to feed? Here's some statistics from the World Bank of 2018. For the low-income countries, largely these are in Africa now. Fertility rate, average, 4.6 children per woman. In the high income countries, fertility rate 1.6. It's below replacement in Italy, in a lot of Europe, in the United States, if we exclude people coming into the country, just people that are already living here, right? And a bunch in Scandinavia, there's a bunch of countries, right? So what does high income mean? Well, we don't really care so much about money. We care about a good lifestyle. We care about having a decent roof over your head, having food, having security. And that's what we're talking about these villages will look like. Okay, last slide. I said at the beginning that we want to solve the causes of our problems. So a refugee is a problem, but we're hoping to turn refugees into resources in R&D, and Henry will talk more about that. First problem, violence. If we solve poverty, if we get justice, we will drastically reduce violence. Persecution, this is often religious persecution, but can be ethnic or other things. Education is important here, and all of you know we have to do a better job at community. War. We can reduce war by reducing poverty. Where do the terrorists get their recruits from? From people that can't get a job. They can't eat. They need to provide for their families. They get paid by, militias to join them, right? But if you solve poverty, you don't need the money that a militia is offering. You don't need the money that a drug cartel in Mexico is offering you. And if we get to self-sufficiency on villages, many international issues just disappear because we don't need the trade. We don't need the infrastructure to go between all these countries. Last cause, natural disaster. Okay, that's a tough one, but we can get rid of air pollution with the transportation system that I mentioned, with more efficient housing and better urban planning as far as, waste, recycling plastics, composting toilets, all that kind of stuff. I am done. Let me stop sharing the screen here.
Chris? Hi, Chris.
Yes.
I just got a question if the PowerPoint may be available. The presentation may be available.
Yeah, that's interesting. Gee, maybe Henry, we should put it on our website. That's a possibility. Or I can just send it to you, Guy, and you can
Yeah, you
distribute.
could send that. Rodrigo can make it available also on our website. So.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Christopher Fry. So now, Dr. Henry Lieberman, do you want to comment about the presentation of Mr. Fry?
Sure. In fact, my whole presentation is going to be a comment or a follow-up about the Fry's presentation. So let me just go into it. Okay, just give me 1 second to get the screen going. Okay, tell me what you're seeing. Do you see a slide that says Peaceland?
Yes, but it's the presenter's view, Henry. It's
Yes,
not what
yes, we can see it.
How's that? Do we get,
it's still not so good.
It's still not okay.
It's not,
hold on.
no. You've done it better in the
God,
past.
I love this. You knew that, didn't you?
How is that?
Much better. That's it, Henry.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good. All right. So Fry told you a lot about how we might be able to get a self-sufficient peaceland within an individual village, and so what I want to do is take it from that to okay. Suppose we figure out how to make a self-sufficient village for refugees or displaced people and stuff. How are we going to build that up to global peace? Because this is International Day of Peace. We're not just interested in a village or what we can do for a small group of refugees. We're interested in peace for everybody. So I just want to address that. Okay. And so when we first met Guy, we bonded on this idea of Peaceland, that somehow we should be creating communities where we create the peace that we want to build. Okay, so this is what I want to see the next time I go down the highway.
I love this. So
Peaceland welcomes you. So this is what I want to see. So now I want to talk about I want to be inspired by one of my favorite peacemakers, which was Gandhi. And I don't know how many of you have seen the biopic movie of Gandhi's life. It's a great movie, one of my favorite movies. And in it, there's a moment which really struck me. And that moment is when Gandhi first arrives in London to negotiate peace with the British government. And so he arrives at Heathrow Airport. He's dressed in his white robes and sandals, where everybody else is dressed in suit and ties at the airport. And the moment he arrives at the airport, he's assaulted by reporters with their flashing flashbulbs and stuff. And even though Gandhi has only been in London for a few minutes, somebody puts a microphone in front of his face and says, Mr. Gandhi, what do you think of Western civilization? And he pauses for a moment, and then his eyes light up and says, oh, it would be a marvelous idea.
Okay, so this is, we all think we're civilized, but in fact, we're not, because we haven't solved all these problems of poverty and war that Gandhi is talking about. So you all know Gandhi as a proponent of peace and nonviolence. But what we pay less attention to is another obsession of Gandhi's. And that was the spinning wheel. And Gandhi would spend about an hour a day spinning a wheel to make cloth. Okay. And when you think about it, why did he do this? Right. So here's a guy who was the leader, he's trying to get independence for his country. He was the leader of a national movement of 1 billion people. So why would he spend 1 hour a day just sitting at a wheel and spinning thread into cloth? Why would he do that? Okay. It was a really important idea for him. And it became an important idea also for India. When India became independent, they put in the center of their flag a representation of that spinning wheel. Okay, so what was so important about this spinning wheel? And I think that to Gandhi, the spinning wheel symbolized the ability of the average Indian person to be able to provide for themselves by their own actions. Okay, so it was a symbol of self-reliance and self-sufficiency for India that the spinning wheel symbolized for Gandhi. Okay, and so what I have, and because, by contrast, the British government, they set up textile factories. And so people were minimum wage workers in the textile factories. And that's where the oppression started, right? Because they no longer had control of themselves. They were dependent on the British, and people had to take the wages that the British factories offered. Okay, so Gandhi said, listen, if we were able to be self-sufficient, then not only could we provide for our needs, but we would also have our freedom and independence. Okay, so what I have to say to that is, right idea, wrong technology. Okay, so some people thought of Gandhi as kind of being a Luddite because he was using this low-tech technology, and even if you made your cloth yourself, it wasn't as efficient as making cloth in a big factory. Okay, so some people just thought that Gandhi was a Luddite. Okay, and it's true that Gandhi was not what you call a fan of technology. Okay, but he wasn't a Luddite. I think in today's terminology, what we would call Gandhi is a maker. Right? And there's this maker movement now, which I think is fantastic. That where people make technology themselves. They can do programming themselves. They can make robots themselves. They can put together electronic things. They can gather in communities and have what are called hackathons, which are great social events, which they can work with their peers and cooperate and show each other what they've done and so forth. So I think the maker movement is one of the most exciting movements that a lot of youth are now involved in. I think the maker movement is more exciting as a political movement to me than a conventional political movement that's working for a candidate. I think that doesn't matter so much. Okay, but the maker movement is very important because we can't achieve self-sufficiency with manual spinning wheels and subsistence agriculture. I just don't think that's going to succeed. It's going to take too much work and keep people in too much slavery to their own needs. And so, but with digital technology, the promise, all the technologies that Fry is talking about, then we can make people largely self-sufficient, and therefore we can get their economic independence and their political independence, and they can gather voluntarily in small groups to work together. So that's the plan for achieving the day of peace. So we want to take it from a day of peace to a year of peace. Okay. And so the UN was founded in 1945, and so far it had, 75 years ago, but so far it hasn't been able to accomplish peace because it's really, and the clue is it's called United Nations. So it's really a club for governments to get together and try to negotiate with each other. It's not a tool for making people self-sufficient. It's not a tool for making people cooperate. So, but I think that the UN development goals are a good statement of what we need to accomplish. So peace isn't just the absence of war, it's the positive existence of all the things that we need for prosperity and good social relations. I think this is as good a statement as any. Okay. And I do believe that we need to be optimistic. We shouldn't be pessimistic about human nature. And I think that even though we haven't stopped war in 10,000 years or 75 years, we will achieve peace in the lifetime of at least some of the people that are working with us today. Okay, so the question is, can we scale, if we can, so the idea is something like a refugee community. It doesn't have to be refugees, but just to have, we have a small scale community of people who are trying to experiment with new technology for being self-sufficient and new ways of organizing themselves for cooperation. Then we can learn the principles from these small communities. We maybe need to try a lot of different experiments, not just one. And then we need to be better about evaluating what works and what doesn't, and then scaling up the successes. And that's where the social entrepreneurism comes in. That can be the road to peace. So we can look at things like refugee situations, and it can be a resource, not a problem. Okay, because why can't we test new ways of organizing society in the US? Well, because everything's built out and every piece of land is spoken for and everybody's too busy, right? But in these refugee communities, we often have a lot of very smart people, okay? We can have some piece of land to put them or to do a small community for a small while. Okay, and then we can ask the question: can people self-organize to be largely self-sufficient economically and to be cooperative in working with each other? That's the goal. Okay, so now we say, okay, if we're going to have peace, what does it require? And I want you to look at this diagram because there are feedback loops that run in circles. Okay, about the different aspects of peace. Okay, so it's our contention, Fry and I, that the biggest thing is relative scarcity and abundance of resources. Okay, because if you look at the inner circle in red, this is the negative feedback loop. If we have scarcity, okay, then that causes people to be fearful. Okay, if they're fearful, then they compete with each other. And we would go far as to say that fear and scarcity are the thing that causes competition. Okay, if there's not enough to go around, people have to compete over what there is. That causes conflict. Okay, and if the conflict is really bad, then that leads to war. And of course, war uses up resources, and now you have more scarcity. So it causes more fear. And unfortunately, you go around and round the loop again, and we're stuck. Okay, now let's look at the outer loop in blue. Okay, if we have abundance so that there's enough to eat, for everybody to have a good livelihood, that causes people to feel more secure. They're more likely to cooperate. And if they're more likely to cooperate, we're more likely to have peace. And then if we have peace, then we can produce abundance. And so even though we have that negative feedback loop in red, we have the positive feedback loop in blue. So the whole question is, how do we get from the negative feedback loop to the positive feedback loop? Okay. And again, what our contention is, and it's explained much more in our book, is that scarcity is the driver of competition. Okay, and the good news is that technological progress increases the value of cooperation because of network effects. If we cooperate, then that feeds upon itself, and you get more abundance as a result. Okay. And it also decreases the value of competition. Now, I saw some people on the chat today say, oh, competition is a good thing because the best idea wins out and stuff. But in general, and when we make the argument that I think that people overestimate the value of competition. It's not so good. And the problem is competition causes people to refuse to cooperate. And then you miss out on the opportunity cost of cooperation. Okay, so it's really a lot worse than we think. Okay, so technological process drives us towards a greater cooperative society. That's at least the theory. Okay, so now let's talk about technology. And my field is artificial intelligence. And if you hear the conversations at the United Nations or in the US government about artificial intelligence, it's kind of scary. It's all bad news. They're talking about, oh my God, are robots gonna take our jobs, or are we gonna lose all our control of our data because of, are we gonna lose all our privacy? And even though these dangers are real, I think the worst danger is we're going to be so fearful of these dangers that we're going to miss the opportunity. We have a golden opportunity now to use technology, to actually solve poverty, actually solve war, actually solve climate, to solve the major problems of our time. So we ought to see AI and also 3D printing, personal manufacturing, okay, as being the enabling technologies for peace. Okay, and this is a very different conversation than you hear in the press about artificial intelligence. Okay, now also I want to point out, okay, that people are thinking about the problem wrong. So, right now what we have is technology. They think about AI as other technologies as things that are owned by corporations and government. And the problem is in our society, governments compete with citizens, companies compete with citizens, okay? So we need some regulations to protect the citizens from losing their data or being exploited in some other way, okay? So, I'm for that. I like the GDPR and, some of the safeguards that people are working on. But the problem is we can't have this endless war between the companies and the citizens, because that just creates an arms race and it just goes round and round and we never get out of it, okay? So let's think about it differently. So let's not think about technology as just being a tool of corporations and governments, okay? Because we know for a fact that as time goes on, technology that's big and expensive gets smaller and more affordable. So in my youth, a computer was something that was, filled a room and it was cost, millions of dollars. But now, of course, everybody's got a computer on their wrist and in their pocket. Okay, so technology is not just something that's going to be possessed by corporations and governments that we have to protect the people from. Technology is something that's possessed by the citizens. And the key question for the future is how are citizens going to cooperatively organize themselves to achieve peace and prosperity? Okay, so again, if it's one thing we know about Peaceland, it has to be based on cooperation and not on competition, okay? But all of our present institutions, the companies compete with each other, political parties compete with each other, nations compete with each other in the United Nations, okay? And we're gonna have to get rid of all that, okay? The question for the future is, what would it be like if we based our society on cooperation rather than competition? Okay. Now it is kind of, I'm a yin yang guy. So there is a trade-off. You can't go to 100% cooperation. There are times when competition is needed. Okay. But right now, if you think about the balance in the world, we have way too much competition and not enough cooperation. So that is the critical problem. Okay, so we have two proposals in our book, which are, very complicated, and we can't present them now, but I'll just give you the rough idea. So how do we get competition in cooperation instead of competition in the economy? We have an idea which we call makerism. And makerism is the replacement for today what we call capitalism and communism or socialism, okay? Because those were the economic technologies of the industrial era. And the industrial era is coming to a close. Now we have the information era or the AI era, okay? So the difference between capitalism and communism and makerism is in capitalism, capital owns the means of production, essentially rich people. In communism or socialism, the government owns the means of production. And in makerism, which is what we're talking about, everybody owns the means of production. You have a robot in your house. You have a 3D printer. You have AI software that understands natural language, so you can just talk to it, okay? So that is going to be the future, okay? And then in addition to that, people say to us, oh, you're scientists, you think everything's a technical solution. No, we need technical solutions and we need social solutions. Okay, and for the social, and that's the problem, because we haven't been able to, the technical people and the social people argue with each other and nothing gets done. Okay, instead we want to cooperate. We need technical and social. Okay, and the social organization, our idea is called reasonocracy, which is a way to base a government on cooperation rather than competition. Okay, how do we do that? Okay, because, it's hard. So I just want to use a metaphor. So, maybe I like the home team, but I'm a scientist, okay? And I look at how science happens. And I think the scientific community is a marvel because, if you think about it, there's no president of science, there's no CEO of science, no political parties, no stockholders. All the trappings that government and business tell us are necessary to get things done. In science, we don't have that, or at least we don't have very much of it. We hardly even vote ever, occasionally once in a while, okay? And I think the reason that scientists can have a much more cooperative organization is because they're organized for cooperation. And so we need to think about how to and science works on consensus. So when we say the scientific consensus is climate change, nobody took a vote on that. It's just that science has a good process for thinking about problem solving. The thing that scientists agree on is the problem solving process of finding evidence, making hypotheses, making theories, doing simulations, doing analysis. That's what we agree on. Okay, and we agree on that methodology, so we don't need to agree on the specifics of questions. We can disagree about the questions, and then we can use our methodology to achieve consensus. So we're trying to think about how to use that scientific community metaphor to make better ideas for government organization. And we need to test these things out. So we need to build reasonocracies in refugee camps and seeing if we can get this stuff to work without it devolving into personality conflicts and corruption and all that stuff. So that's our idea. Okay, so these are very complicated ideas. I can't explain all of it to you, but those are the basic idea. So this is in the future. What I imagine we have is instead of a United Nations meeting or something, but instead we have some representatives from Peaceland along with the representatives from the individual countries. Okay, and here I just took Obama as a thing, but to me he would make a fine ambassador of Peaceland for the United States. Maybe we should propose it to him because I hear he's unemployed at the moment, so maybe he would be interested in that job. But this is what I'd like a future United Nations meeting to look like. Okay. And if we've talked about a lot, both Fry and I. If you want the full story, it's in our book called Why Can't We All Just Get Along? Go to whycan'twe.org. And then we are teaching a course. Some of you are involved in the course, but for those of you who are not, we could always use more peacemakers. So, and if David J. Smith says, I've got technical people who want to make a career in peace, I would say, send them my way. So the first step you could take, if that describes you, is to come and join our course. And if you go to scicoop.mit.edu, it describes the course we're teaching. And if you want to join the course, please RSVP to me. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lieberman. You Fry and you always leave me astonished and mind blown. Every single time without fail. It makes me really excited.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, overall, we thank you very much about it, on how I love the focus that you have on the implementation of technology for an attainable peace, but you say it in such a pragmatic way that it does not sound like your typical political proposal, which is just super idealistic, and you're hands to earth that it is not going to become a reality. So thank you very much for both your presentations. And now we will be moving on. First, we have Justin Lee. Could you please do us the honors to talk us a little bit about your work, your initiatives? Maybe you have a presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, and it's absolutely an honor to be here today. This is great. And a lot of very thought-provoking and inspiring speeches from everybody. So I really appreciate it. I do have a presentation to share, so just give me one moment and I will pull that up.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes, perfect.
Excellent. Great. So I think what I wanted to talk today about was essentially how health innovation can help the world be a more peaceful place. I actually heard a lot of the same concepts, being discussed in parallel in some of the other presentations. And I also want to talk about how the healthcare industry can do our part, and what ordinary people can do as well. Sorry, slide change. So what does health innovation have to do with peace? Well, I think that peace is really predicated on the most basic of human rights being respected. There's huge disparities in healthcare right now, unfair systems that lead to lack of health resources for disadvantaged people. Obviously this year, COVID-19 and other events have brought on fear and widespread panic, which have been a catalyst for a lot of these underlying tensions that have frankly been there for years. And that's all led to protests, riots, and violence. The low-income population especially has difficulties reaching proper healthcare despite needing it the most out of anyone. And you may have heard Ray Dalio, billionaire hedge fund manager, just a couple of days ago, saying that capitalism is a great way to increase the economic pie, but not necessarily a great way to divide it. And I'm definitely not a socialist, but I think we need to figure out a way to address that people are sick, starving, and unable to access medical care. So there are 4 main areas in my mind contributing to health inequity. The first thing we need to be wary of is disparities in health itself. The disadvantaged tend to have much higher rates of various diseases, afflictions, diabetes, cancer, drug abuse, violence-related health problems. Secondly, there's disparity in care. The disadvantaged tend to live in areas with less access to health systems, less access to good doctors. there are disparities in healthcare, especially in the US. It's become increasingly difficult to access affordable and reasonable and quality health insurance. And lastly, there's this idea that there's a systematic shift of innovation away from quote unquote poor diseases and towards rich diseases. So low income populations definitely have higher risk factors and different risk factors for that matter compared to middle or high income populations. The lower income populations die from risk factors such as unsafe sex, lack of access to food and nutrition, contaminated water. And this really makes it so that these people have more immediate health problems that require immediate medical attention that a lot of the times they're unable to access or get. So let's take a look at the effects of lack of access to healthcare in the US. This was a study done on cost-related barriers to different types of health insurance or not having health insurance at all. Those that are uninsured in the blue bars, as you'd expect, are significantly more likely to have to postpone or go without needed care. If you have Medicaid, you fare a little bit better, but you're still significantly behind private or employer coverage. And the stark reality really is that the poorest people are the ones that have to pay out of pocket. They also happen to be the ones who need care the most. And the more life-threatening a disease is, the more expensive it is to battle. And obviously, drugs are a big problem. They're getting exponentially more expensive, especially cancer drugs. Cancer is one of the most costly and most prevalent conditions around the world. Drugs routinely cost over $100,000 per year, sometimes reaching over $500,000. And unfortunately, when you have cancer, you don't really have any other choice but to try to treat it. So 42% of cancer patients actually empty their life savings during the first 2 years of treatment. And that obviously leads to major issues for your average disadvantaged person who's both more at risk of developing cancer and less likely to be able to afford it. So how do we solve the problem? Well, one way is this idea of a paradigm shift from treating to screening. Billions of dollars today are being spent on treating people who have stage 4 cancer. And unfortunately, the survival rate for those people are only about 10% in 10 years, even with drugs. Instead of focusing all of our efforts on people with late stage cancer, if we could just screen for people with stage 1 cancer more effectively and accurately, then the probability of survival shoots up 9-fold to 90%. And not only does this increase your chances of survival, but it also decreases your cost of care, which makes it more affordable to fight cancer. And it decreases it about 3x when found in early stages. So let's just look a little bit deeper at liver cancer, just because our company is involved and I know more about this one. Liver cancer is just one example of a disease that's not seeing a lot of innovation around the world. Liver diseases tend to affect a poorer population. The risk factors for these are excessive drinking, malnutrition, unprotected sex, obesity. Unfortunately, those that are at risk do not have the means to afford screening, and doctors don't have the tools to do proper screening either. So in the US, there's about 400,000 people with liver disease that are uninsured completely. There's about 900,000 people have less than 30, unfortunately die every year in Africa from liver disease related causes. So despite a 13-fold increase in the survival rate and a 3-fold decrease in the cost of care when diagnosing in early stages, most liver cancers are still being caught only in late stages when it's already typically too late for that patient. This is caused in large part because of the lack of screening options. They remain relatively ineffective and unaffordable. Biotech companies are making minimal investments because it's not a profitable area. Liver cancer screening, again, is just one example of these diseases that are kind of fall by the wayside. There's many other types of diseases that we need innovations for if we want to achieve health equity. And unfortunately, for some of these diseases, it's just not, there's not enough of a market for larger companies to come in. So our company, Helio, is going against the grain a little bit. We are tackling liver cancer by challenging some of the current standard of care and conventional methods. We built and are validating a simple blood test that's low cost, rapid, and affordable. And it can catch liver cancer as early as stage 1 with 90% accuracy. So the test has been trained and validated on hundreds of thousands of patient genomes. We're using artificial intelligence and machine learning to optimize our predictions. And the team, instead of pricing the test at the highest possible rate we could, is completely obsessed with dropping the cost and cutting the cost as much as possible to be able to offer the test affordably for those that need it the most. So the goal in the future is definitely to reach out to underserved populations, both in the US and internationally. China, Southeast Asia, Africa are some of the regions that have, high incidences of liver disease. And we're also investing in other cancer types to increase screening adherence and help that paradigm shift in different areas. So I want to talk a little bit about health inequality now on a global scale. Consistently, the richest economies in the world are the biggest innovators. Innovations come from countries like Europe, they come from Israel, they come from the US. These are the countries that have the means to have a super high R&D budget per capita and can continually increase that each year. In the US, innovation dollars are driven away from poor diseases and towards richer diseases, kind of like what we saw with liver cancer. And I think that's somewhat of a microcosm of what we're seeing on the global stage. Unfortunately, biotech companies are deterred from entering poor countries due to the underdeveloped medical, healthcare, and regulatory systems and frameworks and unattractive economics. Also, unfortunately, high income and low income countries tend to have different health needs, which exacerbates the problem. High income countries deal with diseases like cardiovascular diseases, lung diseases, dementia, whereas low income countries tend to deal with infectious diseases like liver diseases, HIV and AIDS, and malaria. And the pie chart here just shows that neglected diseases remain primarily funded by public and nonprofit organizations, philanthropic donors. A lot of this is actually the Gates Foundation, and just goes to show that it just simply isn't profitable for private companies to develop solutions for patients in this demographic. So just a few thoughts on what we can do to fuel innovation in the right places and get technologies to the poorest countries who need it the most. I think that first world countries should absolutely work with developing countries to create accelerated pathways for regulatory approval, which removes friction points for biotech companies who may want to go to another market or another population, but find it very difficult from a regulatory standpoint and an investment standpoint. Secondly, I think we should find ways to incentivize and make it easier for biotech firms to build locally. So this is another place where local governments can get involved. And third, I think we need to find a way to invest in and help build developing country health ecosystems. Because really without a mature ecosystem in place, health innovations can't even be properly adopted and biotechs will be completely deterred from going to those regions. So just to summarize my main points, violence is definitely caused in part by health inequalities. From an innovation standpoint, we can't only invest in diseases that affect rich people. We also need to invest in diseases that affect poor people. We absolutely need to find a way to bring down healthcare costs, especially for disadvantaged people and low-income populations. And developing countries should work together to streamline the adoption of new healthcare innovations and biotech innovations. And we definitely need to figure out a way to invest in health ecosystems and help developing countries build that. So health equity by itself won't guarantee world peace, but imagine a world where all of its constituents and all the people living there have equal access to quality medical care and scientific innovations that they need the most. May sound a little bit idealist, but if we can even tip the scales a little bit in the favor of the underrepresented populations, I know it'll make a huge difference. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Actually, I was blown away by your facts about healthcare. But yeah, overall, a great presentation and gives an analysis on how our system has a lot to improve on, and we go back to the proposals of Mr. Lieberman and Mr. Fry. And now for us to close with this event, we have Amory Morales. Could you please present yourself, my friend, and talk us about Peaceland and your great project here in Mexico?
For sure. First of all, hello to everyone. My name is Amory Morales Perez from Mexico. Well, I found the first Peaceland village here in UNESCO Center for Peace, in this amazing project named Peaceland. First of all, when Mr. Guillocan told us about the project, many issues we have here in Mexico, political issues, economical issues. So the people here really wants to have a big change, no? So we focus in 7 goals. The first goal, it's education. The best weapon to get out of any kind of problem, of issue, of war, is the education. If you are educated, you can have this part of peace. So that's the main focus of our Peaceland Village, education. The second one, make mistakes. If you're a person that have many mistakes and you learn about your mistakes, you can grow. So Peaceland is a land to have peace, no? So making mistakes doesn't matter at all who you are. Making mistakes is learn. So that it's with education. The third one, sorry, evolution, innovation. The evolution of the humanity, it's amazing. Since 1,000 years ago, 10 years ago, everything is with new evolution, with new improvements, with new things right now. 5 years before, the last iPhone was, never mind, you know, the last watch, you know, or we never mind that right now the education will be in an iPad, in a computer. Now we learn by our own. So that is the social evolution here in Peaceland. The next step is work. Work hard in whatever you want. If you want to be a doctor, work to be a doctor. If you really want to be in a one part, let's work on it. Let's do it. So this is an amazing project, Peaceland, and I want to show you to each one of you here in this Peaceland how many things we made this month since the summer camp. In the summer camp, when Mr. Guy told us about it, we start to get more people. Right now, our Peaceland village has more than 111 people. So we're a lot of people here in this Peaceland village. Actually, minutes before, they just ended the last list. So we're about 150 people. 150 people that wants a real change. No just a project, no just whatever. They really want to change. So getting in this way, getting focusing here, we have the next step, cultures. Act locally, imagine in all the globe, how we can make different things, how we can improve our issues. So we have different collaborations here in this Peaceland village. with different countries, with Colombia, first of all, Peru, Guatemala, Iran, Tajikistan, Russia, United States, United Arab Emirates, and many more. Why? If you learn with the other culture, you can match and get a better price. You can have a better knowledge. This is a culture. Someone in, I don't know, in India, his culture is about hygiene, okay? And in Guatemala, no. So you can switch a little bit your culture, taking your flags and improve yourself. So that's the main thing about culture here in our Peaceland Village. I will show you our activities here in Peaceland. So you can see how the people really want a change. Okay, it's amazing the work of these guys. I love it at all. I will connect by another way. So just give me a second. I'm connecting. And I'm alone to okay. Yeah. Can you see me?
Perfect. Yes, we can see you.
Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. So that way, I will show you the Peaceland Village. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am
please.
doing it. Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. So am I able to share my screen? Excellent. So I just want to show this. Okay, perfect. First of all, iConference. iConference is a project here in our Peaceland about different conferences of many topics around the world. This conference was about psychology with Iran, with Khaled Mahmoudi. Psychology, it's too important for being in peace. You need to be equal with your thoughts and your actions. So this is iConference. Okay. This conference was yesterday. Today we have another with Shaknosa from Tajikistan. The next one, cultures. Mexico, Guatemala, and Peru. These three countries will have a meeting so we can share our ideas, our cultures, and how we can develop a better solutions for the quotidian life. How we can be educated as humans, as a persons, with different solutions, so we can start improving in each part of them. And next one, Model of United Nations. Model of United Nations are so important. Why? It's not just a model of UN. It's not just a simulation. When you're in a model of United Nations, you need to be so critic in what is your thoughts, how you represent a country, how you manage your times, how you get further in what is a model of UN. Many people are so fascinating in this model of United Nations. So that way we can be educated. We can take this weapon of the evolution named education. This is another collaboration with a model of United Nations in Bolivia that we have here in our Peaceland Village. This one. Right now we are doing a book. More than 30 countries are writing this book. With Khaled Mahmoudi from Iran, Shaknosa from Tajikistan, and my own, we are doing this book. This book is, we try to do it like a global competition. So the name is Hope, Love, and Faith. This book could help many people around the world
because it's a pedagogic book, a book with psychological supports, so the people can start growing with peace. That's the main fact of hope. If you have hope, you love, and you have faith, you can be in peace, with no wars, without issues, without problems. The next one. We have an activity of the Independence Day here in Mexico. Our delegation in our Pislan village is named Estados Unidos Mexicanos. So that way we can start improving our Pislan village in what is in the Independence Day. Okay, the next one about different Pislan village that we have different groups. Our groups are named Meraki. Meraki is a group for girls, for women, so they can start growing as they want. Why? Right now in Latin America, we have a huge problem, and also in many countries. The women, these female people, they're not in terms to be in success. Why? Our governments, our cultures are so poor in this evolution of the humanity. So in this part of Meraki, all women can do projects. They can manage different things, different conferences, so they can grow in these terms of peace. Also, another group that we have here in our Pislan village is named Tlamatzatlistli. It's a name in Nahuatl, our own language here in Mexico, a native language. So this group of Pislan village, they grow as a lecture and conference sustainable issues with sustainable development goals. So we can improve in our capacities. And the last one is Yauhitlatsu, another name in Nahuatl. This part of Pislan village helps hospitals around Mexico, around Mexico City and Metepec. So this type of collaboration that we have are amazing. This is work of 2 months. We are so happy to have a Pislan village with many help, with many support of countries, so acceptable in all the countries around the world. So we supporting what's education and thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Amaury. I'm very proud of you. Very, very proud of you. I know you since you were in elementary school, so
Oh,
very special for me to see you. So, well, thank you very much now that we've reached.
One thing at the end, like question to the panelists. You can get some open for some question. You remember we had 15 minutes behind, so give us we have time for some Q&A. I'll be the first to ask the question, if you permit.
Of course, Guy.
Yes. The first one will go to Henry about that sign. Is there a way to have the picture of that sign? Because it literally, actually, we already have about 20 Pislan around, and you got it. So I just want to get that.
Okay. Of course, I will, Guy. I will send you the presentation, and you will have that sign. So
thank you so much.
Out of that presentation,
and for everybody,
just a little fun, right?
No, definitely. The idea is that having small zones of peace around the world, this peace. If you don't want to wait, I remember I was talking to Henry. I said, no, we just need to start going. And as you can see, we decided to have any group of 25 people, I hope could create their own small village. Okay, they don't have to be geographically. They could be geographically. They could be just ideas. But we need to have this small zone of peace across the globe, and then they're going to have their name, whatever, bring them together, and they can, the ideas in the book and things like that. So this is, I think that's how we are going to go. But we have that common. The most important thing, commitment to resolve our conflict peacefully, and some of the basic core tenets that are going to bring about real peace. Okay. So thank you so much. And I've listened, I know all these. Justin, I don't know, acting with us, and we can see that with the project, you did mention a lot there in terms of reaching out to the less fortunate, which is, of course, those who have the means can always have healthcare and things like that. But the problem is to have those who really don't have it. And I just want to commend you for that. And again, put myself available to really, as you say, trying to reach out to those who need it the most. We have the refugee, Christopher was talking about this refugee camp. Last year, I think I was across the border between Cucuta is between Venezuela, and I've been there at least 6 times last year. Just to see that these are some things that really are dear to me. And I know we have a mutual friend, that's Edna, Dr. Edna, who's out there. We're doing a lot of work over there. So it'll be very, very important to see how we could bring that to your work to the people who need it the most. So thank you again for that. But just one last thing, as we work toward peace land, what is the one message we'll take away from today? Are we more hopeful? Yes, in terms of, again, I know, again, Chris and Henry have been telling me, yes, some of the people who are working right now are going to actually see peace because, again, the key element is scarcity. We resolve that and, try to get people to work a little more collaboratively versus competition. I think those are the ingredients I've seen since we started talking about this. So what's the takeaway from today? It's International Day for Peace. I would like one last thing from each of the panelists, about the takeaway from today.
Yeah, I guess my message is to be optimistic about this because, people say, oh my God, peace is such a big problem, we'll never solve it, or poverty is such a big problem, we'll never solve it. And I think it's easy to get discouraged. Some people are good at being able to work on those problems without getting discouraged, because Fry particularly, he won't get discouraged. Nothing is going to discourage him, no matter how bad the news is on the headlines today. But I think a lot of people just think it's too big a problem and we're not going to solve it. And so I think that, yes, it's a big problem. It is going to take a lot of work, but I think we now have the means to solve it. That's what's really exciting. And especially for the younger people, we can be the first generation in history to actually achieve peace. And I think, what could be better than that,
As you can see, the youngest panelist in your panel is actually doing exactly that, isn't that amazing? Okay, Christopher? Take away.
I think it's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day stuff. And this weekend, I've been very caught up in the Ruth Bader Ginsburg issue. And when we think of that problem, we think of, okay, how can we have a better Supreme Court, or how can we get a better Congress, or make elections more fair, or all that kind of stuff. And that's called fighting fires. If you're a firefighter, you're always going to fight fires because there's always going to be those skirmishes. So the real challenge is to have enough resources and enough resolve to pop up from the day-to-day stuff and get those overarching solutions that are ultimately going to have much more leverage than who you vote for in the next election. It's the challenge is to get all of us to think medium term. I don't think about 100 years in science fiction, but I also try not to think about next week and next year. I think about 5 years to 20 years. That's the kind of mental framework that I have when I'm thinking about what should I do today that could have the highest leverage within 5 to 20 years. It's a challenge to set up your mind to be that disciplined, but I think the danger of not setting up your mind that way is to expend your energy inefficiently on the day-to-day squabbles and not pop up to the larger solutions, because there's going to be day-to-day squabbles in 5 years and in 20 years. And if we don't plan now, we're going to have the same day-to-day squabbles in 5 years or 20 years. I want those squabbles in 5 to 20 years to be about much more minor things. Who's the best lead guitarist? What was the best movie that we saw this year? You know, let's squabble about that stuff. Let's not squabble about who can get well fed and should people be wearing masks, et cetera, because hopefully we'll be on today's squabbles if we elevate.
Thank you. Okay, Justin?
Yeah, thank you. I think I didn't mention it too much, but just awareness and being an activist in your own community. You don't need to be in healthcare. You don't need to be, the government. You don't need to be a biotech company to help. Organize a fundraiser, get involved. There's things, there's websites like Mighty Cause and stuff like that where you can help donate and support somebody for chemotherapy and other types of problems that low-income people face. So I think the message would be just to get involved in any small way that you can. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, Amoy, last word. You being actually tomorrow, make sure you're there, know about your class. As the first Peaceland Village leader, yes, you'll be receiving also something tomorrow. Any last words after today?
Yeah. First of all, thank you to everyone to be here. I know that it's a special day. Why? Peace is not easy. To make peace, you need to be, first of all, in problems. And right now, all the world is in problems with the pandemic, economical things. I love this day because we are together to support each one, to support all the humanity to become better, to improve. I'm too glad, too happy to try to get a new change here in Peaceland with this village. I'm doing my best effort to get involved in what is peace, to really make a change, to switch that problem into an opportunity. So thank you, Mr. Gijoken, for these opportunities. Thank you to all the panelists to show your ideas about peace, about what is a village, and also how to learn with others. Let's work. Sorry. Let's work because it's not just a day of peace. We need to try to become each day in peace. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I just to seize again one last opportunity to thank every single one of you. This has been a very long day, but a very productive day, because today, with what we've heard from the beginning, from the first second with the Secretary General of the United Nations until this moment, we're all committed to this. And I think my dear Ambassador Antoine, I don't know if you are there for the last word so that we can send people to go and have some rest. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please. Yeah, we are coming to the end of the day.
It has been an irresistible moment in time. When I listen to the young envoys, peace envoys, and I listen to the MIT professors, and I listen to the visionaries, I think there is hope. And if we do not lose sight, if we do not become too distracted, we can set the pace. Because I heard pace setters, I heard visionaries, I heard people who believe in each other. And when there are like-minded people pulling together in one direction, I believe that there could be tremendous progress. Guy Joggin, I am delighted to be associated with you and the work that you do with young people. I always believe that young people are the guarantors of our future. I always believe that they're the ones that will take us there. We are in this relay and the passing zones are not marked, but with this intergenerational discourse, we're definitely pulling in the right direction. In the title of the book, which I would send out to the young children, get on board, children of the world. The train is going to the future, and you are in the seat of the future now. You will also leave for posterity, which is the future, something, because you are giving it vision. If you can visualize it, we can realize it. I want to thank you, Joggin. I want to thank each and every one of you for giving me this permission to be in your presence. I really appreciate it. Do not mind my faceless presentation, but I have been very present. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. You'll be hearing from us very soon. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, the two moderators, thank you. Amazing job. They always make my ambassadors, youth ambassadors, you always make me proud. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.